Hello, hello, my beautiful people. All right, in the group, go get that coffee. Go get that coffee. Get some stimulation in your brain. So, like I said in the title, this is an open panel, but only to those who can open, because you need the eternal pen, the eternal word to open it. So, unless the person has the eternal pen, they can't come in the panel. I'm sorry. So, like I was saying, sorry, I got interrupted for a second. So anybody and everybody is welcome to join the panel, share your revelations, your experiences, what's going through your mind. Be free as you truly are. But to those who don't want freedom, then they can't enter the open panel. Why? Because you need the eternal pen, the O pen, the eternal pen. I hope you guys are understanding what I'm saying. Because the pen is mightier than the sword. Hey, what's up, B Word? Thanks for coming. And some spread lies, others know the truth. What's up? Hope you're doing well. So I'm gonna post the link. Whoever wants to get up here, you're more than welcome to. And here we go. So follow this link if you want to get up here and let your voice be heard. You know, with no freaking face diaper over your mouth. So just come up here, click on that link that's provided, write your whatever name you want to use, and enter the studio, my friends. I'll wait a few minutes here. Hey, Starshine. Like I said, click the link provided. I'm waiting on you. Okay, E-word, that's fine. Hopefully we're gonna be here a while. Hopefully we're gonna be here a while. So, um, if you feel like you recovered a few hours in, you're still welcome to come in and join the panel. Come on, guys. Can we stop being shy? What is this fear of talking? Has the mask got into you? You like to keep your mouth shut? There's 10 people here. I want people up here. Come on. Let's do this. All right. I know when the groove is gonna come up here. He's just getting some coffee. But there's more people here. Come on. Just follow the link. It's free. It's fast. Get up here. Take off your face mask and talk. What's up in the groove? Man, gotta give me some coffee, bro. I'm barely sleeping. I'm barely eating. I'm low on energy. So there's another thing that I found recently. And please, if you're not from America, you know, don't feel like I'm leaving you out. I live in America, so I'm more in tuned with what's going on here. But you can also open your eyes and see what's going on around you and tell me stuff about your country. But what's happening in my country, it's it's gonna be a worldwide event. So there was this interesting thing that Kamala was saying when Kamala was debating um, Pence, talking about Obamacare. She says, and she points directly at the camera. She says, "If you have a pre-existing condition, they're coming for you." Well, you might think of it, oh, if you have a disease, right? Well, our spirit, our vibration is a disease to them. And they're not really talking about just an internal disease, like a physical one. They said if you have a pre existing condition, pre existence, before this existence, there was spirit, there was energy. That's really what they mean by they're coming for you if you have a pre existing condition. I hope you guys are hearing me with ears to hear. Hey, in the groove, are you coming on or not, brother? And come on, there's 12 people here. This is called open panel. Come on up. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. Yo,
Stepping. Step,
stepping up
step.
to the plate. You stepping up
That's
to the
it.
home plate?
Home run coming
Right.
in.
You going for a home run, right? Gonna run all those
That's it.
bases.
Slide in.
Slide right in with style, right? Can't tag me. I'm telling you, my friend. They tell you everything, right?
It's all in plain sight.
Yep. You gotta run the bases of their stupid triangle, but you can do it.
Oh, I was going to mention now that you bring that up. Well, it's not 100% related to the triangle, but the channel I was telling you about earlier, where the guy was mentioning a lot of things that we have been talking about, he mentioned them today. He brought up a point that somebody in one of his chats during his live stream had brought up that he had a dream about the all-seeing eye, and that's what led him to his channel. And he said that he wanted to know whoever that was to get in contact with him so he could talk about it more with him, because that was what led this guy I'm talking about to make his channel, because he had a dream about the all-seeing eye. And he also put out there that if anybody else had a similar dream, he wanted to talk to him too. So I was wondering if you had any such dreams about anything about the all-seeing eye.
It's a weird thing for me. Like, I don't, I barely get information through my dreams. I get it while I'm awake.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it just
Right.
comes right in, bro. No matter what I'm doing, I could be doing something completely opposite. It just randomly goes into my mind. Like, you know what? This means this. Have you thought about that? And then
Daydreams.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do the same thing. Not very dream heavy, but when I have them, they're usually pretty wild. So
Yeah, that's what happens, right? Like, things
mm,
are, for me, things are more clear when I'm awake. When I'm at sleep and dreaming, it's just craziness.
yep.
Maybe it's because we're backwards, right? Since we're
Yeah.
technically awake in, like, awake literally, and in our
Mm.
dreams, while we're asleep, everything looks chaotic.
Yep. There's a lot of ways you could interpret that, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
Hey, E word. I'm just gonna give a piece of advice. to everybody here. Don't feed the troll, okay? Don't feed the troll. When he stops being a troll, when he changes to a regular person, then we can feed him. So did you hear what I said? What I thought the that thing with Kamala saying, if you have a pre-existing condition, they're coming after you.
Yeah, I saw that on that Tamara Magdalene. She made a video about that. It had those clips in there.
Oh,
And
think about it.
you saw how she pointed also,
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
notice, with her closed fist, just like Obama does or used to
yeah,
do.
yeah.
Uh,
It was very emphatic. It wasn't, you know, that was done with a purpose, like what she said.
yeah.
And just listen, if you have a pre-existing condition, I never thought about that
hmm
because Jesus
Yeah, it
is
makes
called
sense.
Jesus is called the pre-existent one.
Mm,
Now,
yeah.
forget Jesus. You know, if you don't want to see him as a man or whatever, but his energy, his vibration, the thing we carry inside is pre-existent. Like it was before anything existed. And that's why he's called the pre-existent.
Yep.
So,
TRU. We don't die, we multiply.
uh-huh. They hated it. To them, I've heard it said before. To them, we're the virus, but they're the real virus.
hmm
Because a virus destroys. We're not destroying. We're trying to build this up. We're trying to make peace. We're trying to, grow and be healthy. They're the ones that are the real virus. But since they're our opposite, we are the virus to them.
Yep. Well, my immune system is high, so.
Oh, I'm pretty sure mine is too. Cause
hmm
I feel great. Man, there's 10 people here. Come on, guys, get up. It's called Open Panel. I'm doing this video specifically so we could connect. I've had comments of people saying, wow, your video is great. I had the same revelations. I want to
hmm
share it with you. Then come on up and share it. That's what I'm doing it for. It's multiple messages, people saying that they're seeing the same things or getting messages. So come and share. That's the point of this. What's this guy saying right there?
Just what I'd already touched on. Remember, I told you how this little worm wiggled in from another round circle. Yeah,
But
he's definitely on.
what's with the rest in peace thing?
I wasn't really involved in that, but I kind of know a little bit about it. But when I was telling you about the nuclear um, activism phase of my awakening, I believe he was a part of that in some way, and he had some. He's basically. I don't know the whole story because I can't speak about it. But this guy here, he obviously thinks, you know, because he's running around in confusion. He thinks that, oh, he's like, oh, you remember me now? No, I don't remember you, dude. I don't. So I know that might hurt your little feelings or whatever, but I don't. And I know Thomas spoke up, and when he spoke up and he remembered you, then I figured out pretty much where you come from. So yeah, you got some issues to deal with, homeboy, but they ain't mine.
But is he hurt by this person that died or what? What's going on? I'm confused.
No. Um, See what happened? You know how these troll things work, right? When you have a group that's coming together, they like to infiltrate and cause dissension, right? Just like he came to your channel and lied, said that I hated you, right? Because that's what they have to do. I believe that's what they did with this guy. I don't know the full story, Mickey Mouse. I don't. Why don't you tell it? Why don't you step up here and you tell it?
All
Stop
right.
lying.
He's
No,
he's opening the
yeah,
door. If you wanna get in, I'll let you in.
yeah, dude.
Wanna
Yep.
say your piece? Go ahead. Everybody
I think
here could know the truth from a lie very easily.
this guy. Yeah, you misspelled lying, dude. It's spelled Lion. And I won't stop. So how about that? What you know about that? Since you know so much.
Like I said, I don't know what's the issue going on here, but if you're not scared of him talking and he wants to get up, he can come up
Oh,
here.
I'm not. I ain't got an ounce of scared.
All right, you heard it,
I'm
Mr.
interested.
Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear the story because, like I said, I wasn't involved in that, and I don't know. It involved a couple people, and it wasn't me. But one of the dudes, I don't really follow too much anymore, but I do like Thomas. Thomas is a good dude, and he knows the story. I don't. So, Mickey, if you got a problem, why don't you go? I guess Thomas has already figured out to ignore you, and that's bothering you for some reason. But uh, I
Why are
don't
you
know.
leaving? Why are you leaving, Mickey?
Yeah, yeah. What's wrong, dude? Come
Why
on, you a
don't you
big tough
talk?
guy. Yeah, I made a video about you. I invited you to come on a live stream, just me and you, and that wasn't good enough. You made your little video, which I like. I added it to my favorites actually. I like that. Thanks, because I got some more subs out of it. So if you want to step up and speak your truth, because I'm lying, just step up and do that. Enlighten us. Otherwise, I have nothing to add to that because, like I said, I've just told you everything I know about it.
And I want to make something clear to you, Mr. Mickey Mouse. Even if In the Groove secretly hated me, and even if he got the worst thing possible, if he wanted to take me down, whatever the fuck you're trying to insinuate, I don't give a shit. So
Boom,
he could hate me,
boom.
I'm still gonna love him. It ain't gonna affect me. So you got nothing. You got nothing for me. So
I think it's hilarious. It's hilarious how hung up this dude is on something. Lost in confusion. It's sad, but good luck, bro. I love you anyway, Mickey. Oh, I was
all
going
right.
to tell you, I looked up the link on that onion
Uh huh.
recall that we were talking about, and there was a recall, and it was for possible salmonella poisoning, is what they say.
Mm.
But apparently they terminated the recall also, but they started it May 1st. And there was some buzzwords that were in here. Of course, there's a lot of numbers, but this is the numbers that got me at first. It says, while today's recall notice states that 396 people are sick, right? So those are 369,
Yeah.
and then it also has. Let me scroll down here. Some of the stores. Mm, let's see, where's it at? Oh, here it is. Um, well, it's the Thompson brand. Thomas maybe. But one of the stores is Tender Loving Care, El Competitor, Hartley's Best, Onions 52, Majestic, Imperial Fresh, Kroger, and Food Lion. Yep.
You're definitely seeing the message there.
Yeah.
And if you have your if you're awake, you don't even need to look at it too hard. All it's
Right.
saying is the onion is gonna make you sick, and then it's giving you other brands that symbolize the onion, which is the truth. The majestic lion, like all these things are synonyms for the truth. So they're
Mm-hmm.
saying if you eat the truth of these, if you eat the onions of these brands, it's gonna make you sick.
Mm-hmm. But
Hey,
that's what
Murph,
they say, right?
Murph, get up here, bro.
Mhm.
And the realist too. Come on. When I put open panel, it means let's all talk together. It doesn't mean I'm gonna do a whole show like I usually do. Because I honestly I don't have much prepared. I have a few things that I've been noticing today, but nothing like a full show prepared. That's why I said, well, let me just make it an open panel and we all talk. So there's the link. It's on the screen. All you gotta do is copy and paste it or click on it and get in here.
Mm.
All right, brothers. Thanks for that. Hey, do you know how I can give you a wrench so you could let people in?
Yeah, you have to do it from go to the YouTube chat section and then click on those little dots that are on the side of people's posts, and there should be an option that pops up that you can add them as a moderator. That's some good coffee.
I don't know if I can do it, brother, because I'm on the phone. And when I went to the YouTube video, I don't see no dots. I only see the dots here on the StreamYard. That's where I'm supposed to go?
You could try that. Let me see if I see it on mine. Are you using the YouTube app or are you using the YouTube through a browser window?
No, the app.
Okay. Okay. Maybe it's not dots, but if you just click on their comment, it should pop up and it'll say actions. You know how, like, if you would block somebody, it should
Oh,
be the
okay.
same.
Let me see.
Hmm.
Add moderator. I guess that would be it.
Yep. Uh-huh.
But that's the thing, though. That would be for YouTube. But what I'm saying is here for StreamYard, in case somebody comes in, I can't have you like enter them into the studio, or that's only I could do it.
Yeah, only you can do that.
Oh, that sucks.
Hmm.
Because I want to keep this, this stream open as long as people are willing to talk, however long that may be. Um, but yeah, so like when I'm sleeping or doing something else, I want somebody else to be able to take over. Okay, E-word, I appreciate it. So, anyways, to not bore the 14 people here, let me see. The other thing that I was breaking down was the word fluoride. Notice the word, if you separate it, it's flour,
Hmm.
Flour. You know where flour comes from, right?
Yeah, wheat, right? I heard you say that earlier.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So, and flour is like powdered up. So basically, they're using fluoride to harm us, especially our third, our mouth and our third eye, our pineal gland,
Hmm.
because they're pretty much saying they called it that way because they're saying I'm stomping on your wheat, like I'm gonna make it into powder.
And what is it trying to do? It's trying to mess up your flow ride.
Yeah.
Hmm. Little reversisms.
And if you just get the word by itself, flour, it sounds like a flower, right? Like a literal flower.
Yep. And where do you live? You are the flow rider.
Oh yeah. And at least me, I live in Florida.
Hmm.
But yeah, just look at the word flower. It has flow. And remember, was to add, to strip, or to accumulate. So to strip or to accumulate your flow. That's what a flower is, which is you. You could either strip yourself from your flow. You know what? That made me think of the emperor lost his groove. You never saw that
The
cartoon?
uh-uh.
Yeah, there's this thing called the emperor who lost his groove, and that reminds me
Hmm.
of you because you're in the groove,
Yeah.
which is like in the flow.
That's right.
Who remembers that cartoon? I think I'm saying it right. The Emperor who lost his groove or something like that. Oh, and another one I was breaking down earlier. You seen the movie The Master of Disguise?
Uh-uh.
Oh man, you're missing out, bro.
Yeah, I don't watch movies, man.
Oh, they tell
I'm
you a lot of
totally
stuff,
ignorant.
bro. All you gotta do is
Yeah,
watch the message of the movie and then turn it upside down, and then you'll know
right.
what it's actually saying.
Well, that's why I like older movies because they kind of it's not so much inversion. It's just a little more kind of metaphors, straight up metaphors.
Yeah.
It seems that's why all this new stuff, it's like it's so the inversion bothers me. It's like
Well,
I
the Master
just
of Disguise is pretty much fighting against this evil guy, and he has like a pyramid with an eye on his head. And like
mm,
Master of Disguise could change form into different things, which is us. We keep reincarnating. And one of the forms, he gets into like a turtle, and he goes turtle, turtle, turtle. Remember, slow and
mm,
steady wins the race. The turtle,
right.
and
Tortoise and the
those,
hare.
yeah, and don't turtles on their shell. They have the Taurus on the shell. Isn't that a Taurus what they have on their the design?
Let me think about that. If you look at a turtle kind of head on and the whole shape of the shell, yeah, it kind of does, kind of has that. Yeah, I can see that a little bit.
And the turtle could go into its shell, and that's like our
Hmm.
spirit inside our body. When we feel protected, where do you go? You go within.
Hmm.
I'm telling you, they're doing everything. We are the masters of disguise because we could go and come back, and one day we could be a male, one day we could be a female, one day we could be a cat, one day we could be whatever we want to be. We could be, and they can't do that. But then in the physical world, while you're here, they try to be the master of disguise by disguising everything.
Yep, shapeshifters.
Yeah, but it's all an inversion, bro. They're taking our crown and saying, "No, this is who we are. You're not."
Hmm.
It's the law of the opposites. But that's why they say, right? The meek shall inherit the earth. That's why
Hmm.
they don't win because they're not meek. They're egotistic and controlling.
Yep, just like having our hearts as an electromagnet, the Earth has an electromagnet. If you don't like the term Mother Earth, you could say Earth Mother,
Yeah.
and the meek inherit the
Yeah.
Earth Mothers magnetic connection. The
But
sun
Earth
don't have it.
Earth goes deeper than than the physical Earth. It goes deeper than electromagnetic. The Earth just means life in general. Whatever life is in all its forms, we inherit that. If you're meek, you own all of life. All of life is yours for the taking.
Hmm.
Look at that. Ulick. Oh, Ulick is it's my dude right there. Look what he said. He says, exactly, I have down control. And then he says, remote control.
Hmm. Oh, you was talking about pre-existing condition, and have you looked into the word condition yet?
Oh, it's good and bad, but look it up. Go ahead.
Hmm.
Because con, okay, just recently they're telling you that con means bad, but con in its original word meaning it means with or together with.
Hmm.
So with this shine. So di would be two, right? Dice, die two, and then the rest would be the Sean, which Sean means pertaining to or in the act of. So a condition
Okay.
means with two or in a condition of two or pertaining to two.
Okay. I just broke it down a little differently. We
Go
take
ahead.
the kind, which means what again? That means with.
Yeah.
Okay. The dit means called.
Oh,
And I haven't looked up ion yet, but that relates to the electrics, like an electrical ion. And also, conduit is very close to conduit, which is also an electric term.
yeah. Yeah,
Let me
you're
see what
on,
an
bro.
ion. Hmm.
Well,
So
listen,
see, you can.
The Bible says rightly divide the word and take that which is good. So, if you notice all these words, it'll tell you both things at the same time, and depending where do you split the word up when you're looking for the root.
Hmm. Yes, you take every word, you split it up differently,
Yep.
even. Hmm.
Yep.
That's what
That's how you
I'm
get the full
seeing.
picture, yeah. I noticed that the other day. Sometimes I split it directly in half, sometimes get only a piece in the front and I leave one letter in the back, and they all give you different messages, but they're not really different at all. Because remember, we're opposites, but we're really not opposite.
Yeah, man, this language thing is it's a whole ball of wax in that thing.
Or just listen, the story of Babel is all humanity was on one accord and one language. And then God looks and he's angry and he confuses the language, means
Hmm.
with fusion.
Hmm.
So he fused the words together. But
And that's
back,
the thing, right?
yeah.
And we talked about this. Uh, like all these words, and you look them up, and you see in terms of double speak, there's a word you'll use, and some people get angry about how they're used because they have a certain meaning to them. But if you break them down, you see that they can actually mean the opposite. So again, to me, it goes like to say words have power. Well,
Hmm.
to me, the power of the words is the intention behind them. So
Yeah.
yeah, we can use all these quote evil words that they gave us, but if the power behind them, the intention is true, then
But
that's the
just look,
power of the
just
words.
look at the word. We were saying the negative recently, and I was too like, bless you. It sounds like be
Hmm.
less, right?
Right.
But if you think about it, the Bible says, to those who have less, more will be given, and to those who have a lot, more will be taken away.
Ah, makes perfect sense.
So if you make yourself small, if you make yourself humble,
Hmm.
you'll get more. So you first see it, and it's like, oh, they're telling me to be less. Well, yeah, because that's how it works.
Hmm.
You gotta be less to be more. And if you have a lot, then you will get taken away some, because when you have a lot of things, you make those things your God, which disconnect you. So if
Hmm.
you have a
You're
lot of things, they
attached.
must be, yeah, they must be stripped from you. So you could be. That's the same thing with Jesus said something about, which they like to change the translation. The real translation is wine skins. Like back in the day, they put wine in like these bottles that were made of cowhide or something like that.
Yeah.
And he said, you cannot put new wine into old wine skins because the new wine will make the bottle break. So until you lessen yourself, until you empty yourself of what you think you know, you can't be filled.
Yep. That's why I love metaphors.
Yep. But I can't wait till most of us get into like so connected. Like I'm telling you, every single solitary thing that happens. From the moment you get up, if you trip over your feet, or if you trip over something, if you turn on the light, if the light doesn't turn on, You know, everything is talking to you. Everything, everything.
Well, I have a theory about this original language, and this is just my thought. But I think the original language, which would be a universally understood language, could be as simple as um, like body language and the way that people basically just feel around each other. And the
Yeah,
reason why I say that is because like the first movies that they came out with, they were what? Silent films, right? And
yeah.
then they gave us audio, and then everything was in black and white, and then they came out with color, and then now we have what we have today. So
And you
I
still
think
have
that.
another paradox because at first we were silent, right? We were communicating with our mind and our vibration because we were connected. All our minds were one. That's what the Tower of Babel means. They all like one language means they didn't have to speak. That's why language was created after to confuse us, even though it
Hmm.
still tells us. But it's still backwards because you were silent by your mouth, but you still had the word. So even though you started out as silent and now you talk, really they've made you silent because they've stolen the word and the energy from you. So even though you could talk, you're lost. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
And we see how people can be so easily triggered by words and miss the message, because we have the whole, things about ego, and certain people don't like certain words. But if you look beyond that, you get to the core essence, then that's where it's at. And even today, like there's somebody who lives on totally another side of the world. There's certain universal gestures, right? You could give them a hug. You could you could you know offer them some food, right? These are things that don't need words, but the message can be conveyed just that simply. So to me, it all kind of fits in. All these words are
Yeah.
confusing and can be confusing, especially by the way that they're interpreted. That's also why they say, why typing in text, things often get misunderstood more so than when you're listening to somebody, because you have the tone of the voice, or if you're in person, you have the body cues, body language you can pick up on, and you can get the true meaning and intent. So, I think that's why they push us all to this digital existence to try to further us away from understanding each other.
I think we're here to unite all opposites. Just
Hmm.
just just think about the home run, right? The triangle. You start at home plate, and then you got to go around and go back to home, and that's exactly what it is. We pre-existed in home, and then we traveled around and come back to home plate. If you get a home run, so
Hmm. Yep, the baseball diamond. We talked about diamonds last night.
yeah. But notice you're taking the ball away out of the diamond over the fence. Get it over the fence. That's a real home
over
run.
over defense.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh man, nice, nice. Come on, guys. We have Ulick, Land Rover, Starshine, E Word. Kara was here. I don't know if she's still here. Come on, there's a bunch of people. Get on here. Look, I'm gonna show you the link again. Oh, look at Starshine dropping some freaking gems. Look at this.
Gemstones.
Look at what he said.
I think it's a she, huh? Is Starshine a she, or am I
I'm not
confused
sure.
on that? Some people like to obsess. There you go. There he is. There's Murph.
He's so right. You're only seeing when you're seeing the darkness. You're only really seeing your own shadow.
Yep, star signs is she. Hey, Paul.
Evening and all.
Hey,
Evening,
Murph.
evening.
How are we?
Good.
Awesome.
Oh, now that I said good,
Well,
did you
one
guys?
sec. I think I need to mute. I need to mute. I need to mute. One sec.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
Did you guys remember that Verizon commercial? Can you hear me now? Good.
Yeah, yeah,
Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Yeah.
yeah.
I think this has to do with that. Like, are we hearing? You know?
Are we
And
listening? Is more to the point.
yeah. Are we getting good connection? Good reception? And this other thing too. Verizon sounds like the word horizon.
Mm-hmm. I thought about that. Whoa.
All right, guys, talk for a little bit here. If does anybody else want to get on the panel? I could have 6 people. 'Cause I need to go outside and feed my rabbits.
I think you can have 10 on here, on this.
Really?
But,
Oh, I'm actually paying for it, so yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, you're paying for it? I think. Why don't you just start another email meeting and just get it for nothing?
I
Just.
know. I was a fool, but
was being the operative word, have you done?
yes, I was a fool.
Yeah.
Well, you could have some custom backgrounds and stuff like that, so you could take advantage of that. You could run a banner, I think, on the bottom,
Oh yeah,
a banner scroll.
I haven't even played with the new
Yeah.
features. I didn't. You know why I didn't make a new one? Because then I would have to make a bunch of emails. Have you noticed all my streams are like 8 hours long, and it's only 20 free hours in a month. So like in two, three
Mm,
videos, I'm done. So then I would have to make another email, and
right.
then 2, 3 videos, I gotta make another email. So I was just like, you know what? I'll pay the damn $25
Mm-hmm.
Is that what it is? $25.
for me. Yeah, there's different plans. If you pay yearly, they give you a discount, whatever. But I ain't that rich, so I'm like,
Yeah.
I'll pay little by little.
The longer you play the game, the cheaper they make it for you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Get you roped in on a contract.
And in the groove, I've got to say,
Mm,
right, I fucking loved your video last night.
yeah.
Hey, Mickey Trouser Mouse had
Yep.
me creased. You had me creased. Hello, little Mickey Trouser Mouse.
Oh yeah.
Oh, man, I've been looking at it again today, laughing my head off, showing me son. That was it. That's what That's all you need to do with these people. So
Right.
people are looking for attention, as you said, and
Mm,
there's a few around us now, and they've got nothing to actually say for themselves but to agree with whatever you're saying, and then somebody else comes into the chat and they've got to go and insult them, and they don't even know them. And I don't get it myself. It just doesn't make sense to me when
yep.
we don't. None of us know each other. We're all here trying to communicate in a situation where we need to communicate, and it really annoys me sometimes when I see people in the chat taking little pokes at other people and trying to dress it up as if it's humor, and it's not humor because you've been doing it for fucking weeks, and
Yep.
it really starts to grate on me. But I'm not going to say nothing. I hope that they'll realise the error of their own ways before it's too late for them.
Yep. It's just having a small mind and an immature perspective, right? They make a lot of assumptions. They build up a lot of sandcastles in their mind, but you know, once you graduate past them, it's like you see it for what it is.
Yeah, you do.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of knowledge, co-creating there. I'm not too sure what you mean by that, buddy. Co-creating two people, more than one person creating something. I don't know. I might have missed a point there. Did I say something ahead of that? I'm just looking at the chat at the side there. Sorry, in the group.
Yeah, yeah.
And I've been
There's
wondering about that as well, Ulich. Can you tell me, buddy, what is Ulich? What is Ulich? What does that mean? Is that a name? Is that your name? Is that a handle? Can you, any chance you can fill us in with that? Because I've been wondering about it. I keep forgetting to ask you. Hi, Suzanne. Hi, Paul. Landreaver. Everybody else. Good to see you all again. We love it. We're all about love in this circle.
indeed.
There's no haters here. If they're here, they don't belong here. Unless you were talking about cunts in costumes and political classes and families, then we don't even hate them. Gotta feel sorry for the little fuckbags, haven't you?
Exactly. Fuck bags. I love that.
Yeah, well. But you do, I mean, sometimes I can't stand them and I get all et up by them, and then other times I look at what they're saying and I just think, I feel really bad for them. I don't know,
Yep.
it makes me sad,
Hmm.
and I'm not really a sad person. But man, if you say it slow, you lick McGee. I love it, Paul. Yeah. Okay. Group hug, Starshine. Big cuddles. Love that woman. She's fucking
That,
brilliant. She never got a bad word to say.
yep.
Love it.
Now I figured out why Ulick wants all the ladies to say his full name for him.
You look, you dirty little mucky fucker. Yeah, but come back to what you did, that video you made last night, and I encourage anybody that hasn't seen it yet, go and watch Indagru's video last night, because it was comical. It wasn't meant to be comical. He was very serious,
Yeah.
but it had undertones of serious comedy.
I was trying to save my best material if he would take me up on my offer, which he hasn't done. So,
I kind of gathered that you were holding
uh
yourself back, waiting for a response.
that's it.
Yeah. And you know, when people have got nothing to say, they're not going to come live and do it, are they? They're
Nope.
going to sit there and try and insult everybody else. And you don't have to. I've just had this discussion with somebody else. You don't have to insult them back. You've just got to. You confuse them with the questions, and when they say shit, question what they're saying. It's like when you're confronted by a police officer. What's your name? Am I obliged to give you that answer? Well, I'm going to search it. No, you're not obliged to do that. Have you got reasonable cause to search me? And you just confuse them with your questions. You just question them back, and they get confused by that because what they expect is for you to respond in an angry manner, and then they've got you by the short and curlies. Yeah. But if you don't, if you just remain calm, you remain cool, and you just let them rattle on, chatting the shit that they do, and you question everything they say, but you got to understand the question and
Yep.
the answer together, if you know what I mean.
Hmm. I
And
got
you got
something.
to understand. Sorry,
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was going to
Finish
say
up.
you got to understand that they don't know the answer. They're programmed to the questions that they're asking, and when you ask a different question, they have to think about it. Then
Hmm.
it's not in their programming. It's not within their programming to respond to the question that you're asking. So, no,
Exactly.
don't rise to them. Don't rise to them. Just tell them they're naughty boys and they shouldn't be on our channel. And this is all about love. This is all about group hugs and cuddles and getting together and helping each other.
Okay, I'm going to share a secret with everybody here. And I brought this up on Joan's channel, but I don't think that she explored it enough. But this is the perfect tool for dealing with trolls or really anybody in your life. If you're talking to a cop, a boss, your significant other, and I'm going to read it to you. It's called transactional analysis. and
Yeah.
transactional means basically conversation between two people.
Yeah.
So
It's a trade.
this is what it says. Transactional analysis is a psychoanalytical theory and method of therapy wherein social transactions are analyzed to determine the ego state of the communicator as a basis for understanding behavior. In transactional analysis, the communicator is taught to alter the ego state as a way to solve emotional problems. And there's a video on YouTube by a guy, I think his name is Theremin Trees. He has a great video about it where he breaks it down with visual aids. And it's the three ego states of parent, adult, and child. So, and you can visualize this, right? If a child talks to you, you respond to them as either a level above, as an adult or a parent. And if somebody comes at you from a parental state or an adult state, meaning like your boss or whatever, if you cower down, you're responding to them from the child state, right? And that's how they gain power over you.
Yeah. Yeah.
So once you study this and figure out the simple system, you can defeat anybody in front of you who's coming at you cross, especially trolls.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Mhm.
When people condescend, I think is what is the when they patronize as a parent would with a child, and the child
Exactly.
will always, well, unless you've got a rebellious child, and then you're not going to be able to condescend or patronize to them either, are you? But it's when you get adults trying to patronize other adults. With a child, it comes from a point of innocence. When it comes to adults, it's not. It's envy. It's I don't know what the hell. It's malicious. Yeah, it's
Yep.
malicious, and we're not in that. We're in a little situation here where we can't afford to be malicious and malevolent with each other. We need to start standing together. Like I've said this so many times before. And if we're in a group like this, then most of us here are going to be on the same page. And then you'll find the people like Trouser Mouse and there's a few other people that you can probably see yourselves there.
Yep.
That are doing it malevolently. They're not doing it from a point of they want to be part of the whole. They want to be the person standing out and making somebody else look stupid or drawing attention to something else. You see that all the time, don't you? When you're having I see people discussing things with each other, and somebody will make a typo, and they might have put an I instead of an O in look, and it looks like, and then this person will then focus on that word that they've said, which is clearly a typo. It's not something the person can't spell. It's something as simple to spell, but it's just a typo. It's just one of them. And they will focus the whole attention onto. I can't stop laughing at that word now, Eulick. And this is what people do, and what for me it tells me is these are even more childish adults than the children, because they haven't got the brains that the child's got. The child's responding to its own knowledge, it's some of its knowledge, whereas
Its
an
own
adult
level. Yep.
shouldn't. Yeah, its own level, yeah, but an adult shouldn't be responding like that. An adult shouldn't even be starting a conversation like that. And you've got to be a particularly shallow individual for me to do what these people do.
Yep. It's immaturity.
Especially if you're coming to this group, and I think this group's got together because of the paradigm we've just been stuck on us, this virus that doesn't fucking exist, that's never been proven to exist. And we've all come together in the last few weeks, months, whatever, especially in this situation where if you can come into this paradigm with so much danger around us right now, and there is danger, and if you're not perceiving it, and you think that you're not going to get jacked up too, but you want to just contradict everything everybody else says and basically be a gobshite, then I don't know. I don't get it. I really just don't get it. I need it to explain to me because, well, because fuck all, I just need it explained to me because I'm ready to come to people's doors when they do shit like that to me, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to go to any fucker's door if I don't need to. No CT Ipsum Scousers get everywhere. Scousers here, Scousers there, Scousers fucking everywhere. La 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 la. That's a favorite. That's a song we sing here, and they do. Believe me, honest to God, I was in a little fishing village in Canada once, and a Canadian sub came in, and I went to the toilet in this bar. I'm standing having a pee, and the lad walked in and said something to me. I went, all right, mate. And he went, fucking hell, you're a Scouser. I went, yeah. He went, so am I. How the fuck did you wind up in a fishing village in Canada? Because that's what we do. That's what Scousers do. We get everywhere.
Well, this Scousers term is new to me, but what I've known, from what I know of what a Scouser is, I like Scousers.
Scousers are people from Liverpool.
Yeah.
Have you met many?
Just you and well, Bright's from that area too, huh?
I guarantee where you live, there is a Scouser somewhere, like rats, lad, never more than fucking 2 meters away from you.
Well, I'll let you in on a little secret. Well, I live out in the middle of nowhere, and you know these middle of nowhere places will have their own names, but they're not really a city. They're just a little spot, and they give them a name. Well,
Yeah.
I live right outside of a place called Liverpool. So.
Oh yeah, where
Yep.
in where you live? There's a place
In
called
Louisiana. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Liverpool, Louisiana.
Yep.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
That's it.
I love that.
So there you go,
Souls need to
Mickey.
get a
Come
life.
down to Liverpool. Let's see what's happening. Get scoused.
Yeah.
Get some scouser love.
No, you get scouseified, we call it. We'll scousify you. We'll fucking
Yeah.
scousify you. Come ahead, Mickey. Because they call us Mickey Mouses as well. It's that Cockney rhyming slang.
Oh yeah.
But they don't call us fucking trouser mouse. Not unless they want to fucking fight.
Yeah.
Let
Everything
me
happens for a reason. Go ahead.
interrupt real quick. No Shay, I wanna hear you. You told me you were gonna get on here. I wanna hear from Ulick too. E-word. Come on, I got a lot of space here. I'm gonna be in and out because I gotta take care of some things around the house, but I'm listening. But get on here so I could get you in before I continue doing other stuff.
Yeah, we
So
got 3 hours to burn, so
yeah,
get up and I might have to mute here in a minute, but I'm gonna be in and out listening too. I just can't sit here all day with my headphones on.
It's heavy, innit? Having to do that.
Uh-huh.
Especially when you need to go to the toilet and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to carry the laptop with you.
Yeah.
You ever tried wiping your ass while you've got a fucking laptop on your knee?
It's a labor of love, though. Yep.
Well, it's one of them, innit? And you know what? Speaking of that, I need to go to the toilet.
There you go. Handle your business, brother.
To the proverbial loo. So give me 2 minutes, I'll be back.
Already.
Now I'm gonna go back to.
I posted the link. Come on up. Step right up. Step up to the back. Ain't no curveballs here, just straight fastballs.
Right down the middle.
Yes, sir. Here's my brother. Oh, you're all my brothers, man.
Yo, 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 yo.
Yo, yo, yo.
Hello.
Yo,
Good evening.
you lick your gi. What's happening?
If only.
That's it, right?
Bollocks. I'm not just spilling the joint over you. Fuck you.
Oh shit.
I'll be alright,
That's
man.
that's drug abuse. You spill it.
Or has it disappeared?
Mhm.
Okay. Age Case put a fantastic thing up there. We'll have to watch it. Podcast up. He's had to put one up there about. Did any of you watch Roots?
Oh, you talking about the movie Roots?
Yeah, I remember it was on a TV miniseries.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't see that one. I saw the old movie, but way long time ago.
Well, what was that based on?
About is slavery, basically.
And where were all the slaves from?
Um, well, I would say Africa, but I'm not sure about in the movie, right?
Yeah, but it's all based on meant to be based on truth. Africa, it's all everyone has been all Africans and all of us have been duped into
Hmm.
them. Slaves weren't African slaves; they were all South American slaves.
Ah, yes.
They were there already. They were there for hundreds of years before any of them were ever.
Is that
That's
Age
all
Case
been.
Docs? Is that Age Case Docs video you just?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. I've
we'll
just
have.
watched that.
I'll give it a look after
Brilliant.
just to show you that for 50 years that book has been taken as history, and only
Exactly.
2% of it he reckons is actual fact in the
Hmm.
book, and they've been using it as
Gospel.
fact.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
Well, I've
and
said it
if you look at
before.
the All Blacks, then that's their history themselves. They has been given to them on television, and it is a fucking lie based on a lie. Now, just fucking mad.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, I don't
Hello.
think
Hey
it.
up.
You watched
How is
that there, didn't you?
everybody? You what, sorry?
Great.
You watched that E-word there yourself, didn't you?
Let me interrupt for a
Yeah.
second.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Evan.
No, it's all right. I just want to let you know I'm gonna step away from my phone for a second. If somebody else wants to get in now, so I could put you in before I leave, and then whoever else wants to get in gotta wait till I come back. But if somebody wants to get in the panel right now, please come in within the next 5 minutes. So I could put you in and I go handle my business.
Oh no, where are you going?
I just gotta. I was gonna feed my rabbits, but when I went outside, it started raining. Now it stopped raining, so now I'm gonna go feed my rabbits like I
Okay,
intended to
I'm gonna
do.
try again.
Yeah.
I'm getting asked to whistle a tune by Paul. What tune do you want me to whistle for you, mate? Next time I go for a piss, I'll whistle it on the way. I can whistle a bit of a Once Upon a Time in America for you while I go to the toilet. Only joking. Carry on, folks. Carry on. Yeah, E-Wade was watching it. E-Wade was there in the chat while I was watching Age Case. I love the stuff that
Yeah,
man puts out. I love the stuff he puts out. It's historic and it
he's been
shows
Oh
out
the
yeah.
putting good
lies.
stuff out. Put some good stuff out, Age.
He does. He
Absolutely.
does. And I've said it before on these channels. There's nothing we've been told that is actually true. You've got to read between the lines, find the find the nuances between the truth and the lies, and they are nuances. And you've got to
So true.
you again come down to your own discernment. You've got to think for yourself. That's all you've got to do. Think for yourself.
If
And I would. Yeah, go ahead.
um if some of you could remember when I come back, I want to check out. In the Bible, it talks about a war between Gog and Magog, and they also call
Mm.
it
Yeah.
the king of the north and the king of the south. I want to break down those words, Gog and Magog, so we can see what's the difference.
Okay, sounds
Mhm.
good to me.
So remind me when I come back. I'm about to leave. There's quite a couple people here. When I come back, I'll let more people in. There's 10
How,
tops. We only have 6.
how,
Yeah.
how many have you got watching now? Abidjan,
13.
13. Yeah, you broke your record, buddy.
There you go, Abidan.
Yeah.
And we'll get you more, mate. We're gonna bring them more. We're gonna bring you more because you're worth listening to.
well, thank you. But again, it's not about me. I just want us to come together. So whether
No,
it's
I
on my channel
understand. I
or
understand it's not about you, mate. We're not making it about you. I'm just telling you, you're worth listening to, and you deserve more than 12 listeners.
oh,
It's
thank you.
growing. It's growing. So yeah, that Gog and Magog. There's a Bush family connection to that. He actually made a quote about that. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. We can get into that too.
Yeah, but wait for me. Wait for me. I want to get in when I
Okay.
get back.
Yeah, I will. I gotta find a. I gotta go get another pen here. Mine just ran out of ink, so I'm gonna be right back.
Hey, don't let your pen run out of ink, bro.
There it is. I'm getting a fresh one.
Mine's well run out. My pen will run out of ink,
Ah, well,
and
just
I'm
get.
so glad it did.
And you'll
What
just get
does
a new. You'll just get a new cartridge after. Don't worry.
Oh
That's
no!
it.
Don't say that. Don't tell that. That's a curse.
Phil says that the pen is mightier than the sword.
Yep.
Yeah.
He does, doesn't he? Where is Phil? Is
Yeah.
Phil in the chat?
I don't know. I've not seen him.
Oh right, I thought he was saying it right now. No, he does say shit like that, doesn't he?
Says it a lot.
But he's from Manchester. He's from Manchester, isn't
Yeah.
he?
All right, stop keeping me here, people. I gotta go. I'll be back.
Go on then, hurry up, lad. Go
Okay.
on. Run
Okay.
away. Run away. Run away.
Well, you can.
The white rabbit's coming. You think Monty Python was trying to tell us something there? The white rabbit. If we follow the white rabbit, we're going to have to run away. It's the nastiest bastard in the world. Hey, Avi Danzer want to break that down, isn't
Is it something to do with Alice in Wonderland as well? That white rabbit.
he? There you go, yeah. There you go. There's always a
Nice
white
one.
rabbit somewhere, isn't there?
Yeah. It's that Q's logo as well, isn't it? You know, that Q movement. They use a white rabbit for their logo.
You do. And now we've got a new one called a J Anon, is it, or something? I've just heard about that. They keep talking about on the American television.
Right, I've
On
not come across that.
what is it? TMF. There's a channel called TMF. I think it's TMF, and he made a video today talking about American news, and he was saying that every channel there is going on about this JAnon and relating it to QAnon, and Trump has refused to condemn QAnon, and there's something brewing with this Anon movement. But what we've got to
It's a
realise, right?
rivalry then.
Well,
Rivalry. Yeah.
Well, the Anon movement was created by a man called Sabu, and he was taken down in 2006, and he was arrested, and he gave them all up. All the Anons were given up, and the Anon movement was taken down in 2006, and everything since 2006 has been CIA. So if it says Anon on it, and it was before 2006, you can guarantee it wasn't anonymous. It wasn't a group of hackers trying to expose anything. It was the CIA co-opting their movement.
Yeah, just trying to mislead us all, as usual. CIA, yeah.
So it doesn't
That
really
new
matter
one.
what letter they put in front of the Anon.
Yeah.
It's still
CIA. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like sphincter movement, I would call it. It's bullshit.
They're
I've
all
seen
bullshit.
people
Isn't
say
it?
that.
All these fucking letters from IRA, UVF, you know what I mean? They're INLA. I've heard more of them here in this country, and they're just, and then you go, that's only in, you know what I mean? Then you
LFC.
go to
About
ISIS,
LFC.
ISIS, all that. You'd be fucking fed up. They'll run out of letters, they will, for this. Oh, what am I going to use now? It's already been used.
He stuck a few of them together for us for Israel, didn't he? We got IS, we've got Ra, and we've got L. Is, Ra, and L. Worshippers of demons.
Who's there? Well, they're Mossad. Is that their secret agency, Mossad, or is that just their
Yeah, that's that's like their MI5, isn't it, Mossad?
Is that their intelligence agency, or is that their special services?
Yeah, like special services. The secret service is called what are they called? Go on, it'll come back to me in a minute. I won't dwell on this. It'll come back to me in a minute. Now I'm gonna have to mute and shut myself up. It'll come to me, and I don't want to look it up. I want to remember it.
Yeah, true. I'd like to. Yeah, true.
I hate having to go looking shit up that I already know. Shimbet, is it Shimbet?
Shimbet, yes.
Let me just check that now that I've said it. Shimbet.
What do you reckon to Trump? Do you think he's just another puppet?
Of course he is. He wouldn't be in the position he's in if he wasn't.
Yeah.
I told you,
Yeah.
It's no coincidence. It's no coincidence that Trump and Boris Johnson have both got this messed up blonde fucking wig.
I know. It's always a mess, isn't it?
Well, what are they? They're the Lions of Judah. They've got manes. They've got white manes, like lions. The Lion of Judah. And if you look around Liverpool or any other city, you'll find statues of lions all over England. There's never been a fucking lion in England in its life. When did the lion ever come? Why was the lion a symbol of England? Why is the symbol of English football? 3 lions.
I know.
Well, who's it relating to? It's not relating to us, is it?
Well,
it's like the lion
Abadan,
and the eagle. What do they symbolize?
What? Sorry, the which?
The lion and the eagle.
What do they symbolize?
Yeah, what do they? I know the snake. Well, that's what I don't know. I'm not too sure.
well, when Abadan gets back, he has insight on at least the Israel and lions. Because I asked him about lions last night, because something came up in that for me. So when he gets back, he can refresh us on that.
Yeah.
Add a little more to it.
Lion.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Zion. Yeah.
Zion, the lion. And did you see the 2012 Olympic symbol?
Yep.
Yeah.
Rearrange it and say Zion.
It says Zion.
Mm-hmm.
With a lion.
Never watched a bit of that Olympics one,
No, none of us did. But did you see the opening ceremony on the 2012 Olympics?
No, I tell you, because I remember your man who done it. What was his name? He was a fucking shill, wasn't he? That boy, fucking he was. He was a real dark fucking bloke, and I was surprised. What was his name again? Do you remember his name?
The dumb what?
He was a Scottish bloke who was behind all that.
What, the producer?
Ceremony.
Was the movie producer?
Yeah.
Oh, what's his name, lad? My son's Scottish. What's his name? The Scottish movie producer done.
Was it Ken? Ken, was it? No.
Ken Loach. Not Ken Loach. He's a Scouser.
Was it Ken? That's what I thought.
I think Ken Loach is a Scouser. The other fella wrote the book, Scottish. Didn't he make that one about the smackheads? That movie about
Jade Spotted.
What?
Jade Spotted.
Yeah,
Did you do that?
Train Spot. But what was his name that produced that? Yeah, let's have a look at that. Train Spot producer. Train. The producer or director? Not Andrew McDonald, that's producer. Okay, let's have a look at director. I know his name. Didn't he have something to do with
He done a lot of black. It was a lot of black black humor in that he'd use. You know what I mean? Like he's very black.
Danny Boyle.
So what I've got to do here, Dave, is pause that. because they're still talking away in here.
All right, right.
Hi, mate.
Well,
Hello,
right.
right.
Hi, Paul.
How you doing, buddy?
Hello, wee word.
Yeah,
All
Keith
right.
Martin, you're probably right. The Playboy Bunny is probably a play on the same. They use symbolism and everything. Yeah, and but they use reverse symbolism as well, mate. So
Yep.
But to use him, I
corrupt.
thought was very strange for an Olympics opening ceremony. Do you not think, if you knew his background, he'd be the last person you'd be thinking to show off Britain in a good light, wouldn't you?
who would be? Sorry.
That bloke who done that, the producer of that show
Hey.
at the Olympics.
Thanks for a little couple of minutes. Yeah.
Danny Boyle.
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
I thought anyway.
well, look, you would think that about a lot of people. I would think that about a lot of people, but these people have been fooled. They've been given promises of riches, the 30 pieces of silver that they've taken to forsake the rest of us. And they think that they're going to survive. Look at these cunts in the costume now, facilitating, arresting people at lockdowns, pretending to arrest people like Corbyn and all that, as if we fucking stupid enough to believe that crap. Do you know what I mean? But they sell out. We have sellouts, and we need to understand that if we don't stand on our own, I don't even know the word I'm looking for, but if we don't stand on our own, if we don't stand on our own beliefs and stop believing other fuckers, then we're going to be misled. And some of them might not be misleading us, but most of them are, because when they're on there, they're the only people that can mislead us. They're there in front of our faces and there's on the television, and you can see it all around you, and you just see that 90% of the people around us are just mask monkeys. And that's my word for them. They are mask monkeys, and we need a generic term for these people that we can all
Please,
call them.
in front of
A
these,
mask monkey is it
please
for me.
watch Shell Destroys today's live stream.
Alright,
Please.
it's next week, so what?
Okay, thank you.
See you later, lads. Bye.
Who was that then?
Me.
I just heard the scouser saying, "See you later, lads." So I didn't see anybody in the chat. Was that somebody in your house, right?
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay. I thought it was coming. I thought it was coming in the chat, and I was like, "Who the fuck said that?" Then? See you later, lad. Whoever you are.
Yeah, Dave.
Dave. See you later, Dave. Heard all about you, lad. Probably meet you soon. Because I'm still coming to Trip, right? You know that, don't you? I've just had a bit of few things to do. Danny Boyle isn't Scottish. My old man's
Is he not? No.
busman. Well,
Is he not?
my old man's a busman. Just said he's not. I don't know. I thought he was.
I only took that as his name. It's the name I thought, and probably it was Train Spotting. Wherever I got that, I don't know.
Yeah. Paul O'Neill, yeah. I don't know if I can highlight anything on this screen. Let's see if we can. No, I can't do that. He's just wrote. He saw the police stop a party last night on the road of more than 6 people in a house. Then let them stop it and let them into the house. Well, I've got a friend who's married to a police officer in Liverpool, and she just told me today that the police in Liverpool don't believe any of the shit that's going on, and the majority of them are not going to enforce fuck all.
No, look, if you're being a bollocks, that's what I'm saying. If you're fool enough to fall into the trap, you know what I mean? Let them fine you and just put the fucking fine in the bin.
But they can't fine you. In order for them to give you a fine, you have to give them your details. But you're not obliged to give them anything. You're not obliged to tell them your name. You're not obliged to tell them your address. You're obliged to tell them to fuck off. You work for me and your services are not required. and you're
Yeah,
free
but
to leave.
you know yourself. You know yourself. They'll come in and they'll fucking say you under such and such an act, and they won't listen to you, and they'll just go in, do their job. That's what they're paid for.
That's
Be
if you
ignorant as
allow
fuck to you.
them to. That's if you allow them to. You've got to stop them at the door and confront them with the truth. And look, like I said, I've said this to other people. You don't even have to know everything you're saying, like, because they haven't got a fucking clue either. They're just operating on what they've been told. When you
True
start
that.
confronting the law, if you're confident in what you're saying, you'll make them think twice about what they're doing.
Absolutely.
They won't. They'll get you back to the station, and then they let you worry about it there.
Well,
I've got plenty of evidence that they couldn't do that. No, not evidence, but
exactly.
plenty of experience in that
Yeah,
they
but
can't
I've
do.
plenty of experiences. Yeah, they let you go back to the fucking station and worry about
Yeah,
it
but
there, though.
you're
You know what I mean? Like, there's no point in arguing with them. If they come to do a job, they're doing their job, and that's it. Doesn't
well,
matter
you've
all
got
the arguing you want. They'll say,
Take it
yeah,
to
sort it out with the fucking solicitor. We're sent here. That's what you've done. That's the law. You broke that law. See it.
all right. Well, then they're
You
gonna
know
have
what I
to.
mean? That's the way
They're
they do
gonna
it.
have
You
to
know what I'm
take the
saying?
chance of getting their arms broke. Then if they try to do that to me.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, but that's the way, like, they have it. If you, they'll want you to confront them. You know what I
right.
mean? You're shouting at them just, and they'll come with their piece of paper, and you'll come with your piece of paper, and they'll say, "Well, we were sent this one, and
If
ours is
they want
bigger
to,
than yours. We've the
yeah,
uniform.
if they want
We're
to
the
force me
bullies."
to have to stand in front of a judge and make my case in front of him, then that's just what we'll have to do. If it has to go that far, I'm prepared to do that too.
And then
Or
you
just
can.
simple logic.
But then you've still got the chance that the judge is going to ignore you, and
True.
he's just going to And then that's where I say, well, that's when it comes down to people dragging judges out of their houses in the middle of the night, making it fucking personal for them. Because if they want to do that, then listen, there's so many of us. There are so many of us. And they're not going to stand a chance if we all stand up. But it takes us all to stand up. Now, it doesn't take every single one of us. Like I've said before, there's 400 politicians. There's maybe, fucking a 5,000 judiciary. And there's 120,000 cops in England, right? Which means if you work that out, if we want to take 10 people to each one of their houses, that we need one and a half million people. Well, that's not even. That's what is that when you come to 65 million people, and if we take 1.5 million, that's what percentage of us need to wake up really to do that job and educate the rest of them. We can do it, and the only thing that stops us doing it is faith in ourselves. We've got to believe in ourselves. First and foremost, we have to believe in ourselves. If we don't believe in ourselves, we're getting nowhere.
That's it.
And having the right
Well,
knowledge to throw at him as well.
Oh, thank you, Evie.
well, I
What
think
is
they're at a
that?
stage. I think they're nearly at a stage in this country where, yeah, a good revolution would be fucking good. Yeah, I think they're just fed up. People of politics once and for all. Yeah, and they can see that they are seeing through it now. Yeah, for what it is.
Yep.
Some are. Some are.
No, like I think from 30 years of this country, they fucking like the likes of myself and that age group, and for what it fucking done to this country, and no harm I do the fucking game, but the people were fighting each other, the ones that the
Yeah.
usual,
Well, you got
the cannon
divided.
fodder, the poor, you know what I mean, being sent to
Yeah, of
fucking fight
course,
each other.
because they got divided hundreds of years before that with this fake Reformation and as if there was a Catholic and a Protestant fucking wing of one religion. That was an intentional division. It wasn't that one side said, "No, we don't like the way you're preaching this fucking Bible." What kind of bollocks is that? Come on, it's fucking nonsense. This is what I mean about thinking for yourself. The only reason this division, and no cunt went and nailed nothing on the door of the Vatican. No, they never. That didn't happen. You've got to be an
But it
absolute
starts,
monk
it
to
starts,
believe that.
it starts, it starts in your house. It doesn't start at any. I wouldn't even talk about the Vatican to my kids.
And what's your house? What is your house?
My house, my house would be. I was brought up a Catholic.
I'm getting
right?
all happy. No, I'm going to get all happy
Yeah,
then about
my
this.
wife, my
What is
wife,
out?
my wife was a Protestant, right? I didn't have any religion. I gave it all up, so I didn't give a fuck about it, right? What? And she wanted the kids to be baptized, so go ahead. And they were brought up with Irish names, Protestants. I'm proud of, right? Never
All
had a
right.
problem, but they've heard
Well,
it, and deliberately, because people take for granted with their name, right? Oh, your name is such and such. You must be such and such,
a
right?
Catholic or a
And
Protestant or whatever.
they'd hear what racism is, right? Just because, and they know, right? So if you're telling me to say, look at the Vatican, no, that's too far out. It all starts at home. You know what I mean?
No. I wasn't
I
saying
don't
look at the
allow it.
Vatican.
I don't allow it. You know what I mean? I don't let it in there. It
Mate,
doesn't start.
listen, look, I got married in Scotland. I got married in a kilt to a Scottish girl. And when she got pregnant, the one thing I stipulated was he's not getting christened. There will be no Catholic or Protestant in him. He will decide for himself what he wants to be. And he's sitting here right next to me now. He's not christened.
But I have one lad who didn't bother making his, as I say, it's a payday for him. He was, what is it, the confirmation to make? And I said, that's your payday. Yeah, my brother made 1,100 quid when he bought himself a motorbike, but he made his studies, made his payday, and he hasn't even bothered. You know what I mean? That's how much he thinks. And fair fucks to him. They'd never step foot in one, and I've never told them nothing. I've never said nothing to them about religion. I've never mentioned it. They know I don't do it, but I'd never diss it to them in front of them. You know what I mean? Yet they make their own minds up. Neither of them go.
Yeah, because they can always get Christian like in the 20s, can't they, if they want to?
Well, they were baptized and all that, like, but it's up to themselves. The mother brought them to whatever she had to do, whatever she felt she had to do.
Mm.
You know what I mean? So I just seen it myself. They've had no pressure put on them from me, and they do their own thing. You know what I mean? That's the way I see it. And if you don't know about it, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I say. Like, they're not going. They're not.
Not missing
As I
out on
say, like,
anything.
they don't. Well, I don't. If they did, they'd be there. If you know what I mean, like any other kids, if they thought they were missing out, so
Yeah, I get
they're
you.
just not attracted to it.
Let them make their
Full
own
stop.
minds up.
Yeah.
I've never been Christian. My dad thought exactly the same way as you, Ulick. That, you know, when I become aware of it, it's my choice if I want to be Christian or not. And I've not.
And
Well, a man asked me on an altar, right, to tell a lie. A priest, right,
Yeah.
man of the cloth. He asked me to tell a lie. He says to me, "Will you say this?" And it said on it. I handed it back to him, and I says, "Come here, I can't say that." And he says, "Why?" And I
Well
says,
done.
"It says no. It says I believe in God, right?" And at the time, God meant what his God was, right? This is sham in front of me.
Baphomet.
And I says, "No," and I explained to him. I says, "Come here." He says to me, "Oh, if I'd have known that, I wouldn't have done this." And I says, "Well, come here. To be honest with you, if I stood up there and told all the people there, they heard me saying I believe in God, they'd start laughing. Okay, I'm not prepared to do that."
Can I
So I left
squeeze
it
in
up to
here?
him. I left it up to him, and he went ahead and done it anyway. So you know what I mean? It wasn't my decision anyway. He was just trying to play a game with me. And like that again, it's not my problem. You deal with it.
May I squeeze
But
in for a
I have
second?
apologized to my children actually for the birth certs and for letting that happen to them. But it's part of themselves. They can deal with it, you know.
What the fuck, Paul O'Neill? What? The Irish government have brought in legislation that Catholic crosses have to be removed from schools and homes. Seriously, is that true? What the fuck?
This
So,
country's gone to fuck.
I've noticed with Ireland, though, but mate, you've been battered for so fucking long, lad. The people have been so beaten up in their heads, and they're scared of each other. That you've got two factions there that they don't want to upset each other. When really, see the two factions just said, "Yeah, look, it's them. It's not you. It's not your daughter. It's not your son or the kids you haven't even had yet. It's them. They
Murph,
implanted that, and you have been beating the shit out of me. You know.
Murph, the two sides that went to civil war here have formed. They've joined together in government now. Yeah, there were Fianna Gael, Fianna Fáil. Like this is the ones who fought when we did get independence here, right? They had a fight with each other then, and they formed two parties, Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, and the two of them now are in power, right?
Which is
That's not
exactly
they're going to have a fight with Sinn Féin. That's the way the thing now. So the two of them have joined up to get in
yeah.
power. So this is fucking mad now that they're
And
already.
and they'll try and tell us that the one side's extreme and the other side's this, and and it's the exact same shit that they pulled with the Reformation and the Jesuit order and the Counter Reformation. It's the same shit over and over again. There is nothing new under the sun.
It's like you putting on your fucking blue shirt and your red shirt there in Liverpool today, right, and going and watch your fucking match. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, yeah. But look, in
It's
Liverpool,
no, but
listen,
is
in
it the
Liverpool,
same? The rest of the
yeah,
fucking week. The rest of
yeah,
the
but
week is the fucking same.
okay, but and this is what I'll tell you as well, mate. It doesn't matter if we put a red shirt or a blue shirt on in this city. You cross Scousers and you're fucking crossing every one of us, and every one of us come out and we support each other. You've only got to see Hillsborough for that. When them
Yeah,
dirty bastards
it
like to
took
say that
it
Liverpool
took
fans.
Hillsborough probably to probably did take it. Yeah, well,
No,
I picked actually the
we
wrong
were
fucking city.
unified before that.
I
We
have
were
actually picked the
unified
wrong
before that.
city.
Mate.
I have picked the wrong city. All right, yeah.
No, they picked the wrong city, buddy. You never done it too
Yeah,
well.
yeah. Well, I mean, now talking about football, to use that analysis, you never really had that fucking trouble there, that crowd trouble.
We don't go for that shit.
Manchester,
We
no,
just
well,
don't.
you
Nah, but
didn't play that game, no.
Manchester's not really any different to Liverpool, mate.
Is it
And
not?
people,
No,
I was a fuck. I mean, I've got some really good mates in Manchester, and they're
no. Well,
not
I
any
don't mean
different
that.
than
In
us.
among themselves, the supporters themselves. I mean, the Manchester supporters and the United supporters. Do they not fight with each other?
Oh, they do, yeah. It's like Celtic and Rangers up in Scotland,
Celtic
and
and
like I said,
Rangers.
and this is what put me off there. I was there for 13 years, and I didn't like what I was seeing. I mean, one of my best mates was working for Rangers at the time, and he was not just a fucking attendant either. He was a coach. He was I won't even get into this, but I started observing that. Well, do you know what it was? I went to an Old Firm game, and I've never felt anything so venomous in my life. It was
There you go.
fucking pure hatred. It was pure hatred. And I
Well,
seen
come here. What
two.
about being
Hang
stuck
on.
out at sea?
Let,
What about
let me
being
just.
stuck out at sea on a boat when they're all going back to Ireland after one
Hang
of their
on.
matches?
Okay, let me finish this, right? Because I've got two mates there, and I won't mention the names. And they're the best of mates all year round, apart from 4 times. And they fight. They physically fucking fight. They actually punch each other's heads in. And I thought to myself, this is fucking crazy. This is ridiculous, this. And this is before my son was born. So when that came around, I said to her, look, there's going to be none of that shit in this house. This is not happening in this house. And he's not getting christened. She just agreed. She just said, yeah, sound. And that was all that's all she needed to do. That's all any of us need to do. Just say, yeah, do you know what? Okay, fine. We might not even understand it, but you can see the logic in it. And I can't believe that these people fighting each other don't see the logic in not fighting each other.
Well, I'd be interested now to see. This is what I say. They've put the Gardaí back up on the border now, right? They're now protecting this side of the border, stopping people coming in from. They're checking everyone's details on the border now coming in. It's like a new customs post going up. So Paul was telling me there earlier that there's been trouble up the north as well. So there'd probably be an excuse now to put the police on the other side now as well, yeah. And that'll be an excuse to start all that shit again. But it'd be interesting to see, does it?
Well, I'll tell you what I've observed since this all started off, and especially since they put us on this lockdown a couple of weeks ago, that there is a hell. Now, I'm coming from a place where we talk about racism, we talk about discrimination and stuff like that. Now, I've been called a scouse cunt a million times, a fucking dirty scouse bastard and shit like that. But nobody ever, if you'd have said a black bastard or any other thing, it would have been highlighted in the news. But you mentioned scouse and it never got mentioned. But what I've actually observed, is there is a hell of a lot of love around this country and around this fucking Britain for Scousers and for Liverpool. And they're seeker of knowledge. When Liverpool is attacked, we are one family. There's what I'm saying. And this is what we need to do. Now, if we've got to lead the way, I'm fucking more than happy to step at the front and take the first fucking bullet if that's what's going to happen. If it makes everybody else stand up and wake up, I don't give a shit for that. Like I've said before a million times in the chats I've done over the couple of weeks, I've done my life. My life's done. I've done everything I can, and maybe I could do more. But right now, I'm trying to do something even better, and that's unify us all. There is no. It doesn't matter what your accent is. It doesn't matter what your colour is. It doesn't matter what your creed, your religion, or even your belief of history or the past. It doesn't matter. Put it away. Put it behind you and concentrate in the now. Focus on today. And we will fucking survive this. We won't just survive it. We will beat these cunts, hands down.
I just want to see if my young fella will come in and tell him where we are, yeah?
Go ahead, mate.
Can I speak for a second?
Of course you can. It's your stream, mate.
So I want to mention one thing. So you got to remember that they've twisted things, like every single thing. So when you were saying I wouldn't tell nobody I'm a Christian, but I think you're taking their image of what being a Christian is.
Hang
But
on. I think we've got Metal Mickey back trying to be a dickhead.
what?
Misty Lee Wilkie. 5 different kids. I've got 13 kids. 5 different fathers. I like sex porn. What's this? This is trolling.
Yeah, it's a bit weird, but I'm letting
Sorry, mate. It's just something I'm
I'll
observing.
give someone
keep an eye on that.
a thing
Keep
out
an eye
there,
on
yeah?
that weirdo.
Avidan, give someone a wrench there.
don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let's see where this is going first.
Yeah, well, there's ladies in there. I know their language does be foul, but they don't have to be reading it as well.
Well, I just put it because I'm trying to understand what she meant by that. Maybe she doesn't mean literally. I don't know.
Oh, it's a woman, is it? Even
Looking
worse.
for a reaction. It's looking for a reaction, mate.
Well, it's got it. Good luck.
Okay,
we're
yeah.
cowards. So we're cowards now.
So I'm gonna take her out because she already went. She passed the line. So
Yeah, I wouldn't mind, but she's fucking ugly.
come on now.
Well, she could have picked a better avatar.
Hey, we're not bullies and we're not cowards. I could see past your game. You're probably another troll with a different account trying to be funny. So you know what? Bye.
See you later, Misty. Into the fucking fog with you.
I just did a magic trick. Now you see her. Now you don't.
Good man. I'm observing.
So real quick, so yeah, what I was trying to say is like they've done that. They've gotten a bad stigma to call yourself a Christian or to call yourself anything. But it's don't take the whole book to be Christian. Don't put a label on yourself. Just take what resonates with you and what doesn't, throw it away. And that's all you got to do.
Yeah, well, Christianity's been so. Well, it's since its inception, it's been bastardized and indoctrinated so many times, and had all the words switched around. I mean,
yeah, but there's still something there, brother.
Avidan, you're the man to know about this. Do you know about the Vatican Council? You know about the Council of Nicaea, and do you know about Vatican II Council?
Yeah, I know about all of that. Trust me, I know
Right.
everything. I know
So,
all the history.
with Vatican II Council, what did they do to the Bible? What did they do to the not so much the Bible, but the sermons that were preached in churches?
What do you mean exactly? Tell me.
Well,
Yeah, as he says
what
it.
what they did in Vatican II Council, where they all all the cardinals and the bishops all got together, and they all discussed how they preach a sermon and what they preach in a sermon. And it take you back to, I've mentioned it before, the Schofield Bible, written in 1907 by the Oxford Free Press. First time they ever stepped outside England, they opened an office in New York and they started printing the Schofield Bible, which was then disseminated to the seminaries where they would teach the priests
Which priest?
a version of the Bible.
Which
All the priests,
which which
all,
priest?
all the Christian priests, a
So
version of the
Protestants
Bible,
and Catholic.
Well,
Protestants
Protestants
and
and
just
Catholic.
look,
Protestants and Catholic, where they
Right.
removed the word Jesus and replaced it with Israel.
look,
That's
look.
that's exactly what they did.
I don't care. I don't care if it's Jesus, Israel, Jehovah, whatever. If something tells me to do something, and that thing, whatever it is, makes me feel at peace, then I take it. What doesn't make me feel at peace, I throw it away. So my point is, no matter how much they do it, there's always something for you to take,
But you've got
and
that.
it's up to you.
You've got that within you, mate. You've got that within you to
Yeah, yeah.
discern.
So
I
why
know
do
it
you?
has to within me,
I'd like
mate.
to know what you need. Why do you need a book?
Look,
Why
I'm
does
not
anyone need a
saying
book?
I need the book. Understand?
But
Understand
any
this.
book, any
Well,
book.
yeah, it's basic psychology in terms of groupthink. So what they do is they put a label on something that resonates with people, and so they all join the group. And then
There
once
you
they've got
go.
everybody hooked in, just like Christianity, right? Then wherever they want to lead and take that group, the group is going to follow if they don't have the proper skills of discernment.
Well, you
Which
can
So
which
reference
that's
that
why they
book.
bastardize things. Yeah.
which
Yeah, well,
is
you can
where I was
reference. They
going.
can all reference that book then, and
Uh
they
huh.
can take anything out of it they want. And yeah, it says it in the book. Don't take my word for it. It says it in the book. You know
Right.
what I mean? And it doesn't matter which book that. You know what I mean? They're all saying it. And like I say, I've seen it. I've seen it happening. It's not. You
Look,
know what I
look,
mean?
look, look.
Don't
And no, but when you
think
see, what I'm
you
talking
live.
about a civil war here, right? And when you see two people on two sides of the same thing, and they're two of them are shouting out of a Bible, the same venom at each other, and they're reading out of a Bible and taking out things that they can read to their audience out of it. And
You
I'm
look,
saying that's
you look,
mad.
you
Are
look.
they all
I'm not.
fucking mad?
You look. Please listen.
Yeah.
One thing I've realized without the book is that nothing in existence is inherently good or inherently bad.
No.
Nothing.
No,
It's
I get
always
that.
okay. So
I get
listen.
that.
So my thing is, just because they bastardized it and they made it look more evil, doesn't mean there's nothing for me to take from it. So I don't throw away anything. Everything that is
Okay.
given to me, I take it and I absorb it and I get the vitamins and the rest goes out the black hole.
Okay. Can I make the point I was trying to make? Because it's not about me and you. Look, you've got 15 viewers right now, and you've got 7 people on your panel, which you admitted last night you've never had anything like that.
Yeah.
Why do you think you've got that?
Resonance.
Positivity.
Yeah.
Hmm.
There's positive and there's negative. There's not good or bad or evil and fucking truth. It's
Yeah.
positive and negative. So now, what I'm saying to you is that what I was trying to say was that it's not about what we think. Us people here right now, we see through that shit. But what I'm saying is that when they preached it through the Bible, the people going to church, and you've got the Bible Belt in America, which is one of the most powerful lobbies on the planet, right? And they're all praising Israel. They're not praising Jesus or the Jesus word or the words that you focused your being, Abadan, on deciphering.
Abadan,
They're just,
explain
just
the Israel. Break down the Israel word.
All right. So is is short for Isis, which means mother.
Ish, Ra, and El.
Okay, Isis is the mother, and the mother is the symbol for all material, not just the earth. It's not just Mother Earth; it's the whole existence, the whole 3D world. That's
Turn it
Isis.
off. Is it
Ra
reduced?
Ra is the thing, is the light that permeates all
Might
existence.
go to the Vatican. I'm
Hang
just
on, boy. Hang
chime
on. Hang
in
on a
there.
second. Hang on a second.
Wait, Bri.
Hang on.
No, I've got to chime in. You might as well go to the Vatican and spam in there. You're wrong, Abadan.
If I may continue, please.
Yeah.
So Ra is the light which permeates all reality. Those two are one. The light and the matter are one. And L is the symbol for light trapped in matter, which is Saturn, or symbolized by Saturn, and all these things. So being alive is being all three, being matter, being light, and joining those two in yourself. That's why Israel is the chosen. It's not about a real country named Israel or people named Jews. It's about the person who could put all these opposites and find them in themselves and unite into one single.
You might as well have the Queen singing England's the new fucking Jerusalem. Silly cow she is.
What's going on, Bray? You were saying all the right things. We were talking about all the same things, and now it sounds like you're completely going the opposite way.
No, I'm not.
No, he's
You're
not.
going the opposite way.
Oh.
How is that?
Well, bring understanding, not
How's that?
insults, dude.
Yeah,
Explain
try.
yourself.
I know he's
Exactly,
not.
the
Yeah,
There's the opposite way. The insult. Sorry, Abadan. I wasn't insulting you.
Okay, I'm listening.
You gotta love this for
I'm listening. Try
yeah,
to
come on,
then
Bryce.
tell me.
Bryce, I don't understand what you said at the start. What was the earth you
Abadan,
said?
I'm not going to explain nothing to you until you're ready. And the only reason I'm not going to explain nothing to you until you're ready, because none of us are doing it. We're all fucking playing the game.
Have you had the bevy, Bright?
Yeah, I have actually.
No, Dave's a
that
Spirits.
Is right, kid. Is right. Yeah, it's all right. You're entitled to a drink, lad. You're entitled to a drink. Just, I think you
Yeah,
misunderstand what Abadan's trying to say.
And
I
bright,
don't-
bright, and I will speak to you when you stop being divided in yourself.
Okay.
He's bipolar. He's got to be divided.
No. I'm not. Stop using that spell, Tazzy.
Oh, you call me
Tazzy.
Tazzy? I love Tazzy. I just love Tazzy, so you can't call me that because that's a compliment.
There you go.
All right, now I'm gonna be crystal
Yeah.
clear. I'm gonna be crystal clear.
Yeah, but what I'm
I'm-
saying is, do you need a book even to tell you any of that? Okay,
No, we don't need
you know what I
books.
mean, to explain. I know, like, people do. Obviously, they have been going and they've been using that to people. They're drawn them in.
Ulick, but you're misunderstanding me, Ulick. This is what I'm saying. The same thing that is within you that you know, it's all around you. So you don't need to look around, but it's actually good to connect all the dots because that makes you firm because now you see it all together. You don't want to have a puzzle and just put one piece and forget about the other pieces.
I think that's what he's saying, isn't it? It's not that he's not saying that he needs a book. He's saying what you're saying. He's just not saying it as succinctly as you are.
Yeah, I think it's just a misunderstanding of lost in communication, lost in translation type of thing, you know? Like we're saying the
Yeah,
same thing with
you know the
different
way
words.
I'd say, you know the way you'd be breaking down a message there. You'd be decoding a message.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to
And
do. I'm
there
not
one
trying to
day I
give
put it in
you. I'm
pictures.
not trying to bash you in the head with the Bible and say believe this only. I'm just telling you.
Yeah,
Look,
but
there's something
I
here
put
too.
that in pictures to you. Yeah, and you asked me what to explain what I meant,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you didn't get what I had. Did you understand what I said to you when I explained it to you then?
No, and that's why I'm saying I think we're in a misunderstanding.
Well, I was telling you what you were telling me this morning. I thought was doubting Thomas and people going and needing, and you were reading that, and I was saying this is what I'm after getting from you, and I put sheep going towards the sun in the field or whatever they eat towards the sun, and I had to explain all to you what I was. But I was saying my message was it doesn't. You're after taking all that time to read that to me. I could have drew that in a few pictures and got. You could have put that in a few pictures and I might have got it. If
Well,
you know what I mean.
you gotta also
Instead of reading out that to me, if you know what I
okay,
mean, you can do it in different
but
ways.
remember this. This is your problem, and I don't want you to take it the wrong way.
Yeah.
You're only focusing on yourself. Like I know this, but the point of life is not just to know for yourself, but it's to share what you know. That is what truth is supposed to be, and free speech. So there's a lot of people that are not like you, and they need books. They need a picture to put things together. So my videos
No,
are
well, I
not for
messaged you just to
everybody.
let you know. I just messaged you to let you know that I was listening, and that's the way I got it. And I sent it back to you in rather than write all of that. What I did have to write out at the end, I just sent it in pictures to you. I thought, and you didn't get it, but I know if I'd have got them pictures, I'd have known. Yeah, straight away. To me, if you know what I mean, that's what I'm saying. It was like I had decoded it that way in pictures, which you were after explaining.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. People learn in different ways. So
Yeah.
sometimes I just speak freely, and sometimes I use a Bible verse. People need different techniques for stuff to make sense to them. So
Yeah, yeah.
don't think because
That's
I
all I
focus
was
on the
doing that morning. I
Bible that
wasn't
I'm
being.
saying
I
it's
did
all
listen
the
to you. I
Bible.
wasn't knocking the Bible. That's what I was saying. I wasn't knocking the Bible. I was just saying I don't need. And a lot of people, like I say, it sounds like someone's preaching to me, and that's the way I get that. You know what I mean? I've nothing against you, but when someone is saying to me and they're reading out of that book, I have that, and you know what I mean? Here we
But
go.
you know that's a
And like
mistake
you've
too, though, right?
and I know what you've said to me. I
Yeah,
know what
that's
you've said to
definitely a
me in
mistake.
that book. In that book, they've added all that shit into that book, right? Into the messages and all that, okay?
Well,
And you're decoding all that, and I appreciate what you're doing. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
Can I ask something? What do you perceive as preaching?
Preaching something that I don't want to do. I know logically someone telling me about that I myself know isn't fucking right, and they're telling me that this is
Well,
right. It's
but,
like what
but what
evidence
if,
says. It's when evidence says to me something there, and he explained it to me in a simple one. And I think it's just something that they've added onto the end of something that makes sense, and then they put it on in the end of it, this little add-on, which doesn't make sense. You know what I
so
mean? They
that's
say, "Why did you do that?"
so that's
I
preaching.
don't. That's the preacher
But we've
is
all had
preaching
people
that
try
out.
to preach to us. We've all had people try to preach to us in our lives, Christians, Muslims. But it's like we always put that wall up because we think someone else is about to do it, but it's not always the case.
Yeah, well,
But
as I
sometimes
say, it's
people are
done that to
trying
me
to.
anyway. It's torn me off completely anyway from that. I'm not saying everything now, but I just don't want to listen to any of it, and that's
Well,
Qurans,
you
Bibles, you
lick.
name
Well,
any of them.
okay. Well, can I listened to Avidan before on Shill's thing before, and you
Mm.
were talking about Avidan. You were talking about how wisdom is imparted and whether you're young or you're old when you gain wisdom. And I've always thought that it doesn't matter if you're young or you're old. You've got to recognize the wisdom inside you, and you could recognize that at 9 years old. You don't have to be ancient to impart wisdom in yourself. Wisdom
Oh,
and
yeah,
preaching
but
go
I'm not
together.
having to go off
Let me
Avidan
finish.
if you,
No. Let
yeah,
me finish, Pete. Let me finish, and then you'd understand that you don't need to say what you're about to say. What I'm trying to say is that what he's trying to impart to you is not preaching. He's given
I
you
know he's
his
not.
in the breakdown that he's envisioned it in what he's observing, and it's not a preaching. He's trying to dissect the words that some of us don't even understand, breaking down the numbers, breaking down the letters within the word, because the word, as we've discussed before, words and swords, you're just moving the snake from one end to the other. That's all you're doing. It's a words or it's a sword.
You killed it with that. That was
One
awesome.
one can defend you, and one can attack. You can attack with one or defend yourself with the other. And this is what he's trying to tell you. He's not trying to force anything into your mind. That's preaching. When somebody tries to force their opinion on you, that's preaching. He's not doing that in any way, shape, or form.
No, I didn't say, that's to say,
Believe it or
Avidan
not,
isn't doing that. Avidan isn't doing that. He hasn't done that to me. He's
Okay.
explained that to me.
Okay, maybe
Yeah.
I misunderstood what you said.
No, and that's what I thought. I told that to Avidan. I had put up my ears to him straight away. Isn't that right?
Yes.
I had built this wall up completely that wasn't for
Now,
myself.
now,
I done this,
now, listen to this.
and I
So,
heard him. I had actually took the time to listen to this man. You know what I mean? And I had
listen to the word preaching. The letter P is an old letter used to symbolize a mouth. So it's the mouth reaching, or the word reaching.
It's a
The
mouth with
only
a
reason
tongue out.
people listen for a second. The only reason most people don't like preaching is because they've used the power of speaking to each other and turned it into a negative. Like, instead of being adults, they just want to smash it into you. You have to do this. You have to believe this. So it causes a negative. It causes like a scar in you, and then you
Indy
start
said it
putting up
earlier.
barricades
Where do they do this? They speak down to you doing this, right? They
everywhere.
look
Yeah.
down on you doing it when they are
But
doing that to you,
you
preaching at
could.
you.
My point is, you could preach in a good way. They're just giving you only the negative picture of the word preach.
Well, when I seen it, when I was in the church, when I was getting preached to, when I seen it, or from a Christian brother or whatever, it was always negative. It was either at a funeral, or it was, and all around was doom and gloom, crucifixes. You know what I mean? Like, what's that all about? Death. That signifies. And like you tell me, I know in the Catholic church that I was brought up in, there was crucifixion all around you, right?
Yeah, but
Very spooky. No, hang on. It's all just playing into the psychology of all that, even.
yeah.
You know what I mean? It's all theatre. So I didn't want any of that. I'd rather be outside playing poker. That's what I done. Seriously, like, it's not. I had a better education outside.
Gambling is part of life,
It wasn't
but you don't
gambling.
want, but
I
you
said I
don't
was
want to
playing
be,
poker. I
you
was
don't want to make
playing.
a.
I was playing poker. I
I'm
didn't say I
giving
was
you a
gambling.
metaphor, my friend.
Yeah, but I said I was playing poker. Gambling. I didn't say anything about gambling.
Well,
The
poker, you
gamble.
mean
The
like the real
gamble was
game?
either going in that door or staying outside. I decided to stay outside. That was the gamble I took, and I think I won.
Every single choice you make is a gamble.
Yeah. Well, if you can make the choice.
Yes, we've gone over this, and I'm not gonna go over it again. If you want to hear it again, just watch my video. But
Oh, well, I know that. That's what I'm saying. I'm not being defensive for it. I'm just saying, like, I'm actually,
well,
I'm not saying.
I actually didn't tell
I
you. I
just think
told.
you jumped on me there when I said I was playing poker. That's all. I wasn't gambling, although I did gamble after, but that wasn't what my mission was.
This is what I told. Murph. Nobody likes to be given choices because you want to make your own choices. But choices have to exist before you so you could actually make them. Everything you do is a choice. Every single thing. While you're talking to me, leaving, going to sleep, going to the bathroom, everything's a choice.
If I'm standing on the edge of a cliff and I choose not to step off it, it's not a gamble, is it?
Yeah, because maybe you need to go down there, or why would you stay at the edge the whole time? There's not enough room
Well,
to be at the
well,
edge the whole time.
well, if I stepped off it, then I wouldn't get to make another choice, would I?
No, but don't stay at the edge because you're leaving yourself so much space. Why you're
No,
leaving
no,
yourself at
no.
the edge?
What I'm saying is, if I'm standing on the edge of a cliff and I decide not to stand off it and just turn around and go off it because I'm safer by turning around, it's not a gamble, is it, to turn around and walk away from the danger?
There will be danger whether you jump off or you don't.
Oh, there will be danger, but not from the same danger I'm not gambling on the danger that stepping off it's going to give me. I might turn around and some cunt with a gun's going to shoot me, but it's a different gamble, isn't it?
Life is about going to the edge of the cliff, looking around, and coming back.
Mm, I like that. I like that, but it wasn't where I was going, but I like it.
You go to the edge just to see where the edge is, and then you step out of the edge.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I didn't go into. I didn't go in. I didn't go in them doors. I was stayed outside. I didn't jump off the cliff. I didn't let myself go.
Even if you jumped up, nothing would have happened, my friend. There's
Can,
there's no real harm at all. That's the point.
can I say something here? See, exposure. There's nobody that ever enters this chat that isn't welcome to come and join us. You can sit there and talk if you want, or you can come and join us and tell us what you mean by the things you're saying. We'd love that,
Of
especially the
course,
people in this group, because we're not fucking stupid. So you come and join us, mate.
Yep, I'm ready to let you in if you want to speak your piece. And one more thing, anybody who comes in the chat and they are disagreeing what we're talking about, even if they're kind of spamming the disagreement, I don't want them to be blocked. The only time I'm blocking people is if it turns to a personal insult.
When you
I
get
don't care.
personal, yeah, is
I don't
right.
care about no disagreements. That's fine. There's no nothing, absolutely nothing wrong with disagreements, but not when you
Yeah,
turn something personal.
Don't
I
block.
put him in timeout because he kept repeating and he was badgering.
Well,
He kept repeating the same
if you could
question. Yeah.
release them, if you have the power to release them from timeout, do it. And if he wants to
Yeah, let
come
him
on,
out. Let
yeah,
him out. Let him in. Let him
Well,
out. Let him in.
that's why I posted the link, and it's only like 300 seconds. So I don't know how that
I can
that
handle a
sets itself.
fucker no matter who he is, I guarantee it.
And another thing, I know it sounds like I'm making rules, but all reality needs some type of order.
Listen, even
But
anarchy has rules.
yeah, exactly.
Anarchy isn't a society without its rules without rulers. Anarchy
Yeah,
is not chaos.
yeah. That's the
Anarchy is absolute harmony. It's
that.
true democracy.
That's what I'm saying. They turn everything upside down.
So let's do it. Let's have true democracy. Bring him in. Let's see what he's got to say.
Yeah. So like, there's gonna be if this is 10 people total. I don't care if there's 10 people here. What I do want is to give each other at least over a minute to get a point across before interrupting each other. If the person goes on 3, 4, 5 minutes and it's not letting anybody talk, then that person will be muted. You both need to
Uh,
give each other time.
what have you got something that takes 5 minutes to say? And it's
Oh,
important.
well, yeah. You trust me. I don't know. But not.
I know what you're saying, buddy. I was only joking. I'm only joking.
Yeah, we're all
I'm not,
adults. We
yeah,
understand, right?
We're only joking with you.
That's it.
We're having a little crack about it, aren't we? We're having a crack, aren't we?
I know. That's one thing I need to work on
Yeah.
myself.
You are, though, Avidan, and I've got to say this, and you said it yourself before, you're a bit too serious sometimes.
Yep.
What's with the whistle? What was that whistling? But you are, and I don't mean any offence to you, mate, but you do kind of, when people make jokes, you kind of go, just listen to what I'm saying, instead of laughing about it. And I'm not picking on you or saying there's anything wrong with that. I like that you're so serious about it because it shows that you've got a passion in what you believe in.
Yeah, but the passion could kill you too. So I'm gonna take your
No,
advice.
it won't. You know the half of them.
Oh yeah, Yeah, it does and it doesn't at the same time. Because
Exactly.
if you're too passionate,
Therefore,
you can't enjoy the other things about life, and you need to be able to
yeah,
be happy in life and also be passionate about something at the same time.
right, lashing back
What
his carries.
can I say to you? Can I say to you, Avidan? To me, you sound like you're a bit preachy. All right, that's just to me. Okay.
I know. I've been told that before, and I'm sorry. I'm
Okay. Well,
trying to work
I
on it.
apologize. I apologize if you're offended by that, but that's all I can. It's not what you're saying. It's just I feel it's a bit.
That's
That's me.
fine, and
Just so don't.
people will feel different things. Some people don't feel like I'm preaching. Some people sound like I'm being direct, and it's all okay. It's all shades
Yeah.
of different colors. So
Okay.
I find what's the word I'm looking for? I find your passion for what you believe in very reassuring to me because I'm the same,
Right.
and I get very aggressive in what I believe in, and I know I do. I've
And
done it
I'm going
before,
to get
especially when I'm at a busy
aggressive
time. Bright,
in the Christ.
Bright, you're doing it again.
That,
Bright, you're
exactly.
doing it again.
I done it
You're
for a
doing it again
reason.
in the middle of me talking about it, and you're doing it again.
Sorry.
Thank
and
you.
hey, he said sorry. So let's
I
go.
know,
Keep
and I
going.
there
said, thank you. so,
you go.
but this is what I'm finding with you, mate. I do find that you do sound to people, and I've seen people saying, "Oh, it's just too much Jesus for me, and it's too much that for me." But I know you're not talking about Jesus. I know you're not talking about religion. You're talking about your belief, your understanding, and you're trying to impart the things that you've studied, that actually studied, and you know what you're talking about. And when people start doubting you, it annoys me when they do that to you, because it
I can
annoys
see.
me when they do it to
Can I
me.
just
Let
say,
me
Muff?
say something.
Muff, sorry, I just want to. Muff, I can see where you were coming from then, and you were defending Avidan there. But I'd had that conversation with him first. You know what I mean? I understand why you were butting in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, yeah, I was like that before. Avidan was talking to in the Grove one night there, and I was in there, and I just thought, what the fuck is Indie Group doing here? You know what I mean? I just thought this is strange, and I
Don't do
because
that.
I'd say,
Don't
and I
do
was
that.
complete. I was,
I'll,
and I did say I had him completely
Don't
wrong,
do
didn't I,
that.
Evident?
I've
I
just
had
said
said
it.
yeah.
there you go.
So like
It's
that,
based on
oh yeah,
assumptions, right?
I think
trouser
yeah.
mouse is
Abigail
back.
means well. I
Trouser
think he
mouse
means
is
well.
back.
Oh shit.
But I had said to him as well, I'm not there to defend you, and I says, you go back again to these people. I've seen you there before. Go back yourself. You don't need anyone to. Is that right, Evident?
Can
Yeah,
I just ask something? Trouser
And
mouse
that's
is
what I
back.
say. He's having here. I might have mentioned your name once or twice since that, but I wasn't preaching or telling it. Go, evidence telling me this and that. You know, I wasn't selling you that. You know what I mean?
Charles Mills.
Right, can I say something? Trouser mouse is back. And listen, trouser mouse, come in and have a chat to us, mate. And I
Get in
guarantee
here,
we're
folk.
not
Yeah.
all going to pick on you.
Yeah,
We're not
let him
all going
be
to jump
there.
on you. Can I finish off what I'm saying here? Trouser mouse, come and join us, right? And we're not
I'd
all going
rather
to jump
someone.
on you.
I'd
No,
rather someone come in
let
and
Oh
him,
my
let
argue
him,
another
fucking
point.
God.
let him word the way I done, P Murph. Let him do what I was doing. Just let him do it.
I
let me,
don't
Whose
reckon he could
trouser
ever
mouse is
do
this?
what
He
you're
don't hear
doing as
you.
Is this
good as
your
you
trouser
can.
mouse?
Words don't hear
Yeah,
you.
Yeah.
yeah.
What's his
Right.
name?
Oh.
Um, what's his name from Rocketeers
Who
News?
gives a fuck? I was trying to say something.
I'm trying to say something.
Well,
Let
you
him
tried to
say
say
what he's
something,
hey,
so
got to
will
hey,
you
say.
hey,
stop a
hey,
pig?
hey,
Don't
hey,
let
hey.
words hear you,
Right.
P.
Right. Take it easy for a sec.
All
Avidin,
right,
what you can share?
Murph and Bright, I both muted you. I don't want no arguing, not like that. And I do have to say this, and especially, and it's to you, Murph, and I want you to hear me. I'm not picking sides, but Bright, I put Bright in here for a while, and he's been quiet for a while, as far as I know. So let him have his say too. Ulick and Murph and me, we've been having quite a minute going back and forth. Let Bryce speak his piece, whether you agree or you don't, and then he will let you also. I've seen that he's noticing when he cuts people off. I see that he's saying sorry, so let's give him a break, okay? I'm gonna mute both of you. I want both of you to talk peacefully.
But simple as that.
All right.
See you later.
Don't pay. Don't.
Bye, Bright.
Don't do it, Murph. Come on. Why you gotta be like
Listen,
that?
I
Hey,
was trying to
hey,
make a
don't.
point and he spoke over me. I'm talking about this
Okay.
Salzamouth cunt.
Okay.
Right, and you're
Sorry.
doing it again, mate.
Sorry.
You're doing it again.
I'll do
You're
it
doing
again,
it. All right,
Skip.
say sorry.
Sorry.
Say sorry once and then shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Yeah? Okay,
Okay.
because all I'm trying to say is, listen, Salzamouth, you want to come in and have a chat. There's nobody in here that's going to pick on you. And now I'm getting annoyed not because of you, but because of other people. So what I'm trying to say is if you want to come in here, you say your piece instead of saying it and writing on the side where you can be a shitbag. Come here and speak to us and let you say your words to us. Nobody's going to jump on your case. If you've got something fucking decent to say, we'll agree with you.
Exactly.
And that's all I was about to say. But I never got to say it. I had to turn into a fucking argument because some people can't shut the fucking mouths.
All right.
Yeah,
All right. But
the mouse is not man enough. He's admitting that in chat. So let's just ignore this dude because it's obvious that
No,
he's not going to
don't
step up.
ignore him. Let's go with the flow with him, and we'll
No, I
find
can
out who
ignore
it is.
him. No, I can
Mickey.
ignore him. I'm not going to waste
Mickey.
my time
Now
responding
you
to the
see.
same thing over and over.
He
See,
says,
like this.
now you see why I wouldn't come on the panel. No, mate, we don't see why you wouldn't come on the panel. You
Exactly.
wouldn't come
See,
on the
it's
panel because you're an absolute yellow cunt. That's
and
what
he's
you
just,
are.
but yet he's still spending his time here listening to us, right? So that's double
And
speak.
we're wasting our
He
time on him,
exposed
aren't we?
himself. Yeah,
And
yeah,
we're wasting our
In
time
the
on him.
groove.
And
yeah.
Bryce,
Let me say this in the groove, please, P. In the
go on, mate.
groove, at least you
Yep.
know it's not me, because that's what I was assuming yesterday's listening to of you two. Is he playing me?
Oh no.
I actually think I know who it is, but I'm not even gonna say it. The
Yeah, it's
way
all good. This is
the way the
nobody.
writing is sounds familiar. The matter of speaking. Hopefully I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I would want to hope I'm wrong.
Let's talk
But
about Gog and Magog.
if this person doesn't like it, then
Don't block him.
Andy, you're so clued up, man. Can we go back to Magog?
yeah. And
I'm not blocking anybody. I'll wait.
well, I might.
Never
Yeah,
block
you do that.
anyone because you find out eventually.
True.
Yep. It's all
So
good.
in the groove, you had something specific about Gog and Magog.
Yeah, I can read you the quote that George W. Bush said about it if you'd like.
Sure.
Okay, let me pull it back up here.
In
And
what
this was
thing did he? Why was
Sorry,
this for
Pay.
the story, Andy? What's the context?
This was during a press conference that he gave. I'm not sure exactly which year, but it would have been around. It was after the Iraq invasion because this is what it was in relation to. Okay.
Right.
Now I'm gonna read you the quote. He said, "Gog and Magog are at work in the Middle East. The biblical prophecies are being fulfilled. This confrontation is willed by God, who wants to use this conflict to erase his people's enemies before a new age begins." Okay. So he
Wow.
made direct reference to that. Now, the elder Bush also made a comment that I'm going to look up to add to that. But if Abidan wants to fill in with some information about Gog and Magog to make it more relevant,
Well,
then
no,
go ahead and do that.
go with the other quote first.
Okay, we'll have to find it here because it's hard to find these things now. You know, it's been
Well, I don't really know.
a
I
little
don't
bit
know.
of
I
time.
don't know. Is the North and the South. North and the South. It's usually also a spiritual term for good and evil. And please bear with me, okay? Don't think good
Uh-huh.
and evil like demons and whatever. I'm talking differently. And it's funny how it says in the Middle East.
Hmm.
The middle is when you stand in between both pillars, and the sun rises in the east. So I think that has something to do with that too. But I wanted to look at the words Gog and Magog and cut up the words and see what are the root words of it.
Okay.
But I find it definitely very crazy how they're admitting that Bible prophecy has to be fulfilled, and that they're like, that was a very bold thing to say.
Yeah, I heard him say it live.
Wow.
I remember him saying that, and I was like, "What the hell is he talking about?" And then he said the biblical prophecies, and of course, everybody already was accusing him of, you know, of taking things biblically as a way to kind of troll the Christian crowd, kind of like what Trump is doing right now. Like, he plays like he's a believer.
Yeah. Well,
So,
they've always done that. The right
right.
is the believers, the left are the atheists. Why? Because right hand is supposed to be good and left hand is supposed to be evil. But you see how they still inverse it too. The left is, I care about you. Let me give you free money. Let me give you free healthcare. Let me do this. And the right is like, you're on your own. So
Oh,
they're playing both opposites. Like,
I got it, dude. I got it's actually on the Skull and Bones Wikipedia page. Because the members of Skull and Bones, they give themselves names,
yeah.
and it's George Bush. His name was Magog. That was the name that he chose for himself, or was given, whatever they do. Yep.
Mm.
And that was the elder
Hayward,
Bush.
Hayward, you're there. You know about
Yeah.
that masonry, do you? Did you watch that masonry thing? Did you see any symbolism there that in that masonry that they do? At that, did they take a name themselves, or are they given a name?
Wait, sorry, you talking to me? Because I got distracted.
Now the E word, I
Keyword.
thought she was there. I think she was doing a bit of research on that masonry, the way they do it. They take names,
What do you mean they take
No,
names?
symbolism.
Julie, I can't remember. Oh yeah, they
Uh,
do. They're like they've got secret handshakes, different handshakes, haven't they?
yeah, well, it was just the way they humiliate the humiliation ceremonies and that the way they do things. But I just saying that they take a name on it in the first. I was just saying, I think the bloke doing it the other night there. Go on ahead. Sorry, Andy.
No, go ahead. I think Abidan's wanted to add something.
Yeah.
What was I saying?
Hmm.
So yeah,
Yeah,
like they're
yeah,
they're
go ahead.
they're playing the left and the right are playing good and evil, but they're really two sides of the same coin. And that goes, I know you guys might not agree with that, but that goes to the reality too. Like everything that's quote unquote evil is just, it's just an illusion of our own selves being manifested.
And it's shit that
Yeah.
you don't believe.
Somebody's got TV on in background.
Yeah, I have.
Uh,
It's my son's watching UFC.
All right.
Sorry. You might hear some sweaty shorts getting ripped off and shit like that while they're all rolling around on the canvas. But you won't hear much of any relevance with these fuckers.
Well, were you trying to ask me a question, Ulick?
no. I thought Indy was going to look for that other.
Oh yeah. Look for it. Um, and one thing, I know I shouldn't pay too much attention to it, but I'm gonna admit it. I am passive aggressive, and I'm happy to be passive aggressive because I don't want to be explosive for every little thing. But don't push my buttons for too long.
Right.
I try to have patience with people, but if you push my buttons, I will be explosive. You're asking for it.
Well said, Abadan.
Thank you.
Who's
And
pushing your
chill,
buttons?
if you want to get on, I'll get you on here, brother.
Who's
Love to
pushing
hear
your
from you.
buttons?
No, I'm just saying in general. It was Mickey Mouse, but in general, I try to, I try to breathe in, breathe out. This person is just being an idiot. Let it go. But yeah, at some point, we all have a breaking point. Don't look for it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
he got a lot more. He got a lot more rope
that's if
than
they're
most
just
people give
denying.
people.
That's just someone trolling you, then, is it not? If they're not trying to learn something. If you think if it was me, that's me just trying to push it to say, I'm not trying to catch it out. I'm trying to get a point. You know what I mean? Oh, I can't get. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I wasn't speaking about you. I'm talking about Mickey Mouse. He's
Yeah.
saying that I'm a passive aggressive idiot. So I'm just letting him know that
Oh,
I'm
you're
yeah, I'm
reading
passive
that? Is that
aggressive.
the same fucking idiot? Are you still actually giving that
Yeah.
thing air? Are you? Oh, bigger
That's why I
fool you.
say we've given him more than enough space, and you see what he's doing with it.
No,
So
but he said something that's true, and I'm saying it. I'm not an idiot, but I am
there you
passive
go.
aggressive, and I'm proud. And
There you go.
sorry if you have a problem with it. So
Yep. Retort, Mickey. Obviously not. There's the link.
all right, no problem, Shill. If he says something true, I'm gonna comment on it. If he's talking garbage, I'm not gonna comment on it. But he said something true. I am
Oh,
passive
that's
aggressive.
fair. Yeah. I didn't think this was. I didn't touch this. He'd gone. I thought he disappeared.
Well, I think he got timed out again, but he was here a little bit earlier.
I didn't do that, so
Or maybe he left, I guess, because I didn't do anything either. So
yeah. Problem
it's
solved.
Abaddon Rev A6 Dan Revolution. I'm not sure what you mean by the question, Shill.
You look.
Oh, I think he's breaking down the name Abadan.
Who's this? Is that the realist? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Hi.
Hi.
Yep.
I just see a purple mushroom, or is it a mushroom? Yeah.
Oh no, it's the sky, but
Oh,
there's two trees
this
in the
looks like
sky.
a mushroom here to me. Yeah.
Does a bit actually. Yeah, I wanted to ask you what you thought the end result or the end, like the plan of what they're doing to us. Where do you think it's going to end up? Or...
You're asking me, or you're asking in
Well,
general?
I'm asking you, Nick.
well,
Okay.
myself personally, I think there'll be some break. There'll be a crack somewhere in their plan. That's all. And other than that, I don't know what they have up their sleeve. But that's the only thing I can think of, being honest with you, because everything is all new.
Do you have any thoughts on what they want from us? Why they're doing all of this?
Well, it's obviously money to take control. There's something going on with China, and that's all I can take it down to as a global.
They want
Money.
our souls. Our souls is what they're after.
They have our souls. They have our soul. They have all that already. It's just
No, they
they want
haven't.
everything controlled. Well, in controlling us, they haven't got total control of us here yet, and they want the money, and it's either total control the way they have it in China, or bring it in this slow way here. They're going to do it here,
They want
but I
to
don't know.
kill.
That's all I can say. It's nothing
They
biblical.
want to,
It's either that or the World War One or the other. That's all I'll say.
they want to
Okay.
kill most of
Or
us.
it's all of it.
They want to keep the population down and get rid of most of us.
And why did he want to do that?
Because that's what it says on Georgia Guidestones. It's their
and
agenda.
and if there gets too many of us, then we reach a critical mass, and they don't exist anymore.
But where is the crack? Where does the crack appear in all the lockstep?
Who
Where's
said
the
that?
what?
Who
Where
said
does
that
the
about the
crack?
critical mass thing? I'm
I
sorry.
said it. Murphy said it.
You are 100% correct. That's what it's about. The more of us, the less they can exist.
Exactly, but where is the crack in their plan?
Where are the what? The
We're being
cracks?
reactionary. We can only be reactionary. We don't know what they're at
No, we
all the time.
can't.
Remember,
We can't only be
they're just
reactionary, mate.
throwing. Well, I know we know the
No.
solution is in the numbers. That's simple. We know that. But how do you make the numbers?
They are reacting to
Oh,
us.
mate. Yeah,
Are they?
exactly, lad. That's exactly what it is. Then we're not reacting to them. They react to us. This is what I'm talking about critical mass. They know that if we get too many, they get too few, and they don't breed outside of their fucking creed, if you want to call it, right? So they don't get that many. And they know that the most of the fucking people that they're producing are absolute retarded fucking inbreds. And they haven't got the wherewithal within them in their future to keep control of us.
They're vulnerable.
And they can't mix with us because if not, they get changed.
Yeah.
Look at dogs. Look at dogs. Look at dogs. Right. Now let's look at dogs, and let's not look at it in the biblical sense where it's reversed and it's God. But look at them. We've got Alsatians, Dalmatians, fucking whatever, Dachshunds, right? And that's how they've divided us, right? Between black and white and yellow and whatever the fuck else they want to call us.
Mhm.
But when you find a mongrel dog, what does everybody that's ever had a mongrel dog say? It's the most loyal dog they've ever had in their lives. Yeah,
True.
Yep, they're strong too. Strong
exactly.
genes.
And what happens when we intermingle, when we mix, when we become an organized in the like
They
mixture of
fucking chip
all of
you.
us,
They chip you and
all of us.
put you. They chipped you and put you in the kennel.
There you go. There you go. And what are they trying
Yeah.
to do right now? You've
They're
just
trying to neuter
nailed
you.
it.
And put us
You've
in the
just
kennel. Yeah.
nailed it.
Yeah.
You just
Yeah.
nailed it on the head. They chip you and stick you in the kennel.
I
And
can
then
tell. I've
neuter
been
you.
saying this.
And
We
then
were
neuter
saying this
you.
only yesterday.
And neuter
Oh,
you,
yeah.
mate. And neuter you in Abadan. Neuter you is exactly what they're trying to do. They've been trying to do it to us for years. Stop us spreading. Stop us breeding.
Yep.
And I'm telling you, we need to be mongrels. We need to be mongrels. We need to mix. We need to intermingle. We need to get together, and we need to.
Oh my God, I've been
Let's
saying
not
this for
give a
fucking
shit
years.
what they say we've got to go and have sex with, because we're all sexual beings, and stick it in whatever you can.
I couldn't help but laugh at that shit.
And I don't mean a bean can, and I don't mean stick it in a bean can.
You gotta
But
stick
look,
it in a pie, bro. Stick it in a pie.
yeah, 4 and 20 blackbirds baked in one of them.
The meaning of life, Monty Python says it all.
Yeah, it does. Always look on the bright side of life.
Anyone else got drones outside?
Hey, Paul, I'm whistling. Life's a piece of shit.
Yep,
When you look
everywhere.
at
And they all have masks on.
Aye. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna
But,
survive, folks. Listen, this is what I say, right? We're gonna fucking survive them. We are not going down. And anybody that's scared of them, right? See, your fear will only help them because it's energy. Abadan will vouch for this. He'll probably explain it me way better than I can. But see the fear that we express, that's energy, and they feed on that shit. They know secrets we don't. And we can only imagine the secrets that they know. But see, when we stand together, if we stand together, they can't possibly win. They cannot possibly win, and they're not gonna win. And do you know what I know? There's only one Mickey cunt in this fucking crowd, and there's 15 of us, so 15 to 1. 15, 17 now. Oh, look at that, Abadan. You've got 17, buddy. You've got 17, mate.
Did
It
Mickey
ain't
get a
nothing
raise?
but a
Did Mickey,
number.
did,
It
did
ain't
Mickey
it
go
ain't
and get
nothing.
many?
It ain't nothing but a number, my friend.
Yeah, it's the
You know
passion
what
in
them
the
fucking
number.
mice
It's
are like?
the passion in the number that's gonna
Minnie
fucking
Mouse.
see us. It's gonna see us through. The passion will see us through, and the passion will be in the numbers. Because the more the numbers, the more the passion.
Hey, Murph, look at the numbers. It's 19 now.
It says 17 on my screen. Maybe I need to refresh.
That was Minnie Mouse. They're breeding. Them rats are breeding.
Have you noticed your likes and dislikes? You've got 12 likes and 11 dislikes. We fucked them, haven't we? We beat them.
And I'm sure those 12 likes come from 12 different accounts.
There you go.
1-0 is the same as 12-11
Mm.
when it comes to
There
football.
you go.
We beat you
Oh,
by
yeah.
I don't
one.
use
We
you.
still fucking won. We still won.
Oh, 15-11. Nice.
Oh, 15. Oh, somebody just heard me
16.
say there was only 12. Go on, 16. Go on,
That was
everybody in this
me.
chat.
That was
Like
me
it.
as usual. Yeah.
Would be you,
I
wouldn't
made it go up to 12.
Check this
That's
out
the
though.
case I fall out with everything. I get fucked out. I don't think I've ever given it this like.
We're not letting
I don't think
Avidan.
I'd give it. I give a like, but I don't think I've ever given. Well, I
Avidan,
did
you've
actually.
joined.
I gave it
You've
to one.
joined. Avidan, you're in a group now, mate, that will not let you fall. And I know this, and
Oh,
I
come
don't
on,
even know
guys.
Avidan. Listen. I want you to understand this. I don't know any of these people. I know one or two of them, but I'm telling you right now, She Bright, I've known him for over a decade, and I guarantee he's never leaving you. He's never leaving you. He's going to be there, support you all the way. And the rest of the people, Landrever and Paul O'Neill and Realist and all of these people, I've only met them recently, but I guarantee they're not leaving you. You've got 17 now. That's how confident I am, and we need to poke that confidence and force ourselves to be that confident. Never believe that we're getting beat and we're not getting beat. It's all about energy, mate.
You know what I noticed?
And you're fucking putting that energy out, and you deserve this back.
You know, everything you're saying, I believe it, but then sometimes I forget. And that when I'm listening to you, it's like you're that little spark of confidence that I'm missing, and I appreciate that. So
I'm the little instigating fucker on your shoulder, aren't I? Going, don't listen to that little bastard with the horns.
Bright is
I'll take
your
him round the corner and
long-haired
beat the
lover
shit.
from Liverpool, and I'll do anything you say. Did you get his haircut yet?
Oh, I love that tune.
Did you get his haircut yet? That's what I'm singing.
Sing that again, lad. Sing that again. I like that.
I'll be your long-haired lover from Liverpool,
Liverpool,
and
and
I'll
I'll
do
do
anything you
anything you
say.
say.
I'll
Be your clown or your
That
puppet
was
or
little
your
Jimmy
April
Osmond sang that,
Fool.
yeah?
Yeah, little Jimmy Osmond. I can whistle that, Paul O'Neill.
1972.
Is that when that was? Oh my God, I'm an old bastard.
Wow.
hey, in the group, did you ever find the other thing from George Bush Jr.?
Yeah, it was the George H.W., the elder Bush, the one that's dead already. That
Yeah.
his name in the Skull and Bones Club, because they all have different alternate names. His name was Magog.
Oh.
So when George W., when the son made that comment about Gog and Magog are at work in the Middle East, there you go.
Yeah.
So he knew what he was saying.
So who's Gog then?
God
Well,
was
we
the
need-
little fucking Jezbus that didn't have a fucking clue and had
We
to
need to
be
figure that out.
waited. Had to leave him till 9/11 for Gog to have his place.
Mhm.
That's
Well, it's
Jez.
all lockstep, isn't it? So who's giving the last speech about Israel? Isn't being Trump been moving talking about moving is the temple or something, doing something there in Jerusalem and all this?
Yeah, they're building some type of temple, and I've been told that there are like billboards with Trump's picture all around Israel. Like that
Yeah,
they.
then Avidan,
Mhm.
can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Because you're the man for deciphering the shit, and you are for me anyway. We in the Bible it says in the end times we're gonna hear the trumpets.
Yeah.
You're gonna hear the trumpets. What do you make of that cunt being called Trump?
Oh yeah, that's their way of telling us secretly.
Is anybody getting onto this?
Now what I'm wondering is how the hell does the fly land on Pence? Like, is there a way that they're controlling the fly? Is it a fake robotic fly, or is it just coincidence? Like, because that stupid fly thing has happened a couple times.
Well, what
Yeah, it
does the
happened.
fly? What's the fly's function?
Yeah, I know what
No,
it means symbolically, but I
what?
mean, can they manipulate that, or is that like divine intervention or something?
No, what I mean is what specifically, what in actuality is a fly's function?
See?
Reproduce.
No, it's
Well, it's supposed.
it's to
Well,
decompose.
to me,
It's to
because I said, yeah,
decompose.
you decompose and you come back as a fly of Galavi inside. I said to a friend of mine there the other day, I hadn't seen her in a few days, and I says, well, if you'd have come in and there'd have been a load of blue bottles in here, I hope you'd have let them out. That was me.
Well, and symbolically, the fly is said to be associated with the fallen angel Beelzebub.
Jackie.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah,
didn't know
the
that.
Lord of the Flies.
hmm
Okay. And now I'm linking shit together because the Lord of the Flies are, you know what, one of my favourite books again. But
Mhm.
symbolically, I like that. I like that in the group. That fits in
Some-
my big picture.
Yeah,
That
this is some
fits.
newer stuff that I've been taking in the last few days. I've kind of been figuring a little bit, getting a little bit of this information. So it's still new to me, but that was the first thing that led me to start looking was the Beelzebub. And I said, let me look into this thing. And when I did, it was talking about the flies. And it was showing how it landed on Obama, Pence, Hillary. They've
Hang
had
on.
where they were standing in a podium on live TV and the flies was up on them.
Yeah.
None
Hang
of
on.
us.
Can I just
all
ask?
over him.
Can I just ask
And-
a question here, Brian?
Yeah.
Sorry, go on. Sorry, in the group.
Well,
You
one more
crack on,
thing I
mate.
wanted to throw in.
Yeah, throw on.
The Psycho movie. Remember that? Norman
Yeah.
Bates.
Norman Bates.
Well, there's a scene in there where he's sitting there and a fly lands on his hand and he's having a conversation in his head. And when the fly lands on his hand, he doesn't swat it away. And he's saying in his head, like somebody's saying, like his mother talking about Norman, saying that, no, he's a good boy. He wouldn't even hurt a fly. And so he looks down at the fly and he gives this sly little smile.
Where did
And
that
that's the
phrase
scene.
come from?
Wouldn't hurt a fly. I don't know, but it's a good question, right?
Finish that. Finish it.
Well, at the end of the scene, I think it's the end of the movie, is when you see Norman Bates' face, you see his mother's face kind of fade together, like his mother, like because she's talking in his head as he's sitting there in the scene. So that's kind of what the whole movie's about his mom speaking in his head, and that's why he keeps killing people because she's telling him. Uh-huh. Yep.
So what was the question, Murph?
Oh, do you know what? I forgot now.
We asked about what the fly represented.
I was gonna ask Bright a question about Tazzy and Jackie. Why are you talking about these two people that are not here?
Yeah.
And I don't mean to detract from the conversation we're having. I just want to ask you, Bright, why are you talking about Tazzy and Jackie?
I'll be back in a second.
I'm just
you guys
gonna get
talk.
fucking annoyed again.
I'll be back. You guys talk about that. I'll be back, and please be civil. I'll be back.
Yeah, and I want to make a comment about the fly. Keith Martin has made a comment, which I was going to mention also, and I forgot, but he says it was a hologram fly. He thinks it's fake. And I was going to throw that in, that it could be, they could have CGI'd that in on purpose, because you can't trust anything we see on TV anymore.
No, of course not.
So,
of course
yeah.
not.
But it's still symbolic. Even if it's fake, they did it on purpose for a reason. So it could be just to trigger people, but not many people picked up on it. So
okay, see, in that vein that you're talking about, Bright. Sorry, realist. Realist, are you still there?
I think she is. She's probably tending something.
Well, she told me about something today, and it really fits in with what you're saying. So when she comes back, I'm going to ask her to explain it to you because she was in a movie when she was at school where she said they all had to sit there and look at this white screen and watch this movie. It was called Sex and Chocolate, apparently, by some fat bastard that was married to Lenny Henry. And I don't want to mention her name because I can't stand the cunt. But is that you?
It's me.
Is that you, dealer? Okay, can you
running
explain it?
around here.
Can you explain? Can you explain to the people what you explained to me today? Because this was fascinating.
Yeah, I just found basically I was in a movie like as a child in a school. I wasn't acting or anything. I was just in the background. But yeah, we just all had to sit down in one scene. Sit down. Sorry, 1 minute.
Go on, she's gone quiet now.
Ah.
I think Reela's muted because the baby just kicked off. But anyway,
yeah. So basically, we had to look at a white screen while this sailor song played in the background, if that makes sense. And there was nothing on the TV, but everyone was just like warped. It was just a white screen. It was really weird. So yeah, it's something that came to my mind.
Yeah, and really, that's how they make movies nowadays, and how they do the evening news. It's all green screen. If you look, they're sitting in front of fake backgrounds. Yeah.
Yeah. But there was a friend of mine actually, Sean Connery. He done a diving scene for him. I remember you saying his father done a diving scene. I don't know what film it was, but it was just diving into the water just. And I said, "What the fuck? He couldn't even do that himself. He couldn't even dive into the water himself." You know what I mean? That's how fucking useless these fuckers are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Be for James Bond or something, wouldn't it? Be for James Bond film.
Yeah, James Bond. Listen, it's all what she was saying is, and because I asked her. So in the movie, when you actually watch the movie, did you get to see that screen? And in the movie, you didn't get to see that screen. You just seen like the back of the kids' heads looking at something, and you had a sound playing in the background as if they were looking at a movie.
Yeah.
What?
And it wasn't. Well, yeah, that time we go on and work that out. But anyway, so it was
says you can't.
Sorry, mate, go ahead.
Go ahead, Bright.
Right.
Was that Bright? Was that you, Bright, that was about to say something?
They can't, as you can't. And you're not going to work it out, Paul.
No, I'm not. I don't know if I'm not going to work it out.
I know that.
I think I might work it out.
That's why I'm wanting to meet you.
Yeah, listen, I'm going to come and see it. Look, I tried to come and meet you last week. I told you I'm coming to yours, and you put me off, and you said you were nervous. So let's address this little thing. I'll come and see you whenever you decide you want me to come and meet you. And I'll hop in the car. You're 15 minutes away from me, mate. I'll come and see you. I'll bring you to mine. I'll sit you down next to me on the computer, and we'll do a live stream together. And you will shut up when I talk, and I will shut up when you talk. Yeah, if you're standing next to me, it's probably the only way I can control you. And Mickey will say, "You're a control freak, little mouse trouser."
That's mum and dad. When we were getting told to shut up.
I've got. See you, mate. You've been around.
Lisa, you didn't show them the child's talking. You're not saying shut up.
No.
Hang on, who's the child in this, you or me?
Exactly. It's how it works, P.
So who's the child then, you or me? Lad, You know, no
Somebody's
matter what I
pissed.
say, no matter what I say, I fucking love you, lad. I love you, kid. I love you, lad.
You
And I
don't,
swear that from my
You're
heart.
going to look. You're
Nah,
going
listen.
to, because I'm going to show you something you didn't know, and you go, wow.
Yeah, I will. I'll get annoyed at you. It doesn't mean I don't love you. I get annoyed at me kids. I want to smack his fucking head in sometimes.
Exactly. And when you get to know what I know, and you pass it on to your little ones, P,
He's not
that's
little. He's
where
bigger
your
than
soul
me.
hasn't gone. Because you're going to pass it on to them.
All right, Dad. I'm gonna let you win now.
Yeah. You think that it's not like
Oh, let's bring Mickey Mouse back.
Where is he?
Oh shit.
Trouser mouse. Trouser mouse.
Trouser mouse.
You can never be a scouse. We will come in
But
to
come
your
here,
house.
listen, Ben. Do you think that is someone English? Is this troll English or American? Is this troll English or American?
Definitely North American. Because the name he mentioned earlier, I believe the dude's from Canada. So he could be Canadian, he could be American, but whatever. What's that matter, right?
Canadians
No, I
have
don't.
got to do integrate. If it is from the, make sure you correct them, because Canadians have got to do their job.
There you go.
Do what they've got to do. They were the ones to stop them. So don't be blaming the Canadians. They've got to stop them.
I've said this before.
They're the ones to stop them. Not the Americans. What PMA standing up to. The Canadians stop them. You've got to hold the two of them. So you believe, i.e., the rules, i.e.,
Canada and Mexico.
Yeah,
to gang
Canada.
together and
Make
fuck
sure
America.
you do your job.
And we need the Americans to stand on their side.
Yeah,
Stop being fucking patriots.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Mouse is English. He's English.
Sorry.
Mouse, Indy.
Oh,
What was
okay.
that he read?
Oh, is he?
He's English,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
I'm waiting
do you
for
know
the.
that?
Because
I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for that trumpet for that alarm, and I'm ready to go.
Okay,
Trust
so
me. I ain't just gonna be talking here.
Because he comments on Crossman's video and Brian Harvey's video.
Oh, right. Okay.
Okay.
Cross.
That's where he's seen me. That's why he's put on Indy's video, funny meeting you here, or something like that. He put, didn't he, Indy?
Yeah,
Well,
he did. He said that on Shill's video before. Was it Shill's video before? No, it wasn't Shill's. It was on AIDS case docs. He went, fancy meeting you here, and you never replied to him.
Yeah, because he said the same comment. He's putting the same comments on everybody's videos.
Yeah.
So think how
Yeah, I do that. I do that. In the groove, I put that to make sure they see it. So I'll stick up for him. I don't know who he is, but I'll stick up for what you just said. I do the same.
Yeah, but are you repeating the same comments that have no substance?
Nah, he's not.
Exactly.
No.
That's
I don't
the
think he
difference.
knows what he's saying, to be honest.
Shut up.
I think he's gone. Lad, you've had too many cans, you little cunt.
That's got nothing to do with what I do.
I'm gonna come and take
Full
your
of piss
cans
and
off
vinegar.
you, lad. I'm coming to take your cans off you.
That's got nothing to do with what you're saying.
Hasn't it?
Got everything to do with it, right?
Sorry,
yeah, we'll just agree to disagree on that, right? We'll agree to disagree on that.
Yeah.
And like I said, if the dude, I've shot links at him all day. And I made a video. Me and him could have a little private stream, and you see where his little line is. He doesn't want to step up and be a man or be a woman, whatever he is. And so I'm going to judge him based on that. He can post his same comments on every video, but hey, Bright, you jumped up here, right? You jumped up, so hey, fair play. I'll give you that.
Hey, what if he's not a man or a woman?
He's a rodent.
There you go.
What if he's neither? What if he's one of them non-binary fucking mongs that they keep telling us about? Hey, and you've got to try and find the weapon. And then
Whatever
go,
floats his boat.
or
their boat.
Or fucking
Yeah,
no.
When he comes back, we'll have to ask what pronouns he prefers.
Yeah.
He's supposedly he said, "I'm a woman, idiot." So.
Okay. Hey, maybe we can work this thing out. It's just maybe we just got off on the wrong foot.
Finally, he's finally admitted something to himself. Then
there you go. Boom.
Now I'm going to the toilet again.
Good luck.
With the religion, though, I think you either know or you don't know. It's inside you, or it's not. That God exists.
Right.
That's my
you can only feel it. That's the only way you really know.
Definitely. And you carry that feeling inside you all your life.
Yep. That's one thing I've noticed for real. Like, most they carry it from birth. It's not really about being taught.
African,
Yes.
can I say something to you?
Yes, go ahead.
2 in the groove. He's just said something that resonates with me. You're not gonna do it. What is my mind doing?
Is that to me? I'm confused.
If you realize it,
I think so.
and go back through it all, what is Robert doing? Oh, what is the mind doing? Oh, what is he's not going to do that, but we are going to do it.
I got you. Okay. We?
Who's
we?
Well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that way?
Okay, so you're talking about people on panel. I'm not following what your point is. You said we're not. I told him he's not going to come up here.
You can't. You can't integrate. You can't. Yeah, you can't. Sorry.
I have a question.
Okay.
And I've got a suggestion.
Is the realist? I just. Can you answer why did you ask me that question and no one else yet?
Why did I ask you that question? Because I feel like a lot of the end times have a lot to do with that book that you don't like.
Right.
I've got a suggestion. Can I?
I know as well. Can I just say, actually, I don't think about the end times, and I don't let that worry me. That's inevitable.
Obviously not.
It should never worry you.
Yeah.
No, that's what I mean. I don't give it much thought. If it's something that happens, it happens. You know what I mean? I don't let it frighten me.
Don't be asked.
You know what I mean? But that's what it's all.
You can look at it without it frightening you, though. Or maybe you can't. I don't know.
You got to be asked.
You got what?
Sorry?
What did you say, Bright?
You got to be asked.
You got to be asked.
Yeah.
You're going to be asked.
You're going to be asked. Judgment, yeah?
And you're going to be asked by P. Because I told you. Didn't I?
Me?
Yes, you.
Okay.
What's that mean? What does that mean?
You'll work it out, P, eventually.
No, tell me, lad. Be straight. Just say what you
No,
mean and mean
no,
what you say.
because
Never
she.
mind
No,
leaving it to me to
no,
work it out, lad.
no,
It's all right. I
P,
like
I
cryptics.
won't because she doesn't want me to be.
I've got a suggestion. We all need to meet up in the same fucking room with Paul O'Neill and Suzanne and everybody else, and we all need to and stop this fucking talking over the top of each other and making innuendos and just address each other and realise we are all the same. And let's not. Well, that's what there you
We
go.
all
There's
get
what I'm trying to say.
ourselves like.
I've got my suggestion.
Aberdeen, don't we? It's fucking daft.
Hey, right, can I ask you what you drink when you're drinking your cans?
What's the point?
It's not Carlin, is it? It's San Miguel or fucking.
It's Carlin, it is.
You're only drinking Carlin. How many of them are you drinking, mate?
Not many.
Not many.
Depends on whether you eat or not.
Thanks, right, yes, thanks.
I'm
having to go with her, and she's having that go. But that's how it works, Lisa. Thank you.
I love him, you know. I fucking love you. Hey, Bright, I fucking love you, lad. And I know I've argued with you, but it doesn't take away from how much I love you, lad. It doesn't. Because I do. Like I said, you've been around me for, what, 10 years? And you've always been there backing me up, lad, and I love it. I do, I love it. You're a good man. You're a good man. Sometimes when we're talking, what you do, right, is that somebody will start saying something, you jump in with something you've got to say, and you don't like the rest of us. They go ahead, sorry, mate, carry on. You just carry on, and what you do is you drown out when we're on a speaker. If you're talking and somebody else is trying to say something, you drown them out, and we don't hear what anybody's saying. We don't hear you, and we don't hear them. And you keep doing it. And this is what gets to me about it. So if I can get you in a room with me, and I'm coming to get you in a fucking room with me, I'm guaranteeing I'm going to do that, because you're only 15 minutes away from me. And me and you are going to have a real conversation on the internet with people. Because you've got shit to say, you've got shit you need to say, lad. And I know that people need to hear what you've got to say. It's just that you keep interrupting everybody and speaking over the top of everybody. We're all guilty of it as well. We're all guilty of it. Sorry, you just did it as well, Reelis. I'm just being facetious. Now go on, carry on.
I was just saying Bright's not been too bad in this second chat.
He's not bad at all. He's lovely. He's fucking lovely.
Can I say something?
No, you can't say fuck all. You go away. This is our chat now.
Hey, I can and I will. All right.
Go ahead,
Aberdeen.
Mouse balls.
Aberdeen.
I'm gonna mute.
Am I gonna talk or am I gonna mute everybody? All right. So I was gonna say I'm very glad to hear what you said, Murph, because you and Bright get into some arguments that I'm not gonna say worry is the right word, but I don't like it. I don't like when I see you guys get like that, because I like both of you, and I think both of you have a lot of things to share, and I don't like it when it happens. So I'm glad you cleared the air and that you love him, and that's great.
Oh, I love him, mate. I love him, right? He's been around.
Just a couple men having a go.
Yeah, I've been part of other people's chats for a long time. on this internet. And she bright, he's always been there. And he's always backed me up, and he's always been there. Glad lad, you fucking tell. And I appreciate this kid. I appreciate this man. I've never met him. I know he's got his problems, and he doesn't want. He gets afraid of people coming to meet him. But I've got nothing, absolutely nothing but love for this fella. And Bright, as much as I've argued with you, as much as I've told you off, I still love you, lad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, listen, you. Shut your mouth.
Yeah, loose, yeah.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. If you can't say nothing coherent, don't fucking say nothing at all.
That was the baby, by the way.
I know
That
it was. I was just
Yeah,
joking.
we know that.
All right. I want to
I've
say
met
something
her.
real quick. So I know it's supposed to be in private chat, but I'm gonna bring it up. There's two young ladies here that want to have a go at it too, like the men, I guess.
One young lady.
So, well, young, old, don't matter. You're still young to me. So, if you guys want to have a go at it, just like the men have, and speak out and get your feelings out,
Thanks, Averden.
go ahead right now. It's your turn. Talk about it and come to an agreement or agree to disagree.
Right, what's this about?
Who's the young ladies?
Me?
Just leave it, let them come.
You're
let
a
'em
young
have it.
lady?
Y'all have the floor.
Okay, you got the floor. Go ahead.
E-Word is asking when are we meeting up? She wants to meet me.
We did meet
We've
you.
talked about it for a few months
said-
now.
We'll arrange something. I've not been
Yeah.
speaking to you for a few months, love. All right?
Yeah,
Hold
but
on.
I said
Hold
we'll arrange
on.
something.
about 3 months.
Right.
You've been saying this for months. I said stop making things up because I haven't been saying that for months. She said, and
You
I said
are.
send it in the group chat, but she wants me to do
Definitely
it.
have done. I've not dreamt it.
Right, what's your beef?
Oh, hang on. Have we
I
just
do.
opened the
I've got no
door
beef.
for two girls to have an argument and have a dance chat? Is that what we've just done?
So what? They have the equal rights. What's the problem?
Yeah.
Not to have a fight on a fucking live chat.
No,
not having a fight.
the fight.
I
They're
think
having a talk.
I think E-Word needs to say her piece. She needs to say what she feels. Get it off your chest, love. Get it out in the open. We all want to hear what you have to say. Simple.
When do you want to meet up? Because you've been suggesting this for months.
I have not been suggesting
it?
anything for months. I don't even know you.
You have. I don't know you either, but you wanted to email me and meet me about.
If anyone
3
else
months
sees in the
ago.
private chat, she is asking me, as she always does, when we can meet up.
You suggested it first. So
Well,
what's
how
wrong with
about-
asking when the date is?
No,
How
hurry.
about-
All right,
How about
then,
you
all
just
right, then,
meet up?
hang on a
How about you
minute,
just
hang on
meet
a
up and
minute,
stop
hang on.
talking about it?
Listen, love. You have suggested all of this.
Abidan,
This is
look what
doing.
you've done.
Okay,
No.
this is your doing. Yeah.
No, I'm afraid not. You suggested it first.
You
and
decided
I
that day
asking,
in
when's
PMO's chat.
the date? When's the
You were
date?
hearing voices or
Let's set
reading
a date now
voices.
then. Let's set
You
a
were
date
reading
now.
voices or hearing
Let's
I-
set a
voices.
date now then.
You believe people are
Let's
talking
set a
about you.
date
And I
now.
can't. Do you really
Shall
think
we
you're
set
that
a date then?
important? Do you really think
Bloody
you're that
hell.
important?
Can
So when
either
people
one
are
of
having
you hear
like
each
a
other?
broken
in
record.
live
Hey,
chat,
shut
so
up.
we're going to be
All
talking
right,
about
all right,
you.
all right. Stop.
And
Nobody wants to talk about you.
and Alicia,
Go to another
E-word,
What?
Alicia, end this, right? Because nobody here can hear anything you're saying. You're both speaking
Exactly.
over the top of each
Because
other.
he used to.
Really
Right,
wants to meet
right,
up.
right.
She's been
We're
suggesting
trying
this
to
meet up
address.
for months, so I'm wondering what the date is.
How do I
Listen.
She's got in
communicate with
mind.
you?
Because she's got kids, I haven't.
Please
So
tell me how I
I'm
communicate with
leaving
you
it
because I'm in the live chats
to
and
her
nobody
to
seems
set
to
the
say that
date.
to you.
And she's
Nobody-
talking over me again.
Hang on, girls.
Dear, oh
Girls.
dear, oh
You're
dear.
talking over each other. Can I just say what I can make
exactly.
of this? A-word.
Yeah,
You're saying to the realist that it was her idea is made up.
yeah,
And
about
is
3
that
months.
what it, about three? Yeah, but you're saying it was her idea, and I think
Yeah.
she's saying no. I think it's all your idea.
Oh, can I
So-
say something then?
Is that
Can
no?
I-
Well,
can
just
I
get
say
that.
something?
Just
She
clarify that
wanted to
first.
meet me because when she found out that I live near her, she wanted to
No,
meet me.
but did you suggest that you? Who suggested that you meet first? That's all I can. That's all I. There's no point in going further. That's the first.
She's got a real
I don't know.
problem with
It's.
me. I don't know what it is.
I don't know.
Hang on.
I don't know
Yeah,
what the two
then
is around.
let me
But
say
just
this.
I
Let
think.
me,
Quite right as
Yeah.
well.
I'm just going to sit back
It
and
doesn't
listen.
matter. But it doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. These are two. There's two women there, and I don't. I just find. What was that about?
I
If
find it
you haven't met,
hilarious.
it's a bit
all right.
crazy, isn't
Okay.
it? But
Can I-
if there's a motive in it, I don't know.
Listen, I've
I
tried to
spent
say
the day.
I've tried to say my piece. I'm not saying anything
Mm.
else. I'm cool as a cucumber. Let her go for it.
Yeah, yeah.
Let her lie. Believe it. Don't believe
Okay,
it.
okay,
Don't give a
All
shit.
right,
Yeah,
Alicia.
I'm-
Alicia.
Okay.
Alicia,
Yeah,
be quiet now.
Let me
Lisa,
say
can I just say, am I right there? Did I ask the right question there?
Oh,
For you?
Go on, say that again, Yulik. Which question was it?
No, well, I'm asking the realist here now.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
just
okay.
saying, did I ask the right question there,
Sorry.
or did I ask the wrong question? Am I right or wrong there?
I doubt she heard it
Why is that?
because everybody was speaking over the top of everybody, and I
Okay,
didn't
well,
hear it.
I just wanted to make a bit of sense of it. That's all.
Yeah, I'm
Let
happy
me-
for you
because-
to ask me a question. I'm listening.
Sorry, did I ask the right question there?
I didn't
Because-
even hear the question, if I'm going to be honest.
Sorry. I asked the E word. Was I right in hearing that you were arguing over who asked who to meet each other first?
Please
And
check
it just
the
went
private
on.
chat.
Hang
Please
on,
check
E word.
that.
I'm talking to
E-word,
the
listen.
realist here.
Please check the private chat. I've not asked her anything.
E-word, listen.
I'm sorry. I'm not arguing.
Abadan.
I'm not
I'm
arguing.
Abadan.
I
Yeah,
am.
yeah.
Can you hear?
I am not arguing with it. I'm not arguing with it.
Okay, I muted you
Yeah, that's
guys.
fair enough.
Frank Sheila.
Can you hear me? I said I'm not arguing with it. Check the private chat.
I'm muting everybody for a second. Let's relax. I'm gonna let Yulik ask me something that he wants to ask me, and then if you let me, I want to address the issue at hand. Please let Yulik ask me the question, then I'll say something, and then you guys can continue talking. I'm gonna unmute you guys. If you're mad because I muted you guys, I'm sorry, but it's getting too hectic. So hold on. Okay, what were you saying, Yulik?
Abadan, do you want us to all go? Or are you going to listen to us and tell us bullshit? What you doing?
Where's Maeve gone?
You might have got dropped out. I posted
It
a link.
doesn't
You can come
matter
back.
where anyone's gone. Say what you need to say.
Okay, so wasn't Yulik asking me a question? If not, I'll skip over it. Okay.
Oh Jesus, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm trying to read
so,
here.
So
Trying to
this
look for my
thing,
glasses,
somebody
for
had
goodness
to first, and somebody hasn't done their word to meet. This is the thing.
Yeah, sorry,
if-
Abner.
if-
You
if-
done it. You
Right. Let me finish.
Abadan.
Let me finish. Right.
Right. Sorry.
Sorry.
Can I just say, I just wanted to, I heard nothing what the two girls were saying, only what the first statement was, and then the two
Exactly.
girls started
Thank
back
you,
and forth with each other.
All right. This is getting out of control,
go
and
somewhere.
if you all end up leaving right now, I don't care. But that's it. So number one, you guys are fighting over something
Number
that's
one, you Abadan.
God.
that's enough. So you guys are arguing about meeting up, which meeting up is a good thing. And you're arguing about who said it and who didn't do it and whatever. So if you guys still want to meet up, and if you don't, then don't, and just stop the bickering about who said first and who didn't keep their word or whatever. Either you meet up and you make amends and you do what you were supposed to do when you met up, or just don't meet up and let it go.
Do you see them soulless beings we were speaking about? This is what I'm talking about. And I don't care what anyone thinks. Okay? It's manipulation and I don't like it.
I don't
I'm
think
going.
anybody
Well,
I'm
you-
going to
else
be
knows
my
what you
mic
think.
now. Okay.
we should
I don't
be
like
adults.
vampires. I need my energy. Okay.
You have plenty of energy. It'll never end.
We should be able to talk this out, right? Meeting up and doing whatever you want to do when you meet up. That's like that should be a last resort. You should be able to talk it out, and if you can't talk it out, then y'all could agree to not talk
Disagree.
or meet up, right? So
I mean,
Yeah.
Well,
he
can
is
I
claiming
can I just can I
into
just add to that?
And hold
I
on one second, Yulik, because I also have to handle something personal now. So I muted you while you're the only person that can make sense because you're there. I won't do that again. Well, first of all, I muted everybody. You're not gonna be special. Everybody was talking over everybody. And I don't like the way you're saying you won't do that again. So drop down the ego a little bit. I care about you, but don't go all ego on me because I don't take that from nobody. If you want to come back on, you come back on. Go ahead, Yulik. Yulik.
yeah, I'm just saying that I have had a conversation with the two girls, them two ladies that we're talking about, and I just myself personally, I just think it's strange that the two is just seen as now just like that. And I've had yesterday I spent chat in a chat yesterday with A Word, and great day, and like yourself, realist, two lovely women, and you know I just find that the two is it's I don't know, it's obviously something else, but like you know what I mean.
Jealousy eats away at people, and this is what you're seeing. This is what you're seeing. Okay. That's all.
Well, I'm
That's all it
jealous.
is. It's nothing big.
I'm jealous now. All right.
Yeah. But you said it yourself earlier.
Come on,
You
keep
said it
coming
yourself.
out, Rian.
All right,
Saying it.
ladies.
Well,
Give yourself away.
I put you guys here so you could talk and work it out like Murph and Bright does, even if you don't agree. But if you're just gonna keep going back and forth, then please just don't. Either agree to disagree and move on, or
It's
make
like
amends.
a comedy show for me.
Can
Oh,
you just leave me alone? Just leave me alone. Yeah.
I've
Don't
not
talk
even
to me.
spoke to you.
Don't. You just
Can
talk
you
to me in
leave me
private
alone
chat.
in chat then
You
as
talk
well?
to me in private chat.
Can
Look how
you,
long we've been in
can
the
you
live,
leave
and
me
I've not said
alone
anything to
in
you.
chat? You can't. You're
I
obsessed
don't
with
wish to
me.
speak to you in private.
For 3
Can
months,
you guys have a
you've
look at
been
the
taking
private chat,
shots at
please?
me.
Don't have a look
For
at
the
the
last
private
3
chat.
months.
Who's talking to who?
You have been taking digs at me
You've
in
done this
private
before and
chat
it worked
for
on
the last
someone
3
else.
months.
It will not work on me. Just leave me alone. Seriously, you're harassing
Well,
me.
can you stop
You
harassing
are
me as
harassing
well?
me.
all right.
You are.
Stop each other, please. Stop, please.
Evil.
Somebody start off a topic and something else and move on, and let's find something else we could get together in.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
I'm
thanks.
good.
let's figure out what GOG is.
Yeah, okay. Do me well if you want to do it. Cut up the word in different ways and find the meaning. I'm gonna take a cigarette break. I'll be back.
That's a hard question. What is
I'm
God?
gonna look up. I'm gonna look up. Instead of breaking it down, I'm gonna see what the face value meaning of is and go from there. Let's see.
I think they've gone on their own stream now on Mirth. Probably to start talking about me.
Well, GOG is a popular name for software and video games. I see that. They've used the
Say that
name
again.
GOG. GOG is a name that they use for software and video games.
Wow.
Right.
And so I'm trying to filter through all that and see
Yeah, Silicon Valley, yeah. Straight away.
what GOG definition. Ah, here we go. It's a biblical term. Gog is a chief prince of, I'm guessing it's Meshech, Meshech, and Tubal, Tubal, who came from Magog. And it's from Ezekiel chapters 38 and 39. Okay. So we can start there. So Gog is a prince, came from Magog. So
I think he's a bit more than a prince, though, isn't he? He's the creator of everything.
no, this is GOG.
For them video games.
Yes. And for this biblical term of the prince, it's GOG.
Yeah.
So let's see. Gog. Strict definition of Magog. Because obviously it means something for them to take the name for themselves. And okay, so Magog is somebody named Japheth, Japheth. It's his son. It's the second of seven sons mentioned in the table of nations in Genesis 10. While the origin of the term is unclear, it may have referred to Lydia in what is now Turkey. Its use in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 38, has led to it being associated with apocalyptic traditions.
Yeah.
So that's Magog again. His grandparent was Noah.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the Ark, isn't it?
Yes, we'd have to.
Isn't it the Ark? Noah's Ark. Is that where that is? That
Same Noah, yeah.
Isn't that in Turkey? Well, isn't that where it's meant to be found? Where it was found there in Turkey?
I wouldn't know that, but possibly, right?
I think so. I think on Mount Ararat. I think it is. I think that's where.
You know what? That Ararat that you just mentioned, that's the name that is on the Shriners hats that President Truman and a lot of those old Hollywood stars, they have the Shriners hat that has the sitar, which is that curved sword, and the word Ararat is underneath it. So it's definitely tied into Freemasonry.
Well, I'm not too sure, but there was your man Ararat. Wasn't he a leader of them? Wasn't he a leader there of some? No, out there in the Lebanon and the Palestinian leader, wasn't he Ararat?
I think it's Arafat.
Wasn't he the one there? Arafat. Ararat.
Yasser Arafat. Yeah, it's very close.
Yeah, but then there was Mount Ararat. Yeah. Funny. No, just to make sure that you're the right word, yeah.
Yeah. So Ararat could be a reference to the Ark, right? Either Noah's Ark, or could it have something to do with the Ark of the Covenant? I don't know, because they could have twisted that all up. Because I'm interested about the Ark of the Covenant. And I think Philip has said, like, what's inside the Ark? You know, because the Indiana Jones movies, they had that in there. And when they opened it up, it melted off the face of the Nazis that were looking into it. But Philip said, I think he was referring to it as it could be monoatomic gold on the inside, which is tied into some other information I found that drinking monoatomic gold, and I believe it's white gold in particular, is like an elixir for longevity. And so we know in the Bible they talked about how, you know, the early people in the Bible, they said that they, you know, lived like 900 years old and stuff. So,
well, is that the Nephilim were doing that? Was it them or the Anuki? Wasn't that what they were at, mining all the gold down off South Africa? Them cauldrons. That's what they were meant to be pumping up into the. That was what the Sphinx, or well, not the Sphinx, the pyramids were there for. And that's where all the monatomic gold was found at the time, and the majority of it now is found in Hawaii, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about Hawaii last night too.
Did you, yeah? What was the?
Yeah, because I think, let me look it up. but I think the word Hawaii has a meaning that refers to it meaning home. So let me look at that.
While you look at that, you guys saw that video of the little kids singing about the New World Order?
No, no.
Well, it's a bunch of kids and it was in Hawaii.
It says here the Hawaiian language word Hawaii is very similar to Proto-Polynesian Sawaki, with the reconstructed meaning homeland. So the word Hawaii would refer to
The homeland.
possibly, yeah, homeland.
Well, from what I've found out about what the
Well, what did they come in? Homeland Security. That's the only thing that you connect that word with, wouldn't it?
No, homeland is homeland was a term that Hitler used to describe Germany. Right?
Yeah,
yeah,
the
yeah.
homeland. Well,
And the same thing, Mother Russia, all that stuff.
Right.
How you call this? What was I gonna say? The people in control, they believe that they are the ones that were saved in the ark, and that we're the ones that they had to eliminate. So that's why they do all that. They believe they're the ones that God chose to survive the reset, and that's what they're trying to do again. Because what are they gonna do? They're gonna go into the little bunkers like they always try to do.
So why are they so focused on the Middle East?
Because supposedly, if we're gonna believe what they say, way back when, the Middle East was the center of the earth,
right,
where the civilization started, when the continents weren't split apart.
Because the thing about that Iraq invasion, a consequence of that at certain points was, well, they were saying that it was ISIS destroying a lot of the old artifacts and statues. It was like they were trying to erase history, and they raided all the museums.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
So it's like they're trying to erase history.
All along the north coast of Africa and all that, yeah. That's what they're doing there.
Mhm.
They've been doing that for a long time.
Because they gave the history they gave us was a lie. And if they know that we would be figuring this out, studying artifacts, which they've been doing over the past, 30, 40, 50 years.
There was a course. Indy. They told us there was a course on it. What was the one? Who was it opened the tombs, and what was his name? The bloke who was meant to. Would you know, Avidan?
Sorry, ask me the question again.
The guy who opened them tombs, he was an English explorer. Well, this is what and there was a course put on whoever entered this. You know what I mean? This was all the Disneyland that they put on around it.
Yeah. I know it sounds crazy, but if we're gonna believe the hints, most of the race was exterminated, so they're trying to use technology to bring them back somehow. Maybe it has to do with using our energy to do it.
Love you.
Well, do you know the way they say turn things on its head? We've always been told, "Oh, I'd love to be able to turn that into gold." If you turn that on its head, if you turn that into powder, turn gold into powder, yeah?
Yeah.
That's what they were doing. While we were busy trying to fucking turn things into gold, they were turning the gold into powder.
The craziest thing is
that's their elixir.
What's crazy thing I'm noticing is that they really believe certain people in the world are their enemy, and we feel it inside the same thing for them. So we're both as serious, but most of the people on our team are awake. Are asleep. They don't even know a war's going on.
Well, maybe there's only so much of this stuff to go around, and they want to be greedy and keep it all for themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, I could always go back to that, but
well, greed is it's in us, isn't it? And they keep on. They have all the money. They have everything else. You know what I mean?
But that's what I'm saying.
they're keeping us away from something, aren't they? From the knowledge. They don't want us to share something, obviously. And I'm not saying it's gold or something like that, but I mean, isn't that not the question you say? Like, I've been saying it anyway. They have all the money. They have control. What else do they want? You'd say, oh, their soul. You know what I mean? Like, they have that. You know what I mean? Like, most people.
because this is the thing. This is the thing. Supposedly, our souls reincarnate in bodies. So if they could eliminate a specific type of body, then that specific type of soul cannot reincarnate. And the big difference I see between these people doing these things and us is that they are focused. They don't want to share. They want everything for themselves, and we are okay with sharing. So that makes us different in that sense, and that's what I think they're trying to stop. That spirit that's opposite to their goal, and the only way to do it is to eliminate whatever habitat that spirit needs to inhabit. Because physically they haven't been able to stop it. The only way is changing something internally.
Mm-hmm.
So
you've had that, and I have that. Sure, Indy has that. Sure, Ewart has that. I'm sure everyone at that chat has it. Am I missing anyone else in chat here, Bright? A whole lot. If we have that in common, yeah.
Yeah, look at what Seeker says. It's all about your sweat equity, your energy.
Well,
it makes sense because if you again, I know people don't like to hear things from the Bible, but Jesus says, "Do not lose your salt." And where do you get your salt on your body? When you sweat.
me everywhere. You're asking the wrong man that. Everywhere.
What do you mean?
I'm just sweaty.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, because I've heard
skin.
about people that can't sweat or something like that.
Yeah, it must be a disorder. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, Prince Andrew was one of them, wasn't that what he said?
Oh my God! Look! You guys seen iPad Go, right? Hello.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
You see the part in iPad Go when the girl drops the apple and then it splits open and a new flower, which is the lotus flower, which is supposed to be like eternal life or whatever, opens up. What happens with Obama? He starts sweating.
Yep.
So it's connected to that. Whatever's being born, whatever's being changed, is causing them to sweat. But everything's backwards, so they can't sweat.
Well, salt is connected with the soul, is it not? Recently, I picked this up.
Yeah.
You know what else? You know what else doesn't sweat?
What?
Pigs.
Pigs don't sweat.
Exactly.
No, that's why they wallow in the mud. Yeah, that's why they wallow in the mud.
Oh,
they can't control it. Yeah.
You hit a jackpot right there.
That's it, right?
That's why it's Pearl Harbor and the pig and all that stuff. Don't throw pearls to pigs. Why? Because they have no salt.
They have no what?
They have no salt. They can't sweat. It's all connected.
Don't throw pearls to the pigs.
Look at
Jesus said don't, or in the Bible it says don't cast your pearls to swine.
Right.
And swine being another word for pigs. But a lot of people have interpreted that to mean don't throw out the good word to people who won't receive it. It's like you could tell them a couple times, but don't keep trying to give it to them. That was one interpretation of that. But if we're taking it a little more material or literal, if you want to put it that way, and equating it to, you know, actual.
Yeah, because Jesus says don't lose. Jesus says don't lose your salt, and pigs can sweat, which is how you release the salt from your body.
Right, because sweat is.
Dude, the only way you can't sweat is if you're a freaking robot.
Oh, dude, let me read you something too that I read to Philip, and he didn't know this, but I bought some kosher salt. Okay, it's Mediterranean sea salt, and it has a little story on here. Check this out. On the back of the box, it says, Since ancient times, salt has been a precious mineral. It was once traded ounce per ounce for gold and has even been used as currency in Roman times. The word salary has its meaning based on the important role salt has played throughout history.
Oh man,
So,
equating it to
yeah, dude.
gold.
I
That's
I only
Yeah.
recently I only recently came across this thing in India that the British had put up, the salt line, where they put it across India. They had put this border with a hedge, and at one time, I think, oh, it stretched. I think it was 40,000 men, maybe. I could be exaggerating that now, protecting it. But it was a tax. They got the salt from the coast, and they sold it to the I think it was the Hindus sold it then to the Sikhs who were inland. But the British decided, no, they can't have the salt. We're going to put a tax on it. We'll put a border there. So they built a hedge first,
hey, let me
and
go. Let me
I'm
go.
they
sorry, I'm not
controlled. But I
speaking
was
much.
just saying, but it was as
Yeah,
you were
I'm
saying there exactly. It was the religious. It was the Hindus used the salt in their religion, and the British knew what they were doing. It wasn't just for their bodies they were taking; it was also for their spirit or whatever, and they controlled all that as well.
Have
No,
you heard about putting salt behind a door so spirits don't come in? Like,
Yeah, they use
sprinkle
salt.
it. And not only that, look at this. So in Pearl Harbor last year, they celebrated a pig roast. And they had the picture of the pig. I think they have the picture of the pig with the apple in its mouth. What if they're telling you that the pig is the one that gave you the knowledge of good and evil, thus you're all confused?
Calling the pig. So who would they be calling the pig then? That would be
No, no, I'm saying
okay.
they are the pig, but they're responsible for our condition, for our dividedness.
Right.
That's why it's in the mouth. Remember, what's the mouth mean? To speak. So the pig is speaking
well, that's what
the
they put the
knowledge of
apple
good.
in. That's where you'd see all the. You'd always see an apple on the spit, wouldn't you? In his
Right,
Yeah,
the
mouth.
apple. The
I'll be
apple,
back.
right?
The apple's always put in the mouth, didn't it?
And that's what they said that Eve ate from the tree, the apple. Right? That's
Well,
why the
there's
Apple
your answer
computer has
again.
the apple with the bite taken out of it as their logo. As a reference. And did
Well,
you
go
know
on.
that the first computer, I think it was the first Apple computer, I think they sold it. The price on it was $666. So definitely dropping hints.
Well, it's the playbook, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a fucked up story, man. The more you dig into it,
Playbook.
it's yep. Because
But like I keep
pigs.
saying, you can take anything out of it you want to, but if you see what they're using it, the way they're using it,
Yeah, and that's why, yeah, and we see how people react. Oh, I can't stand religion. Blah blah. They turn their whole mind off. Well, that's the conditioning that they've done. You still have to look at it. Know your enemy, right? If it looks like they're using the Bible as a script, don't you want to know the script? That doesn't mean you have to,
learn it to be
be
taken in the
religious.
evil will.
You don't
Exactly.
worship it, but try to understand what's so important about this thing. Right? You don't have to be a believer to understand it, but definitely don't turn yourself off. I mean, you have to stay open. Otherwise, you're going to miss important details. Be in the dark. I'm not trying to stay in the dark.
Well, I can't. Well, I told you I'd put that wall up, and you hit the nail on the head there when you said, "Yeah, don't be asleep."
Yep.
There's too many distractions out there, isn't there? Like, okay, I can see, but you hear there with Trump how and these things, how arrogant some people are talking about having 2,800 slaves and all. Where are they getting this figure out of? And they're preaching it as some book. So what? Yeah, that's what they reckon. 2,800 slaves each. And we were listening to Age Case earlier there. I was listening to how many slaves there was being around at one time. And it's not so long ago. You know what I mean? In the big picture. Mad. Down around your part of the world, Evian, where you're from. Not even. Cuba. All around, down around there. That's where they were all taken from, all the slaves in America. Put in there. That's all that part of the Dominican Republic and all them countries all around there. That African thing is a whole big hoax. By well, when you see that, and you just, if you can read the history there, if that's, go and look yourself, don't let me tell you, and then the reference, everything has been referenced to Kunta Kinte and roots, right? And that's been sold for the last 50 years or whatever more, been referenced as historical fucking fact, when it's not.
You look
2% of it or something.
Can I step in real quick? Did you guys read the comment of
Yes.
Seeker?
Yes, I'm and he mentioned that when he says atom is a collective of 12 salts. It triggered me to look up something, which I looked up what atomic number 12 is.
Wow, what is it?
And it's magnesium. Okay?
Okay.
But atomic number 11 is sodium. So basically, if you have magnesium, which is atomic number 12, if it loses one of the protons, it becomes sodium. So I'm not connecting it. Yeah.
Can I say something crazy that connects to the Bible? Or at least I think it does. You know, Jesus had 12 disciples. And one betrays him. And then they did replace him, but they never, like, he was there, but he wasn't really officially. Like, nobody really took Judas's place. So maybe that's what it is. Like, you have to go from 12 to 11.
Okay, and what is the verse or whatever, the reference to the pillars of salt? Would that play in at any point?
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find something on that.
Okay. The neutrons. Because I know magnesium is an important element to have for absorption of other elements, right? Because if you take certain types of vitamins, if you only take a certain vitamin, if you don't have enough magnesium, then your body is not able to absorb and use whatever other element you have there, hoping your body's going to use it.
So you think that's what they're missing?
It's got to be something.
And that's why they're turning it around, saying like, oh, we're going to make you incomplete. You're not going to be 12 anymore. You're not going to have magnesium. You know what I'm
13 is aluminum.
Which is bad.
That's it. Well, that's what they're spraying the earth with, aren't they? Isn't that what they're putting the...
And that's where the fluoride that gets put in the water supply, it comes out of aluminum smelting plants. It's a waste product of the smelting process. Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
Well, it talks here.
And now we were talking about McDonald's doing this as well with food, yeah? Well, shitting it out and then eating it again.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? The same process again. They're selling, they're putting even everything, there's no waste at all. Making money, we're paying for it. Killing us too, yeah, but sure, fuck that. That's only byproduct as well.
Atomic number
Well, there it is. That's the 13 you were on about there as well. Evidently, you were looking at. Well, is there 23? What's 23 you were looking at? That was bugging you there.
So check this out. Check this out. So the story is one of the characters which is supposed to be chosen by God, which I'm sure they take it as they are. They used to live in this place called Sodom and Gomorrah, and there was supposed to be a place where there was all kinds of sin and everybody was doing something evil. And God sends fire from the sky to destroy it, and supposedly Lot's wife looked back at the destruction, and God told her, "Do not look back at it," meaning don't think about the place you left. So when they look back at it, she turns into a pillar of salt. So how does that play into it? I'm not sure. It's going to be a difficult one. But Lot means like a lot, like a groups, different groups. And he had a lot of children, so it has to do with us somehow, like Lot and his offspring. And so I don't know what it.
It opens up a can of worms.
Yeah. And fire from the sky. What if they're trying to do that with a nuke?
Well, that's they're going into again. They're all talking about this AI and asteroidal. Do you know what I mean? What is it? Holograms and all this apocalyptic shite. If they want
I
to
honestly
listen to it.
believe that nukes could be real. I don't see why not.
Oh yeah. Well, India's all the information on that there.
Well, a lot of people in the past few years have brought up that they don't believe that nuclear power and nuclear bombs are real, and it's always annoyed me, right? Because I've been balls deep in the Fukushima thing and all that, but keeping my mind open, one thing that does give me a little bit of pause is that when they refer to a nuclear bomb and nuclear power, they always talk about it being the power of harnessing the energy of the sun. Okay? But what's happening at the sun is actually fusion. And what happens with nuclear atomic power here is not fusion, it's fission. It's slightly different. Fusion happens when you put two elements together, and I believe they fuse together to add numbers. Now, I could be wrong about this, but just go with me. Fission, now this I do know about. The fission process is when they basically fire where neutrons or protons are firing off and hitting another one to knock them off. And when those are knocked off, that's the energy that they harness off. So it's actually one fusion would be adding and fission would be the opposite. But they always try to make it sound like it's the same as what's happening with the sun. But if you look into it, the way that they tell us that the sun is continually burning, I think it's hydrogen, then it wouldn't make sense, because what happens in fission is that you have to control the amount of material by way of distance between itself, or what you have is a meltdown. And a meltdown is a chain reaction, which it reaches what they call critical mass, and that's what causes a meltdown, or what happens when a bomb actually explodes. Because when they make a bomb, they make it on purpose to reach critical mass instantly, and that's why you get such a big blast. But like a nuclear reactor, they do it more slowly and controlled in order to prevent critical mass. You see what I'm saying? So there's two different forces at play there.
Mm-hmm.
but they don't make the distinction very often. They try to say, oh, nuclear power is harnessing the energy of the sun. And so everybody thinks, oh, okay, it's, it's like free energy, but no, it's actually different. And so
it's dissipating. Is it?
yes, and in the fission process, it's harmful.
I think he got cut off.
So
I'm still
But
here.
yeah, there's
I'm just reading all the hate comments I'm getting on Murph's Live.
on where?
Murph's Live.
Morpheus Live, is he?
Yeah.
yeah, he got
They're
mad
all
when
having a
I
go at me.
got
so-
mad
Oh,
when I
that's all
muted
right.
him.
Mayor, don't stay. Stand your ground. That's fair enough. Don't worry about it. Stay there.
What, stay
We're
on
after been
Murph?
talking about
I'm
that.
not on Murph.
You're only. Are you there? Are
Yeah.
you actually watching what they're saying, or?
Yeah, I'm just watching what they're saying and listening to you lot. Like Bright's
But-
there as well, but he's still on this panel, isn't he?
Well, that's all right. But come here, be yourself. You've done nothing wrong, have you? So why worry about what other people are saying? If you're worried about anything like that, be yourself.
Yeah, that's all I
Right.
can do. Be myself.
Well,
I'm not
yeah,
worried
don't
about
worry.
what they're
Don't
saying.
worry.
I'm not worried about what they hear me saying. So
Don't worry. You know what I mean? Like if you think you're right, you've nothing to hide. Be yourself. Go ahead, and you know what I mean. You're not. You know what I mean.
Yeah,
That's
I
to
get
say,
that.
like if the two of you just don't get on, fair enough.
That's
And
it.
maybe Murphy's opened up a chat there to give the realist to have a chat. You know, he's probably saying that there's a row going on there and decided to do that. And
Yeah.
you don't know, I don't know that. You don't know. So why worry about it? Okay?
I don't. Yeah, I don't really.
Yeah, well, don't. You're probably reading the chats there, and yeah, you're going to get that. So don't worry.
yeah.
That's silliness. Don't worry. Come here and sitting there and turn that off.
Yeah, I get you.
All right?
Yeah.
Hey, in the groove, you're back.
Yeah, it kicked me out again, man.
So do me a favor, keep going what you were saying because it was super interesting, and also look at the seeker's comments about the 12 salts with the 12
Yeah,
parts
okay.
of the body. It's crazy.
Okay, I'm
Oh.
not sure where I dropped out, but
Oh, one last thing. You know they keep talking about a possible solar flare causing a blackout.
yes.
So this is all connected to it. This whole solar flare thing, nuclear energy. There's something we're not seeing connected with these two. Oh yeah, go ahead, bro.
I'm not sure which part I dropped out in. Let me think about where I was going with that. I know I said, did you hear me the part that I was saying about sunburns and suntan? How some people can obviously tolerate, like black people, right? That's the thing about them. They have all the melanin in their skin, and so they don't really, they don't.
I sweat a lot. That's what I was saying to you earlier. And it doesn't take me, my skin, I can take it like that. I can take a lot of sun, and it doesn't take me long to change colour, you know what I mean? I'd be like a Pakistani, very, very quick.
But you're in Ireland, right?
Yeah, exactly. But I've
Right.
grew up beside the boat, with sea salt blowing at me.
Yeah. Well, that was kind of, I was rambling on, but yeah, I was kind of trying to connect these. If we have beings that are somehow salt deficient, or there's something about them, like, we talked about the pigs not sweating and that whole thing. The same could be true with the sunburn versus non-sunburn people.
Yeah. I think it has something to do with skin color. But look at this. Like what he was saying was that he could change color. So what if most people can get a tan from the sun without being burned by it? It's just that in our current life, we're always inside a house. We're always under the shade. Because I've noticed that if I cover my arms and stuff, they get whiter. But if I let them get sun, they get more tan. So I think
Why?
it's part of our life. Like we're away from the sun. We're always in the car or in a store or in the house. Maybe that's affecting something.
Why would salts be such a precious thing? That's what I
That's
I
what
don't
I'm
don't know.
saying. That's what I'm
That
saying.
that's what we're
Maybe they
trying to
ate it
figure
or
out.
something.
The 12 cell salts.
So look at this. I'm gonna
Calcium.
put it up. You reading the comment?
Yeah. I'm seeing if any of them ring a bell because I was looking at this chart. Let me see. Because we were talking about fluoride also. And I think fluorine is number 13.
Hmm.
Make sure I have that right. Chemical atomic number. No, 13 is aluminum. Let me see which one. Fluorine. Because the fluoride that's in our water is actually not just fluoride. It's let me get the full name of it. Because fluorine is 9. Okay. And the fluoride in our water is fluoride water.
I hope you're not talking about me, Muff, in another room. I know you're not.
I can't tell who he's talking about because I've got him on mute.
Oh, I'm only no, but I'm just known. We've done that in Jones. We've sat and
All
watched
right.
someone else doing the life, so you know what I mean. I don't mind if he's doing that. If that's what he's done, I'm just thinking maybe that's what he has done. I'm not commenting on us sitting here.
I
Well,
wanna
sitting here. Do you hear me sitting?
let me add this
I'm
on real
hanging
quick.
upside down.
So
Sorry.
it's okay. There's something this in the Bible always talk about the land of milk and honey.
Hmm.
Now it's different things, but honey is the color of gold, and milk would be white like salt. And doesn't milk have calcium? Yeah, calcium.
Hmm. Ow.
There's something about that too, right there. Hmm. And oh, another thing. You know what's the symbol for fertility, right? The cow. The cow is the symbol for fertility. The sacred cow. So
Well,
maybe
if you
they're
were getting on
literally
board, if you were
saying
getting on board,
we're
if you
gonna
were getting
milk
on
you.
board an ark, what would you
Huh?
bring with you? If you were getting on board an ark, what would you really bring with you?
Yeah. Hmm.
You know what I mean? In reality, well, you know what I mean? Like if you were building a boat and they were saying, right, we're going to pack this and we're
Oh
going
my God. Yo, it has something to do with honey and stuff. Cause think about this. They want a beehive mentality, right? A whole bunch of worker bees and one queen. That's what they want to do. And also think about this. What are they saying that the honeybee is going extinct? So I think there's a
So like
connection with the beehive and the.
well, it has been for the last 10 years. There's been talk of that, all right, yeah, with the bee, yeah, keepers, all right, yeah.
Okay, what I know for sure, out of all we're talking about, somebody is going extinct, and they're fighting for their survival.
hmm.
That's what I know.
Source.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Is it the
it's a,
Catholic Church? Is it the Catholic Church? But they're been, well, in Europe, I don't know, they're being squeezed. If you look, they, we were looking at the thing in Jones earlier there about the way um, Catherine the Great, I think it was, funny enough, and the way that lineage came up and the way they were taken over by what was it, Lut, what's the name of it? It's Martin Luther.
Yeah.
Lutheranism. Is
Lutheran.
it?
Lutheran, yeah.
Luther. Got it. Easy word. That will come up there, yeah, and that has spread. That's what America is. Yeah, that came across as America fighting England. Then when that came across the other way across, when they met in their civil war. If you look at that, that's what we were discussing earlier in John's room, funny enough. And then I went into Age's room and talked about the blacks, the way they were. And it was, you'd imagine, here we go, and here's are you talking about the
Hey,
Middle East.
I,
Hmm.
I think I just cracked another code. What do you think about that phrase? It's a dog eat dog world.
Right.
And that's why he says in the New World Order it's going to be the law and order, not the rule of the jungle.
Right. Not the law of the jungle.
Meaning you're going to have a ruler. You're not going to be all one for, like, each for their own.
But
Another
they
thing,
reckon they are a different. If you look at well, whoever will be careful what I say, the science maybe or whatever they want to call themselves. They do reckon they're a different breed or whatever than us, yeah. You look
yeah,
at
that's what they
dogs,
say.
if they treat us like dogs, right? They have been subservient to us. Why? I can't figure that out. Why another animal become a cat would survive on its own, but a dog, no. Why? It
You
has
wanna
given itself up.
you wanna hear something they said that I heard they
Mhm.
said that they they spoke in biblical terms. They said that they sin because of the Gentiles, which is everybody besides them. So until there is no more Gentile, then they can't stop sinning.
Huh. And now you got me thinking about the lyrics to the Guns N' Roses song "Welcome to the Jungle,"
Mm-hmm.
and it's got me thinking. Like we talked about automatic writing before,
Yeah.
and George Bush gave that speech that you just mentioned about the rule of law, not the law of the jungle speech. That was in 90 or 91. So it's almost got me thinking, what if the truth does come through in the art and music? They were noticing and recognizing that, which would be a reason for them to start something like MTV so they could start to control it. Because at a certain point, they phased out real art and songwriting to where everything we've had, at least in the past 20 years, it's all been manufactured and dumbed down. You don't hear metaphorical art coming out in the lyrics anymore like you used to.
Not
And
often.
I've also said that 9/11 to me struck me.
Have you been stroking? Have you been stroking? What?
Oh, he's on to something though. I can't wait for now. He's gonna take a while till it disconnects and he reconnects. Um,
Yeah,
one more
he does be
thing.
on fire, doesn't he?
Yeah, one more thing. The John the Baptist that got his head cut off. It says that he used to only eat locust and milk. So he literally ate grasshoppers and drink milk. To me, that sounds
Sounds good
like
enough.
their form of saying they feed off us somehow. I don't know. It sounds like the adrenochrome thing. I think it's connected to it somehow.
Um. Well, they see the pig is a hoofed animal, don't they? That's why they don't eat it, is it?
That's what they claim, yeah.
Yeah. Well, but then you have Muslims. They don't eat it as well, which is a funny one.
Well, the all three
But they
can
do. They
chew.
do it on religious. They do it on religious grounds, don't they?
Yeah,
You
but
don't do
I'm sure it's connected somehow scientifically too. They connect everything.
exactly. Yeah, yeah. Well, you'd imagine they could control it then or whatever. Like you'd imagine the pig would be salted. You know what I mean? The salt in it would be better for someone. It'd be a better meat for someone to get salt into them. Would it? I know it'd be fatty, maybe, whatever. But why would they not?
Yeah.
I well, I don't know.
Ah, damn, it's so annoying, dude. Every time I start rattling off, that shit kicks me off.
Why we know what the word is. What was the word?
Which word?
You were cut out mid word. One word. Struck.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody just got kicked out. Oh, fuck. We own to something, I think.
Who got kicked out?
Somebody. Or no. Okay, maybe it was just updating. Go ahead. What word did you say did it cut out on?
Struck.
Struck.
Yeah.
You said
Oh,
And
when
struck out.
you said when
One-
9/11 something
It's
struck
strike.
me.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, that it was a cultural war to me. How they implemented the Patriot Act and how the music industry changed and they started controlling all the music, writing the lyrics. We have performers now, we don't have artists. So, what I was saying is that maybe the truth was coming out in the music. The controllers or whatever, the deletes, recognized this and knew that they had to get a handle on it because too many people were going to find out the truth through the art or through whatever means of inspiration that comes out.
I think you're onto it. Like we don't
Yeah,
remember
dude.
everything, but we write it and we paint it and it's in
Mhm.
our mind and we take it out and then that's why they need to erase that so we don't make the dots. But yeah, I think you're onto something, bro. I think somehow we've forgotten how this war started and we were unconsciously expressing it through art and then they came
Yes.
to control it.
Yeah, dude.
Interesting, bro.
I resonate with that.
Interesting. Look at this.
Very interesting.
Yeah. And I did actually find like what I don't know if you call it a white paper, but I definitely saw a university paper that somebody wrote about that idea that I mentioned about how 9/11 or what happened after 9/11 and the whole war on terror was actually, could it have been a war on culture, a cultural war? So I have seen at least one other source back up that idea that I've had. So
Yo, that
I,
matches up with everything what you're saying. We're like destroying history. I think
yeah,
we've written everything in there. That's why they burn books. That's why they keep everything they find in the Vatican and these things. Oh my God, bro.
yeah, dude.
I think you're
And
really onto it, bro.
the Smithsonian, they're famous for people submitting artifacts, especially like bones of giants that people say they find, and the Smithsonian takes them and they never display them.
You know that you
So
say
they're
that, the Giants, you know that we are supposed to be the Giants? And we were actually real giants. Before the earth was so polluted and everything they've done to it, because the earth was healthier, we used to be huge.
yeah, like the trees used to be huge.
Yeah, everything was bigger.
Yeah, dude.
That's dude, they've always been small. They're the PARSA parasite.
Oh, okay. Ah, yeah.
That's probably it. They were in the land of the giants and they're the little tiny guys and they're trying to switch it around.
Yeah, because there are Egyptian hieroglyphs that clearly show like a giant being and then a bunch of smaller people underneath them.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And that's what they're
Yeah, yeah.
what they're mad about in the Bible the whole time. Like, why are you worshiping other gods? Because the nations were worshiping other beings, and their
So
God was angry.
they have actually changed. They changed the vibration. You're saying there. Secret.
Yeah. And look at the number 440. That reminds me of the 144,000.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure this 5G and all this stuff has to do with it too, with the vibration. Everything's about the sound.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was saying. Is it a pulse that's being sent out on through them? What they're using more so than a wave, if you know what I mean. The ripple, is it just one puff? I don't know. We just know what that is. The way they're using that.
I don't know.
Are you talking about like the EMP type attack, or?
Yeah. Well,
Well,
see the 5G.
oh, that's it's like microwave, so it'd be continuous up and down waves, like a frequency wave, rather than just
Right.
like a burst. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying. Is it a pulse? More. That's what I was thinking. Was it a pulse? But it's not. It's a. That's what I meant.
Well, that's what's so important about word and the words and speaking, and that's it's frequency vibration, right? And so many people have told me they like the sound of my voice and this, that, and other, you know, and I know I got a crazy voice, I have a weird little accent, but maybe it's just the frequency, or like maybe I'm speaking in 432 and not 440. Because I know all the music I listen to and what I like, it's all down tuned. It may not be exactly 432, but I do not like the sped up 440. I don't like that. It doesn't
And that's
it doesn't
that's
resonate.
the whole techno dubstep thing. It's just like super high.
Yeah, I hate it. I hate it, dude. That's when I dropped out of DJing, when the dubstep movement came along. I couldn't. It just nails on a chalkboard.
I'm laughing because I was asking my son what that was the other night. He used to do
Oh,
he used to do that dance. You know what to do with their feet, the dubstep. He used to be
uh-huh.
able to do that, and I couldn't think of the name of it the other night. And I was saying I was slagging him, and I couldn't think of it. And he wouldn't tell me the name. I said, "Go on, what's that dance that his girlfriend was doing?" He said, "Tell me, what's the name of that?" He used to be great at, but that's what it was, dubstep. But you're saying that's the frequency then that they put up. That's what they were saying. They've moved it
Yeah.
up then
Well, think
from
about this.
432.
Think about this. I don't know about you guys, but when I hear dubstep, yeah, I could get into it sometimes and all of that, but after I feel drained. But when I hear music that's more slow, more calming, I feel refreshed and more passionate and stuff. So maybe it's not that we don't like it, but it causes a negative effect after we hear it.
Yeah. And the
Well,
part
there
of
you
that
go.
is the digital too. It tires out the ears. It's not. It doesn't have the tonal qualities to it. So
Yeah,
there's a
it's
lot to
artificial.
that. And here's another thing.
Well, Nav loves
Uh,
his 432, doesn't he?
yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, a lot of people are tuned into that. They
Yeah.
feel that. Yeah, he tunes his guitar to 432. But when I was growing up, it was all about big speakers, loudspeakers. We listened to actual speakers played loud. And in the last 20 years, they've gotten everybody to jump on the earbuds. Everybody listens to headphones and earbuds. But when you listen to real speakers and real bass is pounding, you're feeling that on your whole body. It's not just beaming into your eardrums. It's a totally different experience. And I can never understand why people think, oh, the best way to listen to music is headphones. It's like, no, dude. The best way to listen to music is live, loud, and shaking your whole body. That's when you go to a live show, a rock concert.
Vibrate, yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Vibrate.
Yeah. So there's
Maybe
something to all that.
maybe this has to do with eyes that can't see and ears that can't hear. Maybe it
Right.
has to do with that, like maybe they're doing something to our vision and to our eyes that most people basically like programs them.
Yeah, I can believe it. TV has got people hypnotized for sure. Flicker rates, whatever they're doing with the TV, it works on some people. obviously.
Yeah. But yeah, it's definitely all about vibration. Like the word is just a symbol for it. Like words also, yeah, of course. But it
Yeah.
goes deeper than just words. We're talking about all types of vibration, all types of sounds. Sounds that you can hear, sounds that you can't hear.
Well, triggers, subliminally triggering people that they haven't done on us, obviously, yet, if you know what I mean.
Mhm.
And look at that thing. A dog whistle. You get it? Only
Yes.
dogs could hear it.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. This dog thing is very important.
Yeah,
It's
it's the
connected
higher
to this stuff.
pitch. Yeah, they have a higher ability to hear the higher range than we do. And certain birds operate too, have a different hearing range, which I've always found weird. How do they know? Because remember, they'll tell you this is what vision is, or what a bee sees, right? And it's a bunch of hexagon. How do they really know what they're hearing and what they're seeing? That's some shit I can't figure out. Because I'm fascinated by the origin of all this knowledge that they give us as fundamentals. It's like, who really figured that out in the beginning, unless they didn't get it from somewhere else?
Your colleges.
You know that your
Yeah.
eyes also have hexagons?
You talking about
Did you
like the
know that?
rods and the cones?
Yeah, the rods and the
Uh-huh.
cones.
Yeah, we talked about that with the black and white versus color. We were talking
Well,
about TVs.
how much was it? I remember Horizon. There was a BBC Two in England. They have a series called Horizon, and it was a fantastic one they done on what we actually see and what is perception, what we just feel in ourselves. It was an amazing program. The way the brain works with your outside, what you actually are seeing is crazy if you don't really understand it.
Well, yeah, well, one of the best classes that I took in college was perception psychology, and I'm actually breaking my notes out right now. I kept
Good
them. I'm gonna,
idea.
yeah, see what I can find, because it has everything about that in there.
Think about this. They always have an obsession with the eye, and there's this thing that when it's all said and done, they say that the Messiah is gonna rule with a rod of iron.
Mm,
And I think it's related to the eye.
yeah.
Hey, there's thing. She's gone very quiet there.
I'm still here.
Yeah, very quiet, Mrs.
Brain imaging technologies.
I'd love to know what they've got locked up in Vatican. It'll be answers to all these questions, I'd bet.
Yep, and the Smithsonian. Those two we would learn a lot. It would answer a lot of questions.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Because apparently
Visible.
Jesus were black, weren't he? I've come across that Jesus were black. And he's being portrayed as being white throughout
Well,
history
to
of
hear that
time.
was just selling it. That was just selling it here.
Yeah.
That was when they made Disneyland. That's what I said. It Lourdes and all these places for desperate people looking for somewhere that can get a miracle and cures and things. And they sold them trinkets and magic potions and all these places, and they're still there.
Do they sell magic
You know what I mean?
potions at Disneyland?
Well, it's like Disneyland well, Lourdes is like, to me, that's what it sounds like. I've never been there. It sounds like a place where a lot of people went when were in wheelchairs and cancer, and it's the end of their, and where they can go and they can get cured, right? And I discovered there, looking at back what miracles they have. CBD oil actually in one of their anointing oils, I think it is, right?
Wow.
and they've always had it. Okay,
Yeah.
I just looked at it. I was looking up what diseases and all these things, and fucking I was saying they probably have done this. But no, they've been given out. Well, not given out to me personally, but weed they've been using it and giving it. I don't know which oil in the christening oil, and one of them you'll see it. And I just looked to see what was in it.
Yeah.
That's
I bet
weird.
a lot of people would.
Yeah, well, it's also miracle. They've had the miracle cure and never gave it to us. That's what I was thinking. Not,
And,
you know what I mean?
and it's
Keeping
always
it to
been weed.
themselves and saying it was a miracle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, it cures cancer, doesn't it? Weed.
Yeah, they've been using that for light therapies.
Mm.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
it's
got to
not
be
like I
better than
say. It's
radiation. It's got to be better than radiation.
well,
Yeah.
the radiation is the last thing you would do. You know what I mean? If you really thought about it, it should be your last thing. If you're,
Definitely.
you know what I mean? If you want to hang on, that's what I'd be saying to myself. No, don't
Makes
get
you
near that.
weak.
Wouldn't
It makes you
Well,
weaker and your hair drops out and that. Can't be good for you. Making your hair drop out.
Well, the radiation's what causes the cancer, and they use that as the therapy.
Mm.
That tells you how much that makes sense.
well,
When
you understand that. I wouldn't even understand that, and I know I've enough sense to say, well, that's the last thing you'd be giving yourself when you know that there's plenty of other options there that they don't even tell
Well,
you
you know
about,
what I think?
and that's not their job.
Think about this. Think about this. Cancer and all these diseases, not all of them, but cancer, all types of cancers, heart disease, immune immune disease, most of them means that your body is attacking itself. So what is going in
Yes.
your body that's causing it to attack itself?
Mm.
Something's
Yeah.
being
Well,
given
listen,
to you and your body's trying to fight it back, and that's disease. And then they say they're going to treat your disease, but all they do is make you worse somehow with radiation.
Well, and the same thing happens when with a a negative like a typo negative blood type baby in certain mothers, the body rejects it,
Yeah.
so they have to give them that shot. So it won't. But there you go. That's
mm,
But
essentially saying the
I
same
think it's
thing.
even more than that. Like it's not just that. Like something we're breathing or drinking or ingesting or something is causing our body to go haywire, and that's why we're not lasting as old as we used to,
Mm-hmm.
and that's why we're so small as well.
well,
I think
I
before
don't think we are
we
that
were
small, are we?
we were giants and we lived 300 years. That's what I think. They're saying that
Well,
God changed us, but I think they somehow did it.
It's with the vaccines, I reckon. The
Yeah, that,
vaccines
but
that's
it's more
making
than
his
that.
body attacking.
But I don't think there was more than one species of us here living with each other,
Yeah. Well,
and we were just top of the food chain. Or unless a natural disaster happened, or something happened, and you know what I mean. But we were all living alongside each other at one stage, obviously, because we're still here.
just look at history. It's all been tribalism. My tribe against your tribe. I think that's been going on forever. And somehow one of these
No,
tribes,
well, I don't. I don't think so. I don't think so. I do not think so. I think there's a parasitic tribe that's getting to the top, and they
yeah,
think that
yeah,
that's the
yeah.
last. If you know what I mean, that's tribe. But I'm talking about as a species. I think there was different. If because looking into them things in Peru and them places that have been found, that they're real, definitely there's other civilizations that was here that were different than us. They lived alongside us because your mum, this guy reckons they were trading
You know what I'm
with each
thinking?
other. Mm.
You know how in the beginning animals were free range, they could get to walk around, eat the grass. no hormones, no nothing, and now everything's a factory farm. What if we somehow are their food and they gave us freedom at first so we could build whatever they wanted us to build, and then they want to pack us all in into like a factory farm where they could just eat from us easily, and that's a whole mega city thing. It's like a giant factory farm for humans.
Well, and what did they say about meat, right? Like in factory farms, that the animals are stressed out, that
Yeah.
that stress and those hormones get released into the meat.
Uh-huh.
But if they really do feed off of things like adrenochrome and adrenaline, that would be a reason for them to put us in a fear state.
Yeah.
If we always talk about them harvesting our energies.
They harvest our
that's-
energy, like literal energy, and they harvest
They
our
can't,
blood.
if you've no fear, they can't touch you, can they? You know what I mean? That's what that means. They can't, like, I mean, they can't put fear into you. They can't touch you. They can stick all the knives and all that fucking. They can shoot you, but if they don't put fear into you, it means nothing. They just stop you. Fear is, you know what I mean?
Well, the fear hurts yourself if you're in fear. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So if you don't fear, no one can make you do nothing, can they? They sure will.
Because that's how we were built. We were built to be passive aggressive, basically. They want us aggressive all the time. They want chaos. But we were built to be, calm, have a nice vibration, and only use our adrenaline when absolutely needed. So they're forcing us to keep pumping out adrenaline. But remember, adrenaline, everything works in opposites. So adrenaline will give you strength, but that also um weakens your body after it goes down. Like it kind of hurts you to bring up that adrenaline.
Oh yeah, there's
You ever,
different types of it. Yeah, there's
Yeah,
different types of it. The
and it
nervous
releases
adrenaline, different things. Yeah.
you ever seen
cortisol.
you seen that those
Yeah.
stuff about the people that have telekinesis and stuff, and when they use their power, they start bleeding.
Like
No. You
nosebleeds.
see,
Yeah, like when they use their power, they start having nosebleeds or ear bleeds. So
Hmm.
maybe they know that, like, if they get us into a state where we raise our adrenaline a lot, it's gonna cause us to slowly hurt ourselves.
Definitely shorten your lifespan.
Yeah, it does.
Hmm.
And maybe that's what all this is about. Because the Bible says men's hearts will fail for what they're gonna see. So yeah, they could be doing this whole apocalyptic scene to make us be full of adrenochrome and release all our fear and cause our self harm. Because no matter what, if shit ever does hit the fan in front of you, you're gonna be in an adrenaline rush. You're not gonna be able to stop it.
Well, that's when I get to use my Superman strength.
your
Because it does
kryptonite.
come from that. They've had people that can lift cars. If somebody gets trapped under a car in an emergency situation, they've had people that will lift, can lift cars.
I bet you'd look good in a pair of tights, Indy, in a cave.
I think
agree.
it goes back to Superman. Remember Superman? His
Yeah.
only weakness is kryptonite, and kryptonite is where he lives. It's his home. Like that's all over his home. So it's basically his own superpower, or is what he's connected to, is his weakness.
Or that his superpowers are kept in check because he's surrounded by the kryptonite, right? So that
Yeah.
could be the environment that we're in. Whatever they're spraying in the air or whatever they're doing, whatever frequency they're beaming around, keeping us from our superpower. The Superman could be us.
I know Emerald is very important because it's in the Emerald City. It's in that the whole Enki and Enlil, the alien thing, is the Emerald Tablet.
Hmm.
So this whole
That's always been my
kryptonite thing
favorite
is
gemstone
connected
too.
to it.
Huh.
I wonder what emeralds have to do with the human body.
I'd say you'd have to go into paganism for that. You'd find the answer there, I'd say.
Well, you know that Mud Fossil University guy.
Mm-hmm.
He talked about how, especially in the heart, there's a way that they've mapped the heart that shows it with different colors. There's all different colors, and they're all scattered throughout the heart. Well, his theory is the reason we have disease is from a lack of the right minerals, and that all those colors reflect the minerals that you're supposed to have. So they could be purposely keeping minerals away from us, right? In our food. Gold has to be one of those. That's why they want to keep a tight control over it. And I would argue that the gold that we get when we buy jewelry is probably the waste byproduct gold that they probably squeeze the monoatomic gold out of it. Because, like I said before, that monoatomic gold is rumored to be, or the powdered white gold is the elixir that they use for, like, the fountain of youth, the elixir of life. Yeah, there's something to all that, man.
So it has to do with the literal earth, the resources of the earth, and the resources of the earth are somehow connected to our survival.
Yeah.
And they're trying to take the resources away to hurt us indirectly.
Like rare earth minerals. It might be just trace elements that we're not getting.
Yeah.
And they're fucking keeping a wrap on that shit.
That's what this whole thing control is about. Why don't they want to give you fake food, right? 3D printed food.
Uh-huh.
All this kind of stuff. So they're trying to take away whatever makes you you. Something about that.
So what do we do now? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, now we know how serious it is, but what do we do? Because the thing is, they have all these other people that supposedly are like us, unless they're shapeshifters, all asleep. They're just doing whatever they're told, and we're the only ones. Like, I know there's more than just us here, but I mean we're a very small group that has any idea of what's going on. So what do we do? Like, you know how weird it will sound to the regular person what we're saying right now?
I do, yeah.
How weird.
I actually know. I do know, actually. I do know what's been said to me. But anyway, if you want to go on, say. But it's nice. User a step above, I was told, yeah. That's all it was said.
Right, at least we can at least have a conversation about it. Look how many... Oh, there's a plane flying over. Yeah, think how lost so many people are. That's what we've talked about also. It's like trying to wake people up. Well, think how long it would take for that.
Indy, have you not had to swim through some amount of shit to get through to where you are there now?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but it's the way that it had to be, obviously. It's the way it is.
Well, that's what I'm thinking.
Yep, not everybody's supposed to figure it out.
Well, I don't know why. There's nothing about me. I'm nothing fucking special. I'm definitely nothing special. I do yourself there. I do admire your what you done. Went to school and taught yourself and all that. Have you done yourself? I respect you from your teaching there. But I just said to myself, yeah. But I come out like, I do be adding, I do be buzzing off you more so than adding to.
Yeah, I don't have anything figured out. I just have a bunch of jumbled shit in my head. I know
Yeah.
it's got to play somewhere. It's like that's the thing. I don't know what to do with this information other than be aware and hope the answer gets exposed to me because
Yeah, well, there's evidence
yep,
out there, and I've said it myself. We're all saying the same thing. Know your enemy.
that's it.
You said it yourself there. You know what I mean? This is decoded in their phrase. It's not bad. Look at it. Like that's the message I'm getting.
You could do it.
Um,
You could do it either way. Either you know yourself and you will know your enemy, or you know your enemy and you'll know yourself, because you're gonna see the difference. Sorry, buddy.
well, yeah, well, you see, I don't know my enemy. Uh, you see, because I was trying to look into what Freemasonry was there. You know what I mean? And the different levels of it we were discussing. You know what I mean? You can get so far, but it's like that again. You're left, well, it's, if you understand that, what get people to do that. You know what I mean? And then you can move on to understand. Yeah, you know what it is. You understand it's the top down. It's working on at the moment, yeah, where it shouldn't be.
But this is what I'm saying. Like, if you could analyze yourself and break yourself down and put yourself back together and know how you are, whoever is okay, let me put it this way. If you can know yourself and you're not a person that's trying to control people or hurt people or steal from people or anything like that, if you know you're like that, then whatever is doing the opposite, whatever's hurting, whatever's greedy, whatever wants to control, then you know that's your enemy. It's very simple. And if you are the
Yeah,
hating,
but
controlling person, then you know who
it's
your other
saying
enemy
that,
is.
but it's saying that, and at the moment, like that's always been there, yeah. But it hasn't affected me it has to bring out this in me now, if you know what I mean, to trigger me. I mostly, yeah, that's other people's. But now, since this outbreak of, I don't know, whatever to call it, it's a pantomime to me. But to get so much control over people is crazy, and I just can't stop. I just like a dog with a bone, yeah. I'm not letting go. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
And
Well,
that's how
It's
you
just
should
going to
that's
be.
go away.
that's the thing. Maybe just having enough awareness to keep ourselves from allowing ourselves or not allowing ourselves to sell our soul or get tricked into doing it is enough of a
Yeah,
point.
I don't think there's any fear in me doing that, Indy.
Yeah,
Put
right,
it that way.
right.
I know
Because you know
myself.
too much. You know too much already.
I trust myself too much. I trust
Yeah.
my own. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? I've put myself this far in life, and it's done me no harm,
Yeah,
or
because
anyone else.
I was also gonna say I could have stopped a long time ago with this trying to figure things out, seeking all this knowledge, conspiracy theories, whatever. I could have stopped a long time ago and I would probably be pretty well in the same spiritual level that I'm at. I'm obviously, I feel like I'm building it up and solidifying it more. But
Yeah,
if I had never looked, I could have been easily led astray. I would have had no idea about anything. So maybe it is just a certain point of the knowledge. And in looking, right, you help other people become aware of certain things. So maybe it's like they say, it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. So we may never figure out this shit,
Oh, I think
but
we
yeah,
will
just
sometime.
you think, but
Yeah.
just in looking, look at the benefits we've gotten from knowing, right? It's going to keep us away from a lot of things. It's definitely not going to take a vaccine. If we believe in science, like some of these tards out here, they're willingly going to line up for a vaccine. So even if that's just enough benefit, then it makes it worth it.
Yeah. To me, well, let me go back to something we were talking about. So you know how we're talking about people who can't sweat? Well, salt is in the sweat and in the tears, right? That's
Hmm.
so You know that they say that certain people that are like psychopaths cannot cry either.
Right. Hmm.
So I guess that gives us another cue. Whoever they are,
Yeah.
they have no emotion, no energy in the motion, man. There's no energy in the water that's inside them.
Hmm.
Hmm. I
Oh,
still the salt of why the salt would be so.
Well, one thing about salt. Well, two things. One is, fuck.
Gone again in the air?
yeah, he got out again.
I think I'm going to sign off for tonight.
Alrighty, word. Thanks for coming by.
Thank
You
you.
were. You have a good night. Take it easy.
Yeah, you too. Was lovely talking to you.
All the best. Good night.
How do I come out? Oh, right, Leaf Studio. Speak to you all soon.
All right, take care.
Take care.
So, I was watching this TV series. It's on Netflix called Evil, and the whole thing is about psychopaths and the church trying to investigate if psychopaths are possessed or they're not, and they have like a psychologist. And like as the series goes on, it keeps going like back and forth in between. Is there evil or is it just crazy people? Is there evil? Is it crazy people? And you know what it leads up to in the last freaking episode?
Go on. Tell me.
And the last freaking episode is um they they are getting women that are infertile, and they're doing the vitro thing, where they get the egg and then they inject the sperm or whatever, and
Mm-hmm.
they're injecting their kids with like psychopathic DNA. So what if that sounds like plan two? Like first get us infertile, then we need technology to have kids, and then they were just gonna give us their kids.
Yeah, well, I could well believe that, all right. Yeah, they've been genetically engineering plants and all that for so long. So why, and us too, they've been doing it with pharmaceuticals for so long.
Yeah. That I think that whole alien abduction thing is maybe like a precursor or them predictive programming what they're gonna do. Like, first they're gonna cause or they're gonna try to cause people to be infertile and then change their babies. And like that they could keep using us, but yet the kids are their DNA.
Yeah, but they must be able to. I don't know. Who's going to wipe their arse? You have to keep some of us.
Yeah, yeah, they do say that. They do want to keep some of us.
Mm. But they'll need us to be. Oh, but are we not be even allowed to be creative or anything in their eyes, or just pure?
No, no, only to produce their babies. That's all they want.
So the firstborn's gone, the firstborn boy's gone, and is that the prophecy?
Sorry?
The first boy in every boy, is that what was that all about when they done that in the
Because
movie before?
because the male has the sperm, so they were doing it backwards before. Instead of going after the woman, they were going after the firstborn children like that. It was a way of depopulating, The people had kids, you kill their kids off, it takes longer for them to start over. But now I guess they think, well, what if we just control the woman instead of trying to take out all the males?
Yeah, well, they were always saying it was well, they need the women, yeah.
Oh yeah. That's what they're focusing on, right?
Oh, that's all right. At least my daughter's all right. For the time being, I can let that go for a while. But no, and only it's a hard one to figure out, isn't it? Though they have to have a like I say, we're just being reactionary.
Yeah, no, man. I'm telling you, they're when they act, they're showing you that they're reacting. When anybody acts, they're doing something. And when somebody acts, it's because they're reacting. It doesn't work without the other. So they are acting and
Yeah.
they're acting quickly for something. We're trying to figure out what it is. The only thing we know for now, it has to do something with fertility and the children that are being born. So they're trying to control who can give birth and what's coming out of whatever's giving birth. And the thing is, they have everybody fooled. They're the wolf in sheep's clothing, you know? Everybody
Yeah, well, if
believes.
they are the sheep in wolf's clothing, they've already shown themselves up in their Third Reich, have they not?
The only reason they have power is because they have everybody fooled that they're the good people, that
Or
they're
was
here.
that a whole show as well that they built? Was that not they had no history themselves,
Yeah.
the Nazis, and they were building um their own empires. So this New Zion is this an old empire they're building or a new empire? Are they rebuilding?
Now that you say that, that word empire has a lot of stuff hidden inside of it. And if you notice this, right, in the movie of King Kong, he climbs the Empire State Building and he grabs the woman because he's in love with her. And then they also have, it's not a big movie, but they have Godzilla versus King Kong. They both climb the tower, or something like that.
Hmm.
And it also has to do with lightning. King Kong gets struck by lightning or something like that.
Well, isn't it? Isn't it? Mm, didn't work obviously
Nope.
because well, they done a test run. There was a plane hit that building, isn't it? The Empire State.
Yeah. But yeah, check out that word in the groove, and you could keep going whatever you were saying earlier because it was important and you got cut off.
Yeah, I was going to mention something about the salt.
Go ahead.
And one thing about salt is that the brain cells use salt. Um, it's it it it's it conducts the voltage that allows your cells to work. Okay, so that's one thing. Another thing would be to look at the difference between ocean creatures and ocean life versus freshwater life, right? So that'll give you a clue to how important salt is. So it it makes the water more electrostatic, I guess would be the right word for that. And is also a necessary component for sodium, really, but in the brain for brain cells to properly function. So if you're salt deficient, you're gonna have, you know, it's gonna affect how your brain works.
You notice that like the crocodiles and the alligators and stuff like that, they can't be in salt water. At least I don't think
Right.
so.
Yeah, they're freshwater animals.
And they're in the swamp, right?
Mm-hmm.
Got to drain the swamp.
Yeah.
Well, which swamp are they talking about? Because since they inverted everything, God knows what they're talking about.
Oh, and that's something else I wanted to mention. We were talking about Israel and that whole building the temple, and then I mentioned how they have a lot of billboard signs up uh, about Trump in Israel. Well, I'm hearing a theory from one of these channels I'm watching because they're talking about them being, the Golden Dawn and the Order of the Phoenix rivalry going on. But it's being said that Trump is only playing nice with Israel. At a certain point, he's going to double cross them.
That's what I said too.
Yeah.
A long
Us.
time ago. A
Sorry.
long time ago, it was like he's gonna be the Hitler 2.0. But I still
Yeah.
think that's working on their favor.
Hmm.
That's gonna make them double victim.
Quit, mama.
But I knew that ever since I looked into Q because I noticed Q was against Israel. So I thought it was funny how Trump is for Israel, but Q is against Israel. And Trump hasn't denied anything. Like they kept asking him, "What do you think about Q?" He's like, "Oh,
Hmm.
they're just
I
nice
think they're
people
great.
and they like
Yeah,
me."
yeah.
And oh, but what about when they say about you're gonna arrest the lefties and all this stuff? Oh, I don't know anything about that, which is a lie. Of
Mm.
course he knows that. All he says is they're
Mm.
good people, They like me and they're against pedophilia.
Right. When he is just involved in all that Epstein shit
Yeah,
as anyone else. Yep.
that's why it's BS. This is all to do the same thing that they did in World War II, basically.
Hmm. Yep, because we still have not seen this Ghislaine Maxwell in person since she supposedly got arrested. The only photo they released was a cartoon court drawing.
Hmm.
She could be dead already. She could be long dead. She could be in hiding. They've shown us no proof that she's even in custody. So I think that whole thing is definitely just a smokescreen.
You know what's another thing? After Trump, oh, Barron Trump got the coronavirus too.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And you know what's funny? After Trump got the coronavirus, supposedly, I don't know. I remember the number. That's why I want to look it up to see if it's 13 again. But there was like a number more than 10 of the generals in the Pentagon that got sick and they went into quarantine. And they haven't said nothing about if they're out of quarantine. But whenever you see generals disappearing, something's up.
Hmm. Yeah, well, there's been talk that there's been this coup behind the scenes uh, against Trump, and I mentioned I think last night when I brought up how they've had a couple of naval or not naval but military training exercises where they've had some because there's been more than one where they've had some they've lost actual lives in it. So and they arrested those militia members, those 13 militia members. I think there's people who are trying to either a coup or maybe it's good guys who know that there's some shit going down and they were going to try to make a move and they got taken out. And I think generals would be involved in that.
I don't know, man. I don't want to be pessimistic, but they've gone through this plan for so long that I have a hard time believing that there's an actual feud.
Can I ask you who is in America? The
Yeah.
Vegas shooting, false flag, or what happened there? Your opinions, please.
Well, I heard the same thing you heard about the tinfoil hat. I kind of lean towards that. It had something to do with one of those Saudi Arabian princes. And yes, false flag would probably apply to that. Because the whole thing about the helicopters, that's just too much to ignore. There's definitely
There's
something to that.
there's my thing about false flags. Like I don't like it when people think nobody actually gets hurt. Do you really think these people care if
No, no,
innocent people
no.
die?
No, no, don't mean it like that. No.
Because yeah, I'm sure there are some crisis actors, but they still kill people for real. It's not just
Yeah.
No, yeah.
all an illusion.
But no, false flag would be to change and use the narrative away from the actual facts of what happened. Like, yeah, people would die, but they blamed it on one crazy gunman with a
Oh yeah.
hotel room full of guns.
Yeah, and the
I don't
school's
believe
been
that
the
story.
same. School's been the same. It's never just one person. There's always reports of more than one person, and then the media hides that. But what I'm trying to
Right.
say is, at the beginning, false flags were they programmed to do it, they planned it out, and they did it. and people die. But now I'm hearing this push that every single false flag, nobody dies. It's all fake, fake blood, fake everything. I just can't believe that.
But that would be more of a hoax or a staged event. Yeah. And false flag is probably not the right term, because false flag is really supposed to apply to an event used as a means to start a war. So we didn't really start a war after the Vegas shooting. And it's not a hoax, but it's definitely a false story that they sold us, as far
Yeah.
as the details of what really happened and who's responsible. That's what I say.
I'm just
But
saying,
that's what everything almost.
I'm just saying, I'm sure they'll mix both. They'll do both things. But like, I'm not liking where people are saying everything's fake, nothing's real, and that's gonna work against them because some people are really gonna lose family members and people they care about, and then when you say everything's fake, they're not gonna connect with you.
Exactly, just like they do with the religion and Christianity thing.
Yeah.
They just turn their whole brain off. I get it. Yeah, yeah. That's where we need to
I have
be
started
careful
at
with our
that,
language.
I have started at that with someone to explain that to them. You have to believe me when I say everything is a lie that you're being told, right?
A lie.
And they know
A lie is
we're
a good,
talking
yeah.
shit to them, but to explain
Well,
it to them is another thing.
what do you mean it's a lie? You mean it didn't happen? That's what they'll usually say, right? But no, that's not what it means. It means what they told us about it was a lie.
Exactly. There is truth in the event, but they're not telling you what caused it, who caused it, and why.
Right.
Mhm.
Right.
And being able to understand that yourself, even, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm only going to tell you what, all as I can do is tell you why I've come to that conclusion myself, right?
Hmm.
You know what I mean? That's what I have to explain. And to my children, that's where I learn. It's the only way you can do it. If you can't do it to them, you know what I mean? That's what I try to do. And one son there, I said that to him, who took an interest. And I said to him, you have to look at it like this. I believe everything I've been told is a lie, right? So for him now to go and start even thinking about that, that's tough. You know what I mean? But it gives him at least a starting point to say, fuck, what does he mean by that? I'll help him anytime he wants.
Because I saw a lie in action. Would y'all fucking quit? Damn. Sorry about that. There was a Christmas Day shooting at a Christmas party in San Bernardino, California, a few years back, probably 2015 or 16, I believe. And as the event was unfolding live on TV, because I was watching CNN at the time, there was a guy that they interviewed. The guy was wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses. Now, and I have a picture of this somewhere. I would have to dig it out, but I took a picture of it with my phone. The guy was wearing a hat that had the Freemason G square and compass logo on his hat. And during this interview, I say he faked a phone call because he said his son was inside the place that apparently the shootout was occurring. But you could tell by the way he was talking on the phone, because he wasn't asking questions that any of us would be asking somebody who was inside and currently being interviewed by CNN would ask. And that's why I took a picture of his hat. When I saw that G hat, because I was already awake at that point, I knew that event was a lie. So I've seen at least one of those with my own eyes in the flesh. I didn't watch a YouTube video. I saw it. So they definitely do that. They will stage events. Now, I'm not going to say I don't know about.
Shooting, was it? That was the Olympics, was it?
No, but you see that one turned out to be a lie too. This was San Bernardino, and it was a Christmas Day or a Christmas party for an office, because that's what we do over here. We have office Christmas parties. These little companies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same here, yeah.
Yeah. So that San Bernardino event was definitely a lie. And they don't talk about that one ever,
Mm.
but they definitely put it on the screen. This dude and the Freemason hat that he had on, it was a certain type of weird color, but he was wearing like a polo type shirt that matched his hat. Like it was like he really thought about his wardrobe. So unless this dude just walks around like a Freemason dick, dressed with his Freemason gear on all the time, that would be a hell of a coincidence. Or he was prepared. Yeah, dude, it was obvious. So
Well, you can see it now. How when you look back, yeah, how obvious it is.
yeah, I saw it then, but yeah, definitely now too.
I looked back at the program there, and I was looking at it back in It was an old show back in this would have been the late 70s, black and white, and England had been in a strike, a general strike was going on, and like that it was the winter. They'd been out of work for 12 weeks, the population or whatever, like this, a lockdown, and the name of the show was The Golden Shot. And at the end of it, they looked for a target, and when I looked at it, because I was reminiscing when I was looking at it, and I said to myself, "Geez, you won't miss that target by that much. That had to be done deliberately. You know, it had to be done deliberately." And your man came up with the joke. Then the punchline was, "Oh, you missed it that far. Maybe, yeah, you get your vaccination now. It's that time of the year." It was that late. It wasn't until I looked back, you wouldn't have noticed it then, right? I wouldn't say anyone would.
Right.
But when you see what they were doing then, even telling you to take your vaccination, the message
Yeah.
in the show,
Yeah.
and it was Sunday evening, prime time TV, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I
That's
think
how
they definitely mix events up, and we know they like to order out of chaos. And um, like that San Bernardino event, I don't even know if they even talked about the people who died in that event, but there may be other events that they carry out, like let's just say the Sandy one, the Sandy school with the young
Sandy Hook.
kids. Yeah. Okay. If there are dead kids, then that could have just been a legit blood sacrifice. We really should have looked at the astrology going on that day. That might have been one of their days to do an actual blood sacrifice type event. So
It was.
yes, yeah, there you go. So they can
wasn't it
mix.
on the 21st? I think it was the first day of the solstice. I think.
Okay. So yeah, I believe it.
I'll check.
All right. So yeah, I think they mixed the fact and the truth and fiction together, and I think it's all for the same result, to cause chaos and confusion, because they had this big plan for however long they've been playing it out, and why else? Why else would you even have all this shit?
No, I was wrong. It's the 14th. So I don't know if there's any special days on that.
Yeah.
Well, if you go back to the start, the first video where you're looking at about what's her name, Catherine the Great. Were you there listening to that?
No, I wasn't around then.
But she was just, as we were saying there, she was just being around for someone to have a child for, right? She was just producing a child for the king, which turned it on its head. He was the freak, but when you look at that whole bloodline has gone across into America, believe it or not. Okay.
I believe it, because they've tied all the presidents together, being from the same DNA line. They're all related. Obama and Dick Cheney are cousins. If you believe DNA and all that shit, yeah.
You know what's sad? You know how
Everything.
they yeah, everything's sad, but you know how they like to adopt children, you know,
Like from other countries and stuff.
yeah, because they're so
Yeah.
nice and stuff. I think that's how they use, children to be like the MK Ultra people. They abuse them, they break their mind, and then they 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 let them be stars and movie stars and stuff like that.
Well, they were
Oh yeah.
definitely
Hmm.
they were definitely targeting them, um, that type of child, all right, for modelling agencies there, were you?
Well,
And
yeah,
it
and look.
only it happened in my own family, um, with two members, a son of mine and a niece of mine, good-looking kids, and it happened separately from a modelling agency, but it was what they wanted them to do. They wanted, right, with permission from the bringing parent and that. But I noticed then, and someone pointed it out to me, they're vulnerable children that they were looking for. You look at what, they're not just good-looking children; they're also vulnerable children. They come from broken homes.
Oh yeah.
And I looked at it and I says, yeah, bang on. Wow, yeah, right.
Yeah, but just look at
Because
all
it
the
wasn't that they were
Disney
it wasn't
kids.
that they were good-looking children. It wasn't that they were standout children, but it was that they were vulnerable children.
Yep.
Lucky enough, they didn't go either.
Just like our troll earlier, Mr. Mickey Mouse, the Mickey Mouse Club kids, they're all freaking damaged. Not one
Mhm.
of them has turned out to be a normal adult. They're all screwed up.
But they must
That's
have
not by
looked at the
accident.
parents, though. They must have looked at the parents, because look at the parents.
Yeah, they're probably Freemason parents. Because I could tell you, I know people who are Masons. Like these are older grandparent age people who are pillars of the community, and they have dysfunctional kids. And beyond getting them a good job, they do nothing to fix their kids. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no.
Hmm.
It's almost like they. And I've seen other
Interaction.
stuff.
There's no interaction with them. Or
Right. They're
yeah,
totally disconnected from them. They don't try to get them help when they're strung out on drugs, and even the grandkids of their kids who are struggling, their grandkids are on a path where they're just watching Disney Channel all day, not even going to school, and they just no interest,
yeah.
no none of it. It's fucking disgusting, dude. I lost a lot of respect seeing all that shit. And they have
Mm.
the most respect out of everybody in the family. They're considered just amazing. It's like, dude, look at his kids, look at his grandkids. How's he a good person when you're allowing that to go on? So that's sad. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, that was the modelling agencies that were doing that there, and that was all being fed back into Epstein. Yeah, believe it or not.
Yeah. Ivana Trump, Naomi Campbell, we talked about that earlier. They're all pivotal players in that. Active recruiters.
Hmm. Excuse me if you heard me there eating. I was just eating a bit of coleslaw.
Sounds yummy.
It was excellent. Bit of brown bread, nutty brown bread, and coleslaw. Excellent.
Hey, so when you were gone in the groove, I was telling them about
Yeah.
this series on YouTube called Evil, which is basically the church and a psychologist trying to figure out if the people that are narcissists and psychopaths, are they just that, or is there like a spiritual element to it? And it goes back and forth, but it all ends up that all these people that act demonic, but science calls them psychopaths, they were coming out of this fertility place So women would go there because they can't get pregnant, and they would do the in vitro
Right.
insemination thing, and then they were altering the DNA so their kids came out as psychopaths.
Hmm.
And you know what I just remembered? That whole thing is focused on this book that the Vatican has, and it's about the 60 demons that Jesus took out of a man and put in pigs. There's a story about that.
Ah, yeah, I think I remember hearing that.
He tells them to get out, they go into pigs, and the pigs go into the water and they drown themselves. But yeah, so this whole series is supposed to be those 60 demons that were put into the pigs are trying to get inside women to reproduce themselves and have another body. That's a pretty crazy series.
Yeah,
That's
probably
mad.
dropping some truth bombs somewhere in there, right?
To me, I think so.
Hmm.
I remember now I had the pig thing. I didn't even make the connection till right now. So yeah, this pig thing is another pattern that we're seeing.
Oh yeah, it's prevalent for sure.
And
Because
think about it, we call
Elon
them
Musk
pigs.
using.
We're calling the police pigs.
Well,
No,
Yeah.
they say here we go to what is it tomato?
what?
A tomato is they call it the devil fruit, yeah. A pig wouldn't eat it. Well, so they say, but like that, you hear these things, and there's probably a bit of truth to it, yeah.
Right.
But that's what I believe. A pig will eat anything.
I don't
Well,
know about that.
but they'll eat a human body. We know that.
Yeah, but they won't eat a tomato.
Well, Italians, they love their tomatoes, so I guess that says something for them.
Do me a favor, bro. Look up that word tomato. See what's in there.
I'm
I
on a
don't think
different
there might
phone
be
here.
any. There might be any good in a tomato. Funny enough.
Let's see if I can.
Yeah, here. I've been told there's nothing good in a tomato. Definitely look it up.
That there's nothing good.
Yeah.
I'm not big on tomatoes, but I like to eat a little bit of them. I mean, I grow them, so I eat them. But other than that, I don't really buy them. I'm not. I do have some Italian in me genetically, but I'm not big on eating Italian food.
I don't know, but I like
So
tomato,
yeah,
especially tomato sauce. Like I'd rather eat the sauce than like eat the actual tomato.
Yeah, well, the odd time on a burger maybe, but on a sandwich, definitely tomato. I like a bit of tomato.
yeah.
But what is it for? Just
Now
is it any
I love
good? You know the way you
salsa.
said there earlier that your nutrients. There's something in it for all. Yeah.
Hey, but
Yep.
look at it. Salsa has salt in the word.
Yeah. And it's a um a good genre of music. I like salsa music too. Salsa
Yeah,
rhythms.
they have no rhythm.
Ha.
No, for real. Like the real psychopaths. When have you ever seen a psychopath dance? Come on now. I don't think that's possible.
Huh. Yeah, they say that about white people too, right? White people dancing. There used to be a almost like a meme, or I think they had a website, white people dancing, and it was all being goofy and shit. Square dance.
It's true. I'll vouch for that. It's true.
Huh. Okay, I'm looking at etymology.com for tomato. And It says, okay. It says, a member of the nightshade family, all of which contain poisonous alkaloids, introduced in Europe from the New World by 1550. They regularly were consumed in Italy, but grown only as ornamental plants in England and not eaten there or in the US at first. Eaten stewed or raw by the Spaniards and Italians and by the Jew families of England. Introduced in US in 1789 as part of a program by Thomas Jefferson, but not commonly eaten until after 1830.
Why?
Think about that.
You think that's the first thing they modified?
Well,
Actually,
people will
corn.
at that. They
Corn
did
was.
tell. Was it? Yeah.
Yeah, corn was the first GMO.
Genetically.
Yep. And the thing about corn is corn DNA is many times more complex than human DNA as far as like the number of genes.
Well, why were they messing around with the kibbutzes and all that there for so long? They didn't need them.
Messing around with what?
These kibbutzes.
What is that?
They were communal farms that people used to go out to in Israel. But they were always seems to be kibbutzes. They were always seemed to be fruit farms. They were always being put on.
Well, are you talking about genetically modifying?
Well, I know I've heard guys talking about all this head shop stuff. That was well, you probably didn't notice in America. I don't know how long. If there's anyone in the room there, Paul O'Neill, he might know. They flooded the place here with these head shop stuffs to get around. It was to get around. They were legal highs. They were calling them, yeah. They were just modifying the recipe of the drug, yeah. But you'd have a few side effects on it. Tried a few myself, but very fucking dangerous. And I've seen a couple of they were Jewish guys who had done the same thing with what was it? With cocaine they were doing it with. Okay, they were genetically modifying it. So you know what I mean? They've been at it. That was back in I'd say the 80s. Seeing them doing that. Well, whether there was any truth in it, I know it was an undercover program they were showing. So
You know
you
what
know what I
I've
mean? I'm saying
noticed?
that was all Israel. They were all out bringing people in from all over the world. They're doing them. They were kibbutz. It was like for somewhere to go. You just work free and you got a holiday for as long as you wanted.
You know what I've noticed though? That because I don't know about you guys, but I'm from Cuba, and Cuba's still kind of like a third world country. So most of our food is fresh, like fresh pig, like not factory farms, basically. Like people have their own animals and stuff. And what I've noticed that natural food has more flavor than GMO food, and maybe that has to do with the salt, because salt is what gives food flavor.
Well, the salt would be, yeah, it gives, yeah, definitely gives it the flavour, but would it not kill off everything as well? It'll keep the meat itself while it's, you know what I mean,
Yeah, well, of course you need a
free.
balance.
Yeah, so it's doing a few things good there. But I just find it funny there with that tomato.
So about the pig
Why they
thing,
didn't? Why they
they do
didn't?
eat
Yeah,
tomatoes. Pigs eat tomatoes. They eat a lot of stuff, but it says that you have to give
I
them.
think a pig as well cut its own throat if it swims. Yeah,
No, but it says that you could give them a tomato. Like you could give them a tomato and a bunch of other stuff. It'll probably eat the tomato last because it doesn't like it too much. And
hmm
it's actually bad for it if it's green. Like it has to be completely ripe, like super red. If it's too green, the tomato has this thing called tomatine, which could be toxic for them.
Yeah, it's just fully like that. I don't know where I got that piece of information now. It's just a bit of throwaway knowledge, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, but there's something in there. Like, yeah, a pig when he's hungry enough, he'll eat anything. But if you give him many choices, he's not gonna go for the tomato first.
Hmm. But why would someone have noticed that and call it the devil's fruit?
I don't know.
It's funny, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like, why would I know that? You know what I mean? There's in you have to look them up that and you're saying, yeah, it's poison. With a pig, well, the pig can pick up, what else does it pick up? Truffles. Their sense of smell or whatever, it must be very for a certain type of fungi, a rare fungus. Isn't that what a truffle is?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know who's the pig. Somebody's a pig. I don't know if it's us, if it's
Well,
them, who's lying about it. But they're basically saying some of us are like pigs, and supposedly science says that pigs are the closest things to humans after dogs or before dogs. I'm not sure. Like organ wise and stuff.
yeah, well, what's kosher?
What do you mean that's culture?
What? No, kosher. What does kosher mean?
Well, they don't eat pigs, so
Yeah, but what does kosher mean, though? You know, you'd have kosher food. What does that mean?
no, I don't know.
Indy?
You don't know?
No, well, I just know it's the Jewish, their tradition would be their food would have to be kosher, I think. Whatever it means, I don't know whether it's blessed or it's isn't it the Muslims, what the way do they have their meat? They have to blood it. Like the animal's throat has to be cut and the animal has to be blooded. That's the way they eat their meat. They have to do that first. That's the halal meat.
Well, yeah, kosher is means their law, because then the Bible talks about what you can eat and what you can't eat. So
Hmm.
certain animals, then about draining the blood from the animal and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, so I don't know what kosher. That's why I'm asking what kosher, what way that is.
That's
Whether
what I'm
it's
saying. It's
explicit
like a
or
law.
if
It's
it's.
like their law. So like just put up kosher list and they'll tell you what they eat and what they don't eat and how do they have to eat it, how they have to cut it. It's like very specific.
Hmm.
You see the answer's right here. It says look at the chat. They're putting in the chat.
Oh, I'm so annoyed getting kicked out of stuff.
What are you doing?
So
Hitting wrong buttons or what?
No, dude, when I get in the middle of a long rant, it's when my mind goes into automatic mode and I start rambling off and I'm telling a big story. I always get kicked out.
Mhm.
And I
well
can just sit here and listen and it doesn't do anything.
maybe your
But
electrical current messes up the
Thanks,
internet.
Peter.
yeah, dude, maybe that's it. Because
I
I
don't get
definitely
that,
go
but
into
my phone definitely heats up faster than
yeah.
anybody else's.
Well, yeah, that happens to me too. It's fucked up, man.
I think it's its nose. Its nose is the only thing, Paul, that it doesn't eat. Eh, Pig. We don't eat. Kosher food is being blessed by a Jewish rabbi. So can a pig then be kosher? That's what I want to ask. Or
No,
is that a complete no-no?
no, it's a complete no
Yeah,
no. No pigs, no shrimp,
I
and a
love
few other
Right.
shrimp.
things.
Oh,
I used to eat.
shelled. They eat fish, but they don't eat shelled meat. Is that what it is?
Yeah, nothing with a
Mhm.
shell. 'Cause to them, they're disgusting. So
Mm.
Seafood. I used to eat the shit out of it. So
I still
I
do.
love.
I love
Yeah.
my seafood. I'll eat a clam. I'll eat any of that stuff. I don't
Oh,
care.
I'll eat a bearded clam all day long.
I'll eat a freaking octopus.
I never tried that.
Yeah,
Oh,
I've
you know
tried
what
it
else is
earlier
good?
too.
We talked
Squid.
about it earlier. Snake. Well, I was gonna say, I've eaten alligator. It's pretty good. Alligator. Fried and I forget the other way they served it, but that was surprisingly good.
Yeah, it tastes like chicken, right?
Hope you're not hungry, Andy. I'm only after eating.
Right? Yeah, I am hungry. I need to cook something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You sound like someone that's hungry.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, I've had alligator tail, and at first it looks kind of like slimy and stuff, but when you cook it well, it's like white tender meat. Tastes
Yeah,
great.
I don't like to eat oysters. That's one thing I don't like.
They're not my favorite thing, but I'll still eat it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm a pig. I don't know.
Well, that's what I had last night. I made myself scampi. Well, it was there, but when I say I heated it up, that's just prawns in batter, yeah, breadcrumbs,
Prawns. Prawns is that
prawns,
pralines.
prawns, prawns.
Yeah,
You've
yeah,
heard of it
that's
this way?
is that a shrimp or is that like a crawfish?
It's the shrimp, more or less, yeah.
Okay, because I was gonna ask Avidan if he eats crawfish. Where he's at. Is that big in your area?
Not too much. I don't know if I've ate it, but I love
Oh, dude.
seafood. Number one, I love seafood, and number two, I'll try any food once. If I don't like it, I don't like it. Oh, maybe
Yeah.
not a cockroach. I'm not.
No, yeah, yeah. There's some things I won't try. Sushi. I've never done sushi. I'm not interested.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
I like fried. I like, fried or baked fish. I can eat that, but I don't like it raw. I don't think. I don't even want to try that.
All they do is boil it,
Yeah,
and then you could add your
Yeah,
sauce
crab.
to it.
We used to catch crab,
crab's
and
good. Yeah.
just crab's lovely, fresh, boiled just in a pot of boiling water, and just eat away at it, scoop it out, and
Yep.
beautiful.
But it's great with garlic butter. Oh man.
Yes.
Hmm.
Oh man, I'm fucking craving some shit now. I am. Huh.
The only thing I could eat is raw fish. I cannot eat any raw like red meat. Hell no. I don't like the taste of blood.
No, no. Hey, I like my steaks cooked.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well done.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If I see any
Well,
red, I
actually,
throw it out.
I was a big red meat eater, but I've noticed it's there's no actual flavor in the meat itself.
Right.
It's in the fat in it, the tendons in it. Like if you look at it, so you're not getting the meat. All right,
Well,
holds nutrients, all right, but
do you have a
when
good
you eat
source
it,
of meat, like true grass-fed meat? Like,
yeah, yeah,
because
yeah.
yeah, okay. Yeah, well, they say like the the beef that comes from cows that do eat the shittier foods, like the ones that they feed them corn and grains, the meat does taste better, but it is because it is fattier, right? So a grass-fed is a leaner cut, but it won't be as succulent of a taste than the fattier grain-fed beef.
Well,
Well,
So
a lot of fat.
compared to the American,
yeah,
American compared to Irish, just say, and I've seen it here now. It not so much because they're putting them in sheds now and they're feeding them more meal along with the grass. They're indoors all the
right.
time, but it's the same in America. They're
Mhm.
in just there's no grass around them at all, like on an industrial scale. Like when you see them in
Yeah,
Texas and these places.
A lot of fat. Um, it give you heart problems, cholesterol, and all that stuff.
yeah.
But
Well,
you
can I
need
say about
fat.
cholesterol?
You need. Wait, hold
Here's
on,
one.
hold on, hold on, hold on,
Yeah,
please.
yeah, yeah. Oh,
You
sorry,
need
I'll
a
bring it back on.
you need a lot of fat. I mean, you need fat to live. Like your brain literally has fat around it,
Yeah, cholesterol is important. Yes.
so you can't be with no fat either. So
But they not try to replace. Did they not try to replace the cholesterol that was being given? We were putting in this with just say butter, what we were using as uh, an oil, just say to cook in. And we were using what they were giving as margarine, yeah.
Yeah.
And that had a smaller cholesterol in it, and it was clogging up the arteries. Whereas the butter, the cholesterol in it was a bigger cholesterol, and it
Yeah.
went through.
Yeah.
It circulated through. But they were selling this other thing for a long time as the healthier product. You know what
Actually,
I mean?
the real fat from pigs and animals, like you just get that fat and cook with it, is better than your corn oil and your all
Yeah.
these
Yeah.
other ones.
Yep.
Just get the natural fat from the animal.
The butter I buy is it's butter. It's supposed to be imported from Ireland, I believe. It's Kerrygold, and it comes from grass-fed cows.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
yeah.
That's
That's
what
the
I
only
mean.
butter I buy. All that margarine and spread, they put canola oil in it in order to make it softer, where it's easier to spread on like toast and stuff. But yeah, that canola oil, that's where the bad cholesterol comes in, because like you said, it's different. It's a different size. It's actually a different type. And also, depending on your own blood type, your body uh, has a better or worse chance of having those clogged arteries, right? So you can be a certain blood type and you can eat the bad type cholesterol and it won't affect you as much as some other people. But yes, if you stick with the more natural forms of it, it is, it's way better overall. Animal fats.
For how long did they push that on us as a health thing?
Right.
Giving us that margarine. Instead of doing the test, they let us be guinea pigs ourselves. You know what I mean? People don't think, oh, they wouldn't do that on us. They did. You know what I mean? There's proof.
Yeah, because they've
And they
had
even
some.
made it. You know the way butter always looked from palleting it? It always looked in a square yolk.
Yeah.
You know, the way they made it traditionally. It was in a square, like to get that rectangular look.
Yeah.
Well, that's the way it was traditionally. They made it even to look like it. You know what I mean? They didn't even try to do that. They even tried to imitate the look of it when they were selling it. You know what I mean? As an alternative. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's how crazy they were. Well, it's not crazy. How intelligent they are, sorry.
Well, and they were trying to see if there was a link between Alzheimer's and people who had low cholesterol diets, because the cholesterol is important for the formation of like they call them myelin sheath. And it's the insulation for the axons and the neurons. So that could be a cause or a causal correlation there to Alzheimer's. So, yeah, if we just eat natural.
Say that again, Indy, about that. What was that there? Because that could be important, there, what you just said to me. Go on.
The cholesterol is important in your brain because it's used for basically the material that insulates the connections in the brain between the neurons, which is how the brain functions. It's everything to do with the brain. You make new connections to reinforce certain connections. They form things what they call myelin sheath, and and cholesterol is a important component for that. So there was some studies we're looking at, because we had that big low cholesterol diets and people taking like these certain drugs to reduce cholesterol in the body because they were having a lot of clogged arteries problems. But then they were saying that could be a problem. The rebound effect of that would be, or could have been, the uptick in Alzheimer's. So if you just eat natural, stick to raw ingredients, stay away from the frickin' synthetic stuff, trans fats and all that kind of shit, your body knows how to handle that shit. if you're not a lizard. Right? It's man and science overthinking and trying to get too involved in the natural processes. Just like Avidan said, that's what's causing our cancer. It's probably what's causing the autism, the vaccines. Our body does not need vaccines.
I said this before. They are terraforming the earth. And I mean everything. They want to change the air, the food. They want to change everything to what their body can handle.
Yeah.
And that's why everything that we need, they're calling it bad. So, no, cholesterol's bad. You need cholesterol free. No, sugar's bad. You no sugar for you. And the only reason it is bad is because they've messed with it already.
Refined it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because fruits, when you eat fruits, that's the natural source of sugar we should be getting.
Yeah, it's easier to the body to absorb it.
Yep. Because you need that. The glucose. That's another thing that's important as much as sodium is for proper brain health and cell function. So when you go on these strange diets and you try, I'm cutting out all sugars. Well, you better hope you're supplementing it with the right sugars, or your body's going to suffer. So you
But
really have to do your homework.
here we go. Then should that not be before you're eating right? You should be able to feed yourself. Then learn how
Yeah.
to. Well, would you not think so? Because when I went back to college there, right, I didn't even know my education, which was only up 15 years or so, right? That's 15, say 14, 11 years I was in school, right? 10 years just say I spent in school. So the next time I went back to it, I had to say, no, I was never even I didn't know what the food pyramid was. Okay, that's how
Right.
little I had been taught. Or I said, what's
And
all
think
this?
about that. They call it a food pyramid. Why? Why a pyramid? Because that's what they need, I would say, or that's what that's what they want us to eat. You listen to your body tells you what it needs. Think of how many generations of people have been here without having to be scientific with their diet. They probably got along just fine. They were healthy. My great grandma, she was 95 years old, I think, before she finally kicked off. And she lived through the Great Depression and all that. And she was big. That's where I got my gardening inspiration was from her. And she worked in her garden, an acre and a half size garden, by herself up until the age of 92, probably. And it was just the last few years of her life that she ended up, when she quit working in the garden and doing all that, that's when, she finally checked out. So nature knows what it's doing. I trust
Mm.
nature. I don't need all this other shit. That's why I don't
Well,
even like doctors.
that's what I went when I went back and I seen the tomfookery what they have done with food. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
When that's what I was saying to you. When you seen there was 22 different ways that they put on packaging, we brought in one day to just show you how many different ways that the guys putting sugar into products. And we took out 22 different ways that they had put sugar on packaging just in the fucking mad. People think, oh, it's a whole industry and how easy they can bring it down.
Well, and it's
How they
like
can
over here,
starve
the
so
big,
many people. Like you won't starve in it.
oh,
You know
hell
what I
no.
mean?
I don't eat
No, that's
much.
no. I don't think I will either myself. I think I'll be cute enough. But at the same time, when you think of big cities, how easy they could be closed down and what it'd be like to go, you know what I mean? Without.
Oh, yeah. They say most grocery stores, basically, if they stopped getting deliveries, they would run out of food in 3 days.
Mm.
So, yeah, like New York, it'd be a horror show.
Well, that's to say, like, people don't realize how quick that could happen, yeah? And the panic that'd be on with people. Oh, what are we going to do? That's, well, like with the mask and all, like, they can do that anytime they want as well. turn around and say, right, they have the streets now at the moment closed off and they want. They've done all that, kept everyone in. You're, you know what I mean? Next of all, that shop shut, that shop shut. That's your supply. Actually, I'm now allowed to only travel 5 kilometers at the moment to get food. Officially, I can't even go and visit my children. You know that
Wow,
way?
so they actually have a distance restriction on y'all.
Yeah.
Well, luckily for me, I don't have to travel any more than really about the same 3 or 4 miles to get what I need on mostly a daily basis. So it worked out for me. I don't have to go into a big city to get anything. So we have the
That
right
doesn't bother me
stores.
one bit. That doesn't bother me one bit. That's what I've been told anyway.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Not one tiny little iota does that concern me, even. That's what they're telling people anyway. That's what I've been told. So I take it as that's a challenge, more or less.
Hmm.
If someone comes up and says to me, you're not allowed, well, why? As I says last night, is there a hole there or something I'm going to fall into? You know what I mean? Is that what you're telling me? Or is this invisible bat story again? Is it continuing? What's the story? You know what I mean? Like, let's not bullshit
Well,
these
and
people.
that was the big red flag with this whole CV event was when they first announced lockdowns and they started first restricting things in a lot of places, and especially some states, they were specifically restricting the sale of like seeds and stuff like that. So that was really the last thing I needed to hear to know that this was going to be there was something much bigger at play than just a virus, and like they were intentionally trying to set people up to fail. And luckily it hasn't been as bad yet so far, and people have been able to prepare. Like what I'm focusing on this year with my garden is I'm building up my seed bank for next year. Like the things that I did grow, I have seeds saved already just from the stuff that I grew. So I don't have to buy really that many seeds next year because I saved from the ones that I have this year. Plus I have some extra that I held on to. So, but I mean, shit could get real very quickly. If there's no seeds to buy next year, or the little garden centers don't have the little transplants that everybody likes to buy, because most people don't buy seeds, they'll buy the starts,
Yeah.
the little baby plants. So shit, there'd be so many people that they wouldn't know what to do if they can't get a hold of that, if they're relying on that. So I'm interested to see what next year is going to look like in the springtime, if the garden centers are going to be open and they're going to allow people to actually get shit. So
Well, I know that's what they started off there when they done the first lockdown here. They'd stop people from using the garden centres as well,
yeah,
like that. They were letting them buy food, all right.
right,
So people that are stuck around their houses and they can't go and buy stuff to do in their gardens, even
exactly.
that doesn't make sense.
Because look, what if this time next year we're still sitting here in the same situation? It could very well happen. Look how easily it's happened so far, 8 months later. You know?
Well, I can't see any reason why not.
Exactly, right? That's why I'm trying to get my chicken coop started. I need to go ahead and get that shit done. I gotta go buy some lumber, so
Definitely do that in there. That's
yeah.
well worth it.
Hmm.
If you don't have anywhere to grow stuff, I suggest at least buying a lot of rice. If you have $100 to spare, buy yourself a, a lot of freaking bags of rice. Cause
And beans.
yeah, it's better to eat rice and beans than eat nothing at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and never forget, if you have dried beans, those are seeds.
Yeah.
So you can plant dried beans and you can grow bean plants. So
Oh, and stock up on spices and stuff. Because if you, let's say you have no meat, all you have is rice and beans. If you add some spices to the rice, at least you'll make it taste different every once in a while.
right.
So
Yep. I worry about my dogs, like dog food. That's the one thing that I'm kind of tied to the store the most, is having to rebuy pet foods. So
well, you're gonna have to do the same thing. Buy a lot of pet food, and then instead of giving it to them in like the balls, powder that shit and mix it with rice and stuff.
yeah, I have used rice as a substitute before. So
And
yeah.
just get like four tiny 5, 6 little dog balls, like the little whatever the dry food, and
Mm.
make it like a spice basically. So you can just spice
Just
anything that you
flavor it,
can give
yeah.
them. Yeah.
Chicken broth is another, and beef stock, those sorts of things are good to add to it too. You can add that straight to rice and they'll eat it. Just for that little bit of flavor.
Yeah.
Yep. Some fucked up shit we're dealing with, dudes.
So I'm about to end this in 20 minutes. I'm not saying leave now. I'm just letting you know I'm not gonna stay too much
Yeah, no
longer.
problem. Everything, yeah.
So we can still talk for another 20 minutes. Let's end this at 6 hours. And
Well,
today,
6 hours shouldn't be done, though.
Yeah, I need to catch up on some other videos and shit too. I see they got some new ones posted, and I want to look some more at that Archangel stuff. I'd like to talk about that in the coming days, maybe a little bit as a
all right,
topic. Yeah,
just yeah, I'm not gonna. My suggestion is don't try not to focus on the names and say them because I know people won't agree, but I do believe in that kind of stuff. So
yeah,
you don't want to bring something like that by saying its name too often if you don't really know what the hell it is. So I have
right.
personal experience.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
Thank you.
that's kind of the problem with talking about things rather than just reading and doing your own research on your own. It's like you're not speaking. You're just taking it in.
Yeah.
Because that was something I wanted to mention earlier. If you look at the history of reading silently, was something that wasn't allowed. Like I think around the year 1000 or so was when silent reading really became a thing for some reason. It's like all those, because I think it was the monks or whatever that were in charge of writing materials for the king or whatever. They always had to be read aloud, as opposed to that. So that's an interesting thing to look into. Also, the history of reading silently, and also the history of publishing. Publishing is definitely controlled, and from what I've found out so far, reading silently was also something that was controlled. And I
Wow.
think that would be because if you have to read aloud, then that gives proof of everything that you're reading. Whereas if you're just reading and silently and thinking about it, you're allowed to ponder in your mind more and go off script rather than just repeating things that are written. Because
Oh,
all of that is neuro-linguistic programming. All these words we say and stuff, that's your brain is making connections in different ways by everything you do, whether it's physical, whether even thoughts. Just thoughts alone, because your brain is plastic, which means it's always rewiring itself. New information, new thoughts, psychedelics, all of that is the same mechanisms at work. That's why they say, if like playing drums, for instance. For years, I just listened to music and visualized the drum sounds in my head. Well, I was laying the groundwork. I was making connections in the brain to where when I was finally able to start playing the drums for real, it was much easier for me to do because I'd already worked out most of the process in my mind. So that shit is definitely true, dude. If you just want to learn how to do something physical, mentally rehearse it, and you're already like exercising in your brain. Because if you listen to all those old sports greats, they would always ask them, like, what do you do to prepare for a game? And they would tell you, I visualize the whole game in my mind. I visualize what I'm going to do, blah, 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 making great plays. They
Yeah.
pre think that shit. And when it comes time to do it, they've already got it. They've already got the neural pathways lined up. And then they just carry through with the actions. So that's a secret to that shit. So think about that.
And
Literally.
think about that, like the what you were saying earlier in church and stuff, and even before that, regular people like the poor
Yeah.
class.
About how memory and learning work differently if you do it just through the eyes or by hearing it. Like my memory works better through audio, but taking information in, like opposed to a book versus a movie, of course, there's an audio aspect to it, but I don't retain as much by just reading a book as I do if I have like an audio book or even a movie, a documentary. I don't retain it as well, the memory part. So, yeah, dude, it's all for a reason. And they know that
Now,
shit.
now they don't really care if you read or not because they control everything you read, basically.
Yeah.
Well, what was there in front of you to read? If you know what I mean, it was harder to get anything to get information. Do you not think it was pretty pathetic compared to what the internet gave you?
Yeah, that's the thing about the internet. Like, you can control things, but at the same time, I don't know. I
Till,
feel like
until
people,
until they give it to you and take it away from you, and you want it all the more. Then is that not the way things work? You
yeah,
crave it all the more when you
yeah,
haven't got it. But
that's part of the game, just part of it.
will they give you back the ball, or will they
Huh?
burst it? Will they give you, the way, if your ball goes into your next door neighbour's garden and they might burst it or they throw it back in? Are they going to burst the ball or throw it back in with the internet? Because they already have closed it down as far as I can see.
Personally, to me, the internet, it was for them to communicate even better, even more secretly. Number one. Number
Hmm.
two, it was to read everybody's thoughts and collect data. And then three, which is what they're trying to do now, is just control it completely with algorithm and AI and all that stuff. But in between their first stages, before they brought out the algorithm and stuff, they allowed you certain freedom because they used whatever you thought about, whatever you think, all that stuff to their advantage. Nice potato, bro.
Yeah, sweet potatoes. I'm trying to grow some slips off of them. Hopefully plant those for next year if I can keep them alive till the spring again. I got 4 of them sprouting.
Nice one, yeah.
Yeah, I had some regular potatoes. I got them in the ground in a couple spots outside. I don't know how well they're going to do, but I need to make a grow box for those. And
I
remember
know
that
that.
shit when you buy fruits and vegetables from the store, save your seeds out of those.
Yeah, that's very smart.
Yeah, dude.
And you seen what they done, right? Like a lot of stuff, at least like grapes and stuff like that, and certain
Yep.
oranges, they're making stuff seedless.
Yep.
And it's funny, they sell it to you like, oh, those pesky, annoying seeds. You'll
Exactly.
have to be spitting them out. So they make it seem like they're trying to help you, but they're just removing the seed. That's all they're doing.
Well, there's a place
Yeah.
in, isn't there a place? I'm sure it's probably in Israel. I'll look up what the name of their orange is, and it's a seedless one. I think it's Jaffa
What does that mean?
seedless. I think
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I was gonna,
it's a seedless orange. Yeah.
yeah, I was gonna mention. You mentioned grapes. That's the most challenging thing, even about buying. Like they sell grape shrubs around here, but they're all the seedless, or they may not be. Yeah, I think they are seedless. They're all GMO. It's the challenge is trying to find an heirloom grape
Well,
anymore.
no one wants to eat the ones with the pips in them. That's probably
Yeah.
why they're, if you know what I mean. That makes sense. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
But
To
believe it or
that's
not,
what the customer wants.
grapes are very healthy for you. So
Yeah.
if you could find some grapes with some seeds, it'll be very good. But
Oh yeah.
that's why I think they're one of the first fruits they attacked. Not only because they're annoying or whatever, but grapes have always been like very good. It has this thing called resveratrol or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which
There's a
has
lot of antioxidant
Antioxidants, yeah.
properties about them. I have 15 blueberry plants outside too
nice.
that are doing well. Yeah. And wild blackberries. I have wild blackberries growing. So
I heard blackberries is the best for antioxidants.
yeah.
Well, they grow wild here, yeah.
Yeah. Hell yeah. And plus, a lot of people don't know there's a lot of things like we eat the fruits off of them, but the actual leaves and stems are even edible on a lot of plants. Trying to think of a good example, and I can't right now. But yeah, this most people just throw them away, don't even think about it. But
Do you
all
know
of
that
it's
the
good.
banana, the inside of the banana where um that white stuff is, um, you could use it to brush your teeth, and it's better than toothpaste.
Huh? I've heard that.
It makes your teeth whiter.
Antioxidants
The
are
the
a
rest,
hoax, Starshine reckons.
huh?
I'm sure Starshine reckons their antioxidants are a hoax. That's a big statement. Big
Yeah,
statement.
yeah. I'd have to do some more homework on that one.
On what?
If
The
antioxidants are
antioxidants.
a hoax. Because if I
Are they
wanted people to stay away from them, that's what I would tell them, right? Oh, it's a hoax. They don't really work. So maybe,
That's
maybe
the
not.
thing.
I
Like
don't know.
we've been using it for years, especially grapes and all these things. So why, if humanity has used it for a long time and it supposedly kept us healthy, and then why should we believe that they
Well,
have
that's what
no
like again,
antioxidants?
like the butter, we've been told that they're probably good for circulation and that and different things. I don't know that their antioxidants would be what for flushing your blood, would it, or something to do with your blood?
Well, remember you have minerals, and your body does oxidate.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
So
and
not all
colored,
they're showing though, yeah.
the different colored varieties of certain fruits and vegetables make a difference too. Like we talked about the red and the green apples. Those are different. Carrots, even the original heirloom carrots, there's a lot of purple varieties.
Yeah,
Red
that's
in
right. Yeah.
particular, yeah, red in particular has supposedly extra. Well, it might be antioxidants, but
But
there's
they stopped
definitely,
them because the color, yeah.
yeah,
If someone seen a red carrot, they would run a mile, wouldn't they? Oh, that's the wrong
nah,
color.
yeah. I grew red okra this year, and it did better than the green okra that I grew. So
Let me ask you a question. Do you guys believe that there really is 7 billion people. I've heard that that's a lie. Like there's not that much people. They're just telling you there's a lot of people.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it that it's a lie.
Yeah. Cause think about it. Like look at the stuff. Like we're supposed to be growing so fast with population, but yet if you look at it, people now have one or two kids or no kids. When back in the day, one woman would give like 10 babies, 10,
Yeah.
11, 12 kids. So like, how can we be growing so fast when people are giving less birth?
But yeah, if you look at the rate of deaths per year versus the rate of births, it pretty much almost evens out.
Yeah.
But one thing that I've noticed is that if we've been around as long as they say we have, like through evolutionary means, which I know there's some explanations for some of this, but even just in our lifetime, where's all the extra cemeteries and graveyards? You look at these old cemeteries and they're really small. There's not that many people in them. But even in the past 20 years, we should have seen a slew of new cemetery space open up. Are they just cremating all the bodies? Or, it's like, where are all these grave sites at? So
Yeah.
the numbers don't add up to me either.
Yeah. There's something. There's a lie in that number because
Yeah.
they're so like no. It's just not. It's not how it was before. There's way less kids. There's way more disease, and there's a whole lot of empty planet left. So I think they're just saying this because they're saying there's too many people. We need to control the resources. We need to leave it to us. We'll divide it properly. I think the whole population thing is just a lie for us to be like, okay, you could maintain the world for us.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know. It depends on your own country. I believe that the amount that they tell me is in this country at the moment is here.
Because think about it,
'Cause I was
millions
in a
is a
field.
lot of
I was
people.
I was I was in a field. I think there was 1 million people in the field, and I think there was 4 million people living in the country. And I says, that's what 1 million people look like. Right?
I
So
don't
they
know,
were
man.
telling
Because
me,
a million is a lot. Like
yeah,
you just put 50 people together and it looks like a huge crowd. So I can't see, for example, Florida having 17 million people. I don't care how many people there is in Florida. It's not 17 million. Because a million, if a million people were to walk onto the street, you wouldn't have roads for miles.
you'd be surprised.
I don't know, my
Well, I'll
friend.
ask a question. I'll ask a question in there into the room. Probably, I was at the Pope when he visited this country. And I think there was 1 million people at the mass. I could be wrong, but I was in that and I seen that crowd. And when I didn't, that's 1 million people, yeah. So when I
How do you
seen
even
that there was only
count that
four
many,
million people, well, they put them all into. Let me say they were all sectioned off into probably I don't know, there could have been 10,000 probably in the sections, but the Pope went around in his Pope mobile and all, so they must have had it all sectioned off into, you know what I mean? I'm sure they had aerial shots and all of it. I don't know, but that was what a crowd of 1 million is. So I'd say it was easily for me to think, yeah, it's only four. I could well believe that.
I don't know, man. A million is a
But
big
then when I
ass
put them all in,
number.
when I put them people then in in a small space like Manchester, living on top of each other. Whoa, that's a bit fucking different because they have the same population as the whole of Ireland there. Right. So when you put
Yeah.
it, when you look at it like that, then you say, "Oh, that's hard to believe that they're all living in that small space all the time."
Yeah, how
You know what I
cities
mean?
like New York and stuff, how they still function with that many people on top of each other, it's kind of mind blowing.
But even then, think about it. A million is nine. It's more than 900,000 people. Like you could have a skyscraper filled and you're still only gonna get like
It's
about a
only it's only
thousand.
it's only 10 football pitch. It's only 10 big international football arenas, right? Loads of people. It's a million people. They'll fit 100. They'll fill 100,000. Most of them stadiums.
Yeah,
So
but
you think that's only 10 of them is a million? You know what I
I
mean?
guess, but you're putting them in a smaller space. I'm talking about.
No, that's what I think. I've seen a crowd of a million people.
And when have you
And
seen like you think they could fill up 10 football stadiums all at the same time and you'll still have people in the street? I don't know. Yeah, because I'm sure they could fill one or two games, but all 10 to have a million full and then to still have a lot of cars and people in the street, I don't see that.
Or you look at the like the amount of oil per day that gets used or pumped or drilled for and sucked out. The the numbers of that even is just is mind boggling. Million barrels, you know, and
Yeah.
then they got to
yeah,
transport them on ships and because it's not easy to move oil around, you know. I mean, pipeline, sure, but man, that's a lot. That's a lot, dude. Think of how much is coming having to come out the ground continually to keep replenishing those sorts of numbers. So, where's the rebound effect of that? That's what I'm waiting on.
And that's like per day.
Right.
I don't know. All right, guys, I'm gonna smoke a cigarette real quick. When I come back, I'm gonna end the stream. So
Avidan,
talk
thank you
about,
again for having us.
huh?
Thanks for having us again. Yeah.
Yeah,
No
I could bounce.
problem.
I'm in the middle of eating, so
So you guys want to end it now, or you guys want to talk for like 10 minutes before I come back?
No, I'll head. I'll go ahead. Just
yeah, I can bounce
go
out. I'm gonna go
go
get
into
caught up
chat
on
here
some
and
other
say hello.
things, and yeah, that's a
All
good
right.
chat.
Thanks for being here, and thanks for everybody else who's still watching, and everybody that came earlier. And yeah, I hope we keep coming together, we keep uniting, we keep awakening, and hopefully we could turn these tables.
Stay aware.
Stay aware, my friend.
Hmm.
All right, man. Take care.
I do later. Later, everybody.
Bye, everybody. Thanks for coming. I'm not sure if I do a video tomorrow. If not, then maybe the next day. Take care. And good night or good day, depending where you are.